Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is an eagle among lions in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 26, Trust No One. At first, Edelgard had been wary of Professor Hannemann von Esse. He was a man driven by intellectual curiosity, naturally curious, and all too eager to pry into certain secrets she couldn't allow to be revealed. But he was also, as she had eventually learned, a kindred spirit, all too aware of the ways lives could be destroyed over crests and the lack thereof. The von Esse line bore the crest of Indek and bore it quite fruitfully compared to other noble lines, which made its daughters especially prized by other noble families as brood mares. The root of his obsession to understand crests in every way stemmed from that injustice. And that obsession, as much as it had put Edelgard on guard at first, had been the key to saving Lysithea's life. It was the key to saving her own life, too, and the key to creating a world free from the tyranny of aristocracy. And now, in this world, in this past, it might have been the key to restoring Happy to her true self. That Friday morning, just about at the crack of dawn, Edelgard found herself roused from her sleep by Byleth and Geralt and summoned to Hannemann's office, with Hubert following close behind. Within the office, Hannemann busied himself with his crest analyzer, bent over the machine with fingers carefully tuning knobs as glass lenses of various sizes and thicknesses positioned themselves by subtle fractions of inches over a thin disk of luminous violet crystal. He was a bundle of nervous energy, clearly excited nearly to the point of mania by the sleepless night he'd spent conducting his research. His eyes were bloodshot, his hair and mustache unkempt, his clothes rumpled. Byleth and Geralt kept a keen eye on him as he worked, as though simple observation of his work might impart on them some wisdom of the universe. "This would be so much easier," he announced, always in the mood for an impromptu lecture, "if I could have taken a blood sample. But it's a common misconception, or rather, a gross oversimplification, that crests are solely a property of one's blood. True, crest signatures are most highly concentrated in blood, but they can be found quite plentifully in flesh, sweat, saliva, and mucus as well. Trace amounts remain even in things like hair, fingernails, dandruff, bits of dead skin, various excretions, the like." "So you can find something?" Edelgard inquired. "Have you been up all night?" Byleth asked. No, I simply awoke a few hours ago. I saw something just before I summoned you, and I am sure I can do it again if I can just set up the calibrations right." It may be faint and difficult to make out, but Hannemann continued to fiddle with the machine. "I am not seeing a reaction, perhaps if I were to increase the magnification. Ah! Here it is." The subtle glow within the crystal grew stronger and brighter, illuminating the lenses, until finally an image appeared in the air above the machine. Traced in violet light was the shape of a broken ring reminiscent of the curving horns of a beast with spines protruding from its sides, and with an unbroken ring caught between the tips of the horns. The image wavered, though, like the surface of a pond broken by ripples, and the arcs of light that would normally trace clean lines through the air roiled and fluttered like tongues of flame. It seemed to throb and spasm as though in great pain. Beneath the distortions, something about the shape seemed faintly familiar to Edelgard. "So, Professor," Hubert said, eyeing the strange crest, "what is this one? I don't recall ever seeing it in any text on the subject." Hannemann stood up, leaned forward, and squinted through his monocle. He stroked his mustache between his fingertips. For a long while, he said nothing. He said, "have never seen this crest before in my entire life." "Fuck," Geralt said, disappointed. "I have never seen this crest before in my entire life," Hannemann repeated, shocked. A second later and he looked as though he could have started jumping for joy right then and there. "I have never seen this crest before in my entire life," he cried out, exuberant. A laugh escaped his lips. "This is incredible. Is it a new crest? Or perhaps a crest long lost to history? A sign of a lost bloodline, perhaps?" He rushed to his desk and fumbled with his notebook, putting pen to ink pot with shaking hands and then excitedly transcribing the shape he saw to paper. These distortions make it hard to make out the details, but it seems a simple shape at heart. If I correct for the ripples, then I think I may have got it. The shape of Happy's crest." Edelgard circled around his desk and peered over his shoulder. She had seen that shape before. I've seen this crest before, she said. What? Where? Hanneman grabbed her by the shoulders, manic in his excitement. Where have you seen it? On the 3rd floor, she said, brushing his hands aside. He sheepishly retreated from her with a mumbled apology. Ria's star terrace, where she has Byleth and me for tea. It's engraved into the floor tiles. Oh, Byleth said. That's right. I remember now. I thought it looked familiar. Astounding. Hanneman started scribbling notes. So it seems that this crest belonged to a man or woman who was quite important in the church's early history. Perhaps a lost 5th saint, or some sort of apostle, any apocryphal figure. Does it really matter who the crest originally belonged to? Geralt asked. He poked at the image of the crest, making the rippling and shivering light coil around his finger like a wisp of smoke before reforming. Anyway, I've never seen a crest manifest itself like this. It looks, sick or something. Crests are not living things, Hanneman said, and they cannot be sick, Captain. But they can be corrupted, theoretically. I recall a story from centuries back of a Grimoire with a major crest of Lamine. It was said that she became unable to control her crest. At first, she could heal people of even the most grievous and mortal wounds simply by touching them, but as her magic became stronger, anybody she came into contact with became riddled with tumors. Soon her healing magic turned inward. The story goes that she lived for 200 years and that by the time the Knights of Syros put her down, she had been reduced to a shambling mass of flesh that no longer even resembled a human. That could explain why Happy summons monsters whenever she sighs, Byleth said. And why they're so angry when they show up. She what? Hanneman gasped. Well, that narrows it down, I suppose. An apocryphal figure in the Church of Syros who could make beasts do his bidding. Unfortunately, I won't have time to scour the library chasing this legend, and I doubt any of you do, either. Perhaps Linhard would be interested in some extra credit, given how desperately he needs it to graduate. Professor, can you uncorrupt her crest? Hubert asked, dragging Hanneman's excited ramblings back to his point. Perhaps that would change her back. Perhaps, Hanneman replied. I shall have to run tests. Lots of tests. And it would help if I had blood to work with. How long will that take? Geralt asked. My work has only just begun, I cannot say, Hanneman said. But science often moves slowly. I cannot promise to have found any breakthroughs before the end of the term. That's a long time to be stuck as a giant cat, Byleth muttered, her eyes finding the floor. Well, at least she's happy, if you'll pardon the play on words. At any rate, Hanneman put his hand over his mouth to stifle a yawn. You can count on me to see this situation resolved as swiftly as scientifically possible. He glanced out the window. Goodness. Dawn already. A hush fell over the office. One could hear a pin drop as the gears in Hanneman's fatigued brain came to a halt and started turning again. Good heavens. I have a class to teach this morning, he gasped. What was I thinking? They would expect this sort of conduct from the likes of Manuela, but me, of all people. Honestly, it's so late in the term, Geralt said, what do you even still have to teach the brats? Give them a day off. Besides, all the Black Eagles are probably pretty worn down, Byleth added, with everything that's going on. Hubert nodded in agreement, thoroughly exhausted by Edelgard's extracurricular activities. Have you been going easy on your class? Hanneman asked Byleth, a sharp and accusing note to his voice. She nodded. He calmed down a bit. That is, somewhat sensible. I have never been known to give days off, but these are extenuating circumstances. I suppose the Black Eagles can all sleep through their morning lecture today. Ferdinand and I shall inform the rest of the class, Hubert said, offering Hanneman a polite bow. He, Geralt, Byleth, and Edelgard started to leave. Wait, Hanneman said. Edelgard, a moment of your time, please. Edelgard stayed behind as Byleth, Geralt, and Hubert stepped out into the hallway. Yes, Professor. Hanneman slumped in his desk chair, his weariness catching up with him. You have been through quite a lot over the past 2 weeks. How are you managing? These 2 weeks, while certainly eventful, had hardly been the hardest or even the worst weeks of her life, not by a long shot, but Edelgard appreciated his concern. "I'm managing," she simply said. "And to think, at the start of the term, you were one of the laziest students I had ever had the privilege of teaching. I only wish I could take full responsibility for your transformation." He chuckled. "Though I had thought you would be more distressed, especially given your family's situation." "Oh, I am," Edelgard answered. "Make no doubt about it, this conflict is," she trailed off. She wasn't sure how she wanted to describe the feeling of a dismal reality hammering a hole through years of self-delusion. In honor of her siblings' memories, she'd tried to remember what little of them she could remember at their best. She hadn't allowed herself to imagine that they could fight among themselves or be petty or prejudiced or embody any human flaws, thinking it would be an insult to all of them, and to be faced with that reality. It's soul-crushing. Soul-crushing. Hanneman nodded. "I understand. Professor, if I may," Edelgard added, "could you tell me more about Burckhardt and Anselm? As their teacher, you must know at least some facets of them better than I do." "Certainly. As I've said before, Burckhardt was under intense pressure as Crown Prince to be the best, and that pressure manifested as an almost neurotic perfectionism. And one of the key traits of perfectionists is that they will steer the course of their lives to avoid exposing their imperfections to the world. He never took an exam he didn't think he could pass with flying colors. He got top marks in everything, I hear," Edelgard said. "Ferdinand is always talking about beating his performance." "He did, but sometimes I wish I had been firmer with him and pushed him to try subjects he couldn't master so handily. He has never learned that there is no shame in being bad at something. Anselm's power play might be the first time he has ever been faced with a real challenge outside of his control." A smile crossed Hanneman's face. "I suppose you must be his exact opposite. Since you joined Professor Byleth's class, it seems there's no subject you won't study." Edelgard recalled her first few weeks flopping around the training hall as she'd tried to whip this soft body into shape. She certainly was different from Burckhardt. "And what about Anselm?" "Anselm? He was much like you, but, well, he started out driven. He was hungry from the day he arrived at Garreg Mach. He didn't demand perfection from himself like Burckhardt as long as he could best his peers. I could tell he had quite the chip on his shoulder. Honestly, together he and Burckhardt would be two halves of a whole. Perhaps that is why they get along like a house on fire. Indeed. It's almost enough to make one wish they could both be emperor, if only they could get along." Hanneman laughed. "Pascal said the same thing to me the other day. One thing I'd like to know," Edelgard said, "is what they aim to do with the empire. I've received messages from both of them, but all they do is speak ill of the other. I'm supporting Burckhardt because he has the firmest right to the crown, but I haven't a clue what sort of a world he or Anselm wants to create. And that would change your mind." "I think I could forgive Anselm's bid for power," Edelgard said, "if I knew exactly what he wanted for Adrestia and I approved of it." She'd gotten some impression, not just from Burckhardt's slanderous letter but also from Anselm's entreaty to Archbishop Ria, that he was a traditionalist, not somebody who looked to the future. For that reason, she was loath to side with him. In other words, the ends justify the means. Hanneman raised an eyebrow. "Well, I cannot say that Burckhardt would be a bad emperor. I do not think Anselm would be one either. I think they would both be quite adept at managing the empire's affairs. At least as good as your father was." "You don't need to speak so diplomatically to me, Professor. I wish I could say more. I'm afraid your brothers didn't exactly bare their souls to me while they were enrolled here. At any rate, there is little the Emperor can get done without the support of Duke Agir, so I personally think it is a moot point who is in charge." "Well, thank you nonetheless, Professor. I just wish I could talk to them both right here. Letters are so inconvenient, and if I ask them both individually, they'll just keep spewing lies and exaggerations about each other. Would that we could simply speak to everyone like that." Edelgard offered him a polite bow. "Thank you for indulging me, Professor. I'll let you rest now." "The pleasure is all mine, Edelgard," Hanneman said. "And thank you for helping with Happy." "Of course." His eyes roved to the crest analyzer, his brow furrowing. "Happy von Rusalka, the poor girl. You knew Lady Cornelia, didn't you?" Yes, he said, his eyes downcast. Yes, I did. Before we renounced our titles and left our respective houses, we both conducted research on crests together. He shook his head sadly. I had never imagined she would use her knowledge to do such horrible things. She was such a nice and sweet person when I knew her. Really? Yes. I remember the day we parted ways. Like myself, Cornelia had grown disgusted by the environment of the aristocracy and simply wished to continue her research in peace. I had planned to come here to continue my work and suggested that she do the same, but she said that the people of Faerghus had moved her heart. She took the surname Arnhem and began to work for King Lambert as his court mage. He rested his hand on his whiskery cheek, his eyes roaming wistfully from his tools and equipment to the dawn sky outside the window. I wonder when she started going by von Rusalka again. I had always thought she'd wanted nothing to do with her house, but something must have changed. Something did change, Edelgard said. The real Cornelia, the Cornelia that Hanneman had known, had died a long time ago. I'm sorry. It sounds like you two were close. Hanneman's cheeks turned red behind 2 days' worth of overgrown salt and pepper stubble. What exactly are you implying, young lady? He sputtered. That you were good friends, she said. Ah. Yes. Of course. That we were, Edelgard. He hastily regained his composure. That we were. And now I see her doing to her own children far more grotesque things than the acts that so disgusted us about our families in our youths. I can promise you that I will do everything in my power to help Happy. After you take some time to rest, Edelgard said. Right. Of course, Hanneman said. Fatigue is the enemy of research. Almost as if on cue, he stifled a yawn. Do take care, Edelgard. Also, she added, heading to the door, I think you and Linhard would work well together on this project. For his sake, I should hope he would. He needs the extra credit. I don't know how I can allow him to graduate in good conscience otherwise. Feeling a little guilty that in this world Linhard hadn't had her influence to whip him into shape, or at least something almost vaguely resembling shape if one were to squint a little, Edelgard left the room and found Hubert waiting for her. The two of them headed downstairs together. Lady Edelgard, Hubert asked, are you feeling better today? As if to answer his question, she sneezed. Still a little stuffy, I'm afraid. I am sure Ferdinand would say some tea and bed rest would do you good, your professor will probably understand. Edelgard tuned him out in favor of a far more interesting conversation her ears had picked up. Down in the main hall, Thales was giving a handful of Knights of Syros quite a vicious tongue-lashing. How much longer do you insist on detaining me? Do you have even the slightest clue who I am? The Lord Regent of the Holy Kingdom of Faerghus. We know who you are, Gerald said, hardly able to contain his contempt. Lord Frildarius, Catherine said, for the umpteenth time, you aren't being detained and nobody is accusing you of anything. We just want to ask you some questions about Lady Cornelia. Have I not answered enough questions already? Her business is her business, we are hardly joined at the hip, Thales snapped. Tell me, Captain Geralt, is this level of incompetence to be expected of the Knights of Syros? It has been a week since my firstborn has vanished and you are no closer to finding him, and rather than bring me peace of mind, you waste my time and insult me with asinine interrogations. I have better and more important things to do than waste my time here entertaining you. How many lords of Faerghus pay your monthly stipends? Geralt and Catherine didn't so much as flinch at his tirade. All of them except you, apparently, he said. And now I see I was right to cease my donations. I had heard such tales of your career as a knight, Captain, but it seems the Knights of Syros are worse off with you out of retirement than they were before you returned here. Now see here, one of the other knights spoke up. Captain Geralt is entitled to your respect, sir. Is he? The entire Holy Kingdom of Faerghus is under my authority. Who calls you master? Do not forget from whence you came, Gerald Reus Eisner. The same goes for you, Catherine of House Karen. It's been a long time since I called myself a subject of the kingdom, Lord Frildarius, Gerald said. Our allegiance isn't to any kingdom, Catherine added. Our allegiance is to Archbishop Rhea first and foremost, and it is our duty to strike down all who would call the Church of Ceros their enemy. Edelgard wondered if Thales was feeling at all pressured by now. Catherine could be quite intimidating, especially with Thunderbrand at her side, and Geralt's attitude had to have him wondering what the knights suspected him of. It was a wonderful sight to see him cornered, even though she knew he would find some way to slither out of it. "Trust me, we don't want to keep you here any longer than we need to," Geralt said. "So if you would cooperate just a little longer, we'll let you go on your way." "That loathsome man," Hubert hissed into Edelgard's ear. "How the sight of him galls me. If I could only slip behind him and rid him of that disguise, reveal him to the world." "We don't need to reveal him to the world," Edelgard whispered back, "just to Dimitri. I can already feel an ulcer forming in my gut from your sheer stupidity and constant blundering," Thales said, "but I suppose I have no choice." His gaze flitted away from the knights and met Edelgard's. She felt a dagger plunge into her eye beneath her patch. There might have been a flicker of a smile on his face. "But I must impress on you that this is a waste of both my time and yours when we all have more important tasks at hand." "We'll be the judge of that," Geralt said, and he and his fellow knights led him away. Edelgard sneezed again. "To bed, Lady Edelgard?" Hubert asked. "No," she said, sniffling. "Not yet." The catacombs were dark, dreary, and dank. The occasional drip of water from the ceiling echoed through the twisting tunnels, the distant and not-so-distant squeaks and scrapes of vermin scurrying from hiding place to hiding place, the oppressive thickness and moistness of the air, and the skulls leering out from the bone-packed corridors made this place Edelgard's nightmares made flesh, and she wished Geralt had found a better place to keep Kronia hidden. "Are you sure we should have come here without Captain Geralt?" Hubert asked. "He's busy," Edelgard said. The labyrinthine tunnels inched past, their bony walls seeming to ripple and squirm in the torchlight. They found Kronia right where they left her, lying on the floor. Since Edelgard had last been here, her accommodations had been altered. She no longer had her hands bound behind her back or her ankles tied together, and simply paced back and forth like a caged lion. A row of iron bars had been strung up on a network of ropes that anchored them to the walls and to each other with Byzantine knots, forming a barrier that looked at once both oddly sturdy and fragile as gossamer. "Hello, Kronia," Edelgard said. "How is our little scorpion today?" "Hello there, Edel," she said. "I've redecorated. What do you think? Your sweet little pal Claude put up a fancy new wall so he could untie me and let me walk around." She rubbed her chafed wrists. "It took forever to feel my hands and feet again." "Is that why you handed him your code book?" Hubert asked. "Because he gave you better accommodations?" "Lady Edelgard, perhaps this was why he was so cagey last night." "What?" Kronia frowned. "I didn't give Claude my code book, that would just be one more reason Thales would have to kill me." "Is your skull full of depleted uranium?" "He didn't get the code book from you?" Edelgard asked, taken aback. "Then who?" Kronia shrugged. "How am I supposed to know? I'm stuck down here, you idiots." "Maybe he ransacked my room." "That isn't to say I didn't do something for him, though," she said. "What did you do?" Edelgard asked, crossing her arms. "I can't tell you that." "Why not?" "He made me swear not to." "And why would you swear that to him?" "Because he made me swear not to." "And since when do you take orders from him?" Edelgard asked, her blood turning icy. The possibility rose to the forefront of her mind that, no, that was impossible, she told herself, ludicrous. "They're not orders. They're suggestions I agree with." Edelgard took a pastry from her bag and pulled off the wax paper wrapping. "Perhaps this will loosen your tongue," she said. "It's filled with vanilla custard." Kronia held out her hand, her wrist banging against the bars of her cell. "Gimme." Edelgard held it just out of reach. "You'll have to tell us what you and Claude talked about yesterday." "Okay. I let him in on a little secret." "A secret about Thales," Kronia said. "Sometimes he gets horrible headaches. Sometimes he faints. He's more vulnerable than you think he is. If you time things right, I think you can take him out." "Is he?" "How interesting," Hubert said. I can't say I'm not surprised that you've chosen to help us against Thales, Edelgard told Kronia as she slid the pastry through the bars. Kronia took a moment to unravel the double negative. Why would you be surprised? Claude told you what has happened to Lady Cornelia, I take it. Hubert said. An obvious trend has emerged. He is leading his allies into situations that will paint them as villains, then disavowing them. For whatever reason, you have all become dead weight to him, and he is looking to shed as much of it as he can. You will be next, and eventually, the Death Knight and Hurricane King will fall, and he will stand alone at the apex of the world. Kronia nodded. It's as you said. Thales is purging his underlings and consolidating his operations. I'm one of his underlings and I don't want to be purged. Especially not like, she shuddered. Not like that. I'm trying to have faith that you filthy vermin can keep me safe. It's hard, though. Because Thales is good at getting rid of people, and he's already planning on getting rid of you and the rest of your time idiots. Time squad, Hubert corrected. Satisfied, though not fully, Edelgard handed over the pastry and Kronia she started nibbling at it. She sat down and crossed her legs, seemingly deep in thought as she ate, looking for all the world like an overgrown rat. Edelgard watched her slowly erode the pastry against her teeth the way lapping waves might eventually wear down a boulder on the shore of a lake until the last morsel of pastry crust and glob of custard vanished into her mouth. Kronia licked her fingers. Do you know what I am? A scorpion? Hubert asked dryly. I'm a mound of flesh that was grown in a vat around a magic rock. I wasn't born like you, I was manufactured. Like a car or a train or she shook his head. No, wait, you idiots don't know what those things are. Like molten iron poured into a mold. When I was made Thales gave me a number. He put me in a room with only one door and another me, and told the two of us that we had to decide between us which one of us went through the door. This went on about a dozen times before he dropped me in a bigger room with 20 other potential me's and said we had to decide which one out of all of us went through the door. When I was finished with all of them, he gave me a name. From the day I opened my eyes, I existed at his pleasure. But I don't want to stop existing when he's done with me. Edelgard silently absorbed Kronia's story. She'd always figured Kronia's existence must have been hellish. With her limited life experience and childish mindset, she simply didn't know how to imagine a better life. Perhaps she was jealous. Perhaps she saw children and wondered why she hadn't had a chance to be one. Perhaps she'd seen mothers and fathers and wondered what it would be like to have one. Perhaps that was why she postured so much about how stupid humans were, because a constant front of inherent superiority masked her jealousy. Deep down, Kronia only wanted what she herself had wanted but hadn't thought she'd deserved, to be human. She just didn't want to admit it, or perhaps didn't know how to admit it. Can I go now? Kronia stood up, there was a flash of violet sparks, and in her place stood Glenn Frildarius. Her next words came out in his voice. I'm sure Feely and Ingri are worried sick about me. I'll ask you again, Kronia, Edelgard said. Who is Claude? What is Claude? I'll do you one better. Why is Claude? Kronia answered with a smarmy smile twisting Glenn's face. She leaned against the bars of her cell and folded her arms over her chest. The ropes that held the bars in place bowed a little and went taut, faintly creaking under the strain. I'll tell you if you let me go. Or at least bring me more treats. Maybe even twice a day, too. No, 3 times. I'll see what I can do, Edelgard said, and she and Hubert left her behind. As soon as she left behind those awful catacombs and the dark memories their shadowy corridors dredged up behind, she and Hubert went their separate ways. He was signed up for a seminar at the start of the next hour and she sought out Claude von Regen and an end to the gnawing paranoia that had festered in her mind all night. He wasn't hard to find. In fact, he was so easy to find that if she believed in fate, she might have thought it had been fate that his path and Edelgard's crossed so soon. She found him in the training hall, practicing with a wooden sword. Claude, she called out. Care for a friendly duel? He greeted her with a friendly grin that, like most of his smiles, didn't come close to his eyes. Sure, Your Highness. Pick up a sword and let's get to work. Go easy on me, though, it's not my specialty. Edelgard was all too happy to oblige. Her sword struck his with enough force to nearly knock him off his feet, but he regained his balance all too quickly and struck back. They traded blows. Edelgard felt his wooden blade bruise her skin nearly as many times as hers made contact with his. He was surprisingly gifted with the sword for someone who almost always stuck to long-range combat. At last, she hooked her foot around his ankle, knocked the wind out of him with a blow to his diaphragm, and sent him tumbling unceremoniously onto the sandy floor. As he pulled himself up, she swooped down, held her wooden blade against his throat, and pressed her thumb against the back of his neck. Edelgard? Claude asked. What are you doing? Edelgard felt her heart leap into her throat as her thumb pressed into his neck. She pressed until she felt bone underneath the skin, hard and unyielding beneath supple flesh. Press back. Nothing happened. Ow, Claude said. That hurt. Edelgard dropped her sword and stood up. I'm sorry. She couldn't believe what she'd done. She'd just thought that Claude of all people had been an imposter. I just had to be sure. Claude rubbed the back of his neck. What the hell? Your behavior with Kronia was suspicious, so I started to wonder. You thought I was one of them? He asked, incredulous. I'm fighting the No-Eyes with you, Edelgard. It's ridiculous, yes, but I couldn't rule out the possibility, Edelgard said. Even nonsense can be true sometimes. Even so, Claude, I want answers. She brandished her sword. Considering that Hilda and I were the time travelers, you sure were eager to spearhead this little time squad of yours. I knew you'd come around to the name eventually. For a native to this timeline, someone who by all rights has no skin in this game whatsoever, you've been quite invested in taking charge of the situation. You've been taking point on almost all of our plans. You've been the one cracking the No-Eyes codes for us. And then there's your interactions with Kronia. I know you lied about her giving you the code book. No glib responses. Tell me. Who are you really, Claude? And what are you plotting? Claude gave her another false smile. Well, you know I'm not one of the no-eyed people. Isn't that enough to make you feel at ease, Edelgard? No, Edelgard said. And another thing. Nader. What's he doing acting as your spy? What are you up to? Claude took a step back, as though stepping out of strangling range. Okay, Edelgard. You want the truth? I do. Well, it's not your time to know. He glanced at the door. But I guess I can tell you this much. I may not be a time traveler like you, he said, but that doesn't mean I don't have any experience with it. Do you remember that letter that led you to me? The one in Hilda's handwriting, tagged with Hilda's perfume, that Hilda insists she didn't write? The one that had the date of your wedding on it. I remember. I've been receiving more of those letters. He took a deep, anxious breath. The first letter I got said that nobody can know their own future. The messages are from the future. Edelgard asked. So it seems. And there's only one person I know of who can copy Hilda's handwriting so perfectly and has access to her perfume. Who? Claude smiled. Me. Edelgard felt as though she'd had the wind knocked out of her. What? You think you're receiving instructions from your future self? Seems likely, he said. He doesn't go into much detail, future Claude. Of course, he can't, or else I'd know the future, and apparently that's bad. But whatever his goals are, they're consistent with helping you and Hilda. And Kronia. Edelgard set aside her sword. So, you're doing the things your future self commands you to do so that you can become your future self and send those notes back in time. A perfect loop. That's how I understand it. Claude grinned. On the plus side, that means I'm pretty much immortal, at least until my future self stops sending letters back to me. She shook her head, recalling one of Suthi's most crucial lessons about messing with time, the lesson she had learned from allowing the two daggers to erase themselves from history and the consequences of that single mistake in Remire. I hate to rain on your parade, Claude, but you are most definitely not immortal. It's just that if you die, you'll break time. He was silent for a moment. Oh, he said. That sounds bad. It's very bad. Claude's revelation only raised further questions. For starters, those who slither in the dark were, as far as Edelgard knew, the only faction in play currently studying time travel. And him being a time traveler didn't explain why Kronia had suddenly become so cooperative with him. And as long as he couldn't present evidence, it was just as likely that his whole story was a fabrication. I'm not satisfied, she told him. You need to tell me what your goals are. And I need to know where you got that code book from. If you'd simply stolen it from one of the people we fought last week, that's what you would have said, but you lied. How did you get it? I have a confidential source. Who? I can't tell you that. That would defeat the purpose of them being confidential. The night we met, you told me you had your own reasons for trusting me, Edelgard said. But what reasons do I have to trust you? Because I'm like you. I want to destroy the Noide people and Thales more than anything. For my own reasons. And sometimes, you have to cooperate with people to destroy them. Right, Edelgard. There was a hard gleam in his emerald eyes, a knowing and taunting smile in his voice. He tapped the side of his nose and winked. I'm afraid I can't let you in on the whole truth. Not yet, anyway. Not without jeopardizing everything I've been working for. Or everything I will be working for. Does Hilda know? She knows enough. Why aren't you keeping me in the loop? I don't take kindly to being used. You're not being used, Edelgard. I'm helping you get home, remember? We unravel the Noise plot, we stop whatever weird time things they're doing, we undo whatever left you and Hilda stranded here. Beyond that, I have my own goals, and since you'll be back in your home timeline, those goals are none of your concern. Just trust me when I say that I want to destroy the Noise and make Fodlan a better place, just like you do. The door to the training hall swung open and Ferdinand stepped in, dragging an extremely unwilling Linhard behind him. Come now, Linhard, just because Professor Hanneman cancelled our morning lecture and battalion drills is no reason to sleep in. Actually, it's every reason to sleep in, Linhard said. Nonsense. There is no reason to sleep in unless you are ill. Ferdinand pressed a hand to his forehead. I do not feel a fever. Besides, you'll need plenty of lance training if you want to pass that Holy Knight certification by the end of the term. I don't recall saying I wanted to pass it. Ferdinand noticed Edelgard. Oh. Speaking of people who should be sleeping in, Edelgard. Claude winked. Let's just keep this between us, shall we, he asked, making use of the distraction to saunter off. For now, Edelgard said, fuming as she watched him leave, powerless to stop him. Everything made just as much sense as before. Ferdinand. I'm feeling much better this morning, she said, holding back a cough. I should hope so. You do not feel dizzy or nauseous, do you? Ferdinand rushed to her side. With his would-be jailer distracted, Linhard started to slowly creep back toward the door. What were you talking to Claude about? Nothing, Edelgard said. Just small talk. You looked a bit upset. Well, you know Claude. He can be quite upsetting sometimes. Ferdinand laughed. That he can be, dear. Anyway, since you are here, there is something I would like to ask you. I am penning a letter to my father about this whole situation and imploring him to do the right thing and shut down Prince Anselm's coup. If you could write a letter of your own and send it with mine, the two of us might be able to save Adrestia. He sounded so wide-eyed and optimistic. And, honestly, I am stuck on mine and think you might have some suggestions to improve it. These are your brothers we are talking about, after all. He noticed Linhard slinking away. Linhard. No, he barked, dashing across the hall and tackling him to the floor. If you do not show some initiative now after 10 months of nothing, think of how poorly that would reflect on me, your house leader. That sounds like a you problem, not a me problem, Linhard said as Ferdinand dragged him to his feet. Oh, and one more thing, Ferdinand added once he'd led Linhard to the weapons rack and picked out a training lance for him. Edelgard, do you remember Constance von Novelli? No, Edelgard said. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I don't. She recalled the name Novelli, but in her world, House Novelli had completely collapsed and left no heirs that she knew of. The Viscounty of Novelli, which sat on the west coast of the empire nestled between the Bryanak Plateau and the Barony of Oaks, was now managed by House Oaks. Obviously, House Novelli must have been doing relatively well for itself in this world, considering that it apparently still existed. That is okay. I do not think you have seen her since you were 8, but we all used to be the best of friends. You know, before you returned from Ferdinand and our fathers decided we were to be wed, Constance and I, well, we each thought the other was the one. You were 12. And in love. I implored my father to arrange our marriage. However, he had other ideas. Her family seemed rather against it as well, sadly. Anyway, I received a letter from her just the other day, and was so busy that I did not have a chance to read it until last night, Ferdinand said. Constance has been offered the position of one of Prince Buckhart's consorts. And she is coming to Garreg Mach to rub the news in my face. She is due tomorrow evening. Tea tomorrow evening? Edelgard repeated, her mouth dry. Yes. Is something the matter? No, she said. I'm excited to see her after, how long has it been? 10 years. Honestly, I am quite surprised she has been allowed to accept the offer, Ferdinand said. As I understand it, House Novelli is very secretive and frowns upon its heirs marrying out of the house. But it was greatly diminished after the Brigid-Dada War, so I suppose they are abandoning their principles to be afforded more power and status. Anyway, I am happy for her. She shall know that. I will see to it that she knows that. He let out a laugh. He sounded quite uncomfortable. She has come here to gloat. She thinks I will be jealous. Ha! Me, jealous. You do sound a bit jealous, Linhard said. I am not, Ferdinand insisted. I am completely and entirely happy for her, because I am completely and entirely happy with my fiancé. Now, Edelgard, since you are here, do you want to grab a lance and help our friend Linhard graduate? Actually, there's another subject I'd rather study right now. This is for your own good, Linhard. Now let us go through the proper stance again. Edelgard used the opportunity to tutor Linhard, a frustrating situation if ever there was one, to drive from her head the terrifying thought that the new agent of those who slither in the dark had taken the form of a childhood friend of hers. And yet the thought remained in her mind, sitting upon her brain the way an imagined sleep paralysis goblin might sit on her chest in the middle of the night. Edelgard found Byleth later that day sitting in the middle of the frozen-over pond, her fishing rod suspended over a hole she'd cut in the ice, and couldn't help but smile at the sight of her professor doing everything she could to get her daily required dose of fishing in, no matter what. With careful steps, she embarked onto the ice, the snow crunching under her boots. Each step she took was slow and hesitant, until Byleth stood up from the stool she'd set down and all but glided over the ice to her. Careful there, she said, taking Edelgard by the waist. Those uniform boots don't have much traction. You'll slip. Thank you, Professor, Edelgard said. In the sunlight, Byleth's hair seemed luminous, and flecks of snow that had fallen onto the mint-green locks glittered and sparkled. Edelgard was shocked to notice 2 small pleats woven into her hair, framing her face, with thin red and white ribbons threaded into them. Your hair. Did Hilda do that for you? Byleth nodded. You like it? It's sweet. Edelgard smiled. I might have to tell my Byleth to do it, too. Thank you. Byleth led her to the hole and took a seat. Sorry, there's only one stool. Have you ever gone ice fishing? Oh, plenty of times. Granted, we had little time for recreation these past 5 years, but my Byleth promised me that next winter, we would put up an ice shanty over a lake and stay there for a weekend. It'd be cold. Not with her. Byleth looked away. Edelgard felt as though she'd just said something awkward. The two of them were silent until the line on her fishing rod jerked and she started reeling in her catch. A colorful trout emerged from the hole in the ice. Byleth slipped the hook out of its mouth and tossed the fish into a bucket. I don't feel so lonely when I'm fishing, she said. I understand. Edelgard peered into the bucket. Byleth had caught over half a dozen fish, all of them whoppers. Are you trying to catch enough to feed the entire monastery? No, just happy. Byleth cast her reel again. Giant monster cats like fish, right? I would hope so. How is Happy? Still in the guard tower. Dad has a few nights setting up a sandpit outside so she doesn't ruin the tower. I see. What have you been up to? Well, after last night, I've been concerned about Claude. Edelgard filled Byleth in on her conversations with Cronia and Claude. All the while, Byleth continued fishing. That's concerning, Byleth replied when she was done. But if it gets Cronia on our side and gets us the information we need, she shrugged. I know. It's just another thing we'll have to keep an eye on. I've also worked out the identity of my replacement. Constance von Novelli. She's an old friend of Ferdinand's. Byleth pursed her lips. And on top of that, Edelgard trailed off. What? Byleth asked, noting her silence with a concerned furrow of her brow. No, never mind. I can't ask you to. To what? To use your power. You said the other day that you couldn't control it anymore, so. You want to visit home, Byleth interrupted. Edelgard sighed. I do. Last week, I felt my world's Byleth turn back time again. I'm worried, she admitted, kneading her cold hands together. I'm afraid for her, for my friends. But if you can't control your power, then I shouldn't burden you. When I said I couldn't control it, Byleth said, I meant it happened on instinct. When Suthies was with me, she handled all the details. She'd even know how long I wanted to go back, like she could pluck it right out of my head. I see. All this time, you've been riding along as a passenger, and now you've been forced to take the reins yourself. That's a good way of putting it. Well, Edelgard said, I'm sorry to trouble you. No, I should try it, Byleth said. If I'm to use this power to protect you all, I need to master it. She took a deep breath. Let's fish for a little while longer. Then I'll go back, just before you stepped onto the ice. That should give you some time to catch up. Edelgard stayed at Byleth's side long enough for her to double the number of fish in her bucket. Byleth sighed. I'll have to catch all these fish again, she lamented. It'll be just as fun the second time, Edelgard assured her. She closed her eyes, bowed her head as though praying, and set down her rod, clasping her hands in her lap. Her brow furrowed, her teeth latched onto her lip. Edelgard could hear a low, strained hum slip between her teeth as her eyes squeezed shut even tighter. Professor, Edelgard said, if you strain yourself, you might. The world froze. This time, no Faechild appeared at Byleth's side, Suthi's absence was palpable. But though the color faded from the world around her, Byleth herself remained radiant and vibrant, awash in vivid color. The world burned away and Edelgard found herself in a different Garreg Mach. An older, more battered Garreg Mach, wearier and worn. The air was brisk, not cold, the blanket of snow that covered the eaves of the buildings and the walls of the monastery was thin and powdery, as though it was the first snow of the year. Perhaps it was. The body she found herself in was tired and the dull, omnipresent pain of dozens of scars upon scars greeted her like an old friend. She was sitting on the star terrace overlooking the courtyard with a warm mug of hot cocoa pressed into her hands. Edelgard greeted her counterpart with a polite clearing of her throat. Ahem. Ah. The other Edelgard jolted from shock, sending ripples through her drink. Oh, it's you. I guess there's no way to let me know you're here without surprising me. I suppose not, Edelgard said. I'm afraid I have some bad news. She told the other Edelgard what was happening to her family. When she had finished, the other Edelgard said nothing. Edelgard could feel her ribs curl around her heart. I can't believe it, she finally said, shaking her head. Berkey and Ansi. I mean, they didn't like each other, but, Edelgard could feel tears forming in her eyes at her counterpart's bidding. How could they do this to us? We hope things can still be resolved amicably, Edelgard said, choking down her counterpart's tears for her, but as time goes on, the battle lines seem to only become further entrenched. Burkhard and Anselm are collecting support from other nobles. Ferdinand and I are going to write letters to Duke Agir, but I'm pretty powerless compared to you, aren't I? The other Edelgard said. I've got some stupid castle somewhere in Arundel that I'm not even going to live in because House Agir has a bigger and nicer castle that Ferdinand's set to inherit, and but you have the Black Eagle strike force and a whole army behind you that treats you like a god. The other Edelgard sipped her cocoa and tried to choke it down. My family's a bunch of J-jerks, huh? Except Hetty and Paisky. And Joachim. And sometimes Heidi. I was so young when they passed away, Edelgard said, no longer sure who of the two of them was crying anymore. I held them in my heart as nothing less than angels and blamed myself for being too earthly, too corrupt, too sinful to follow them into the goddess embrace. Seeing them in your world, all too human. Disappointing, isn't it? The other Edelgard asked, sniffling and drying her eyes on her sleeve. Painful. Edelgard looked down into her mug. I'm sorry, Edelgard. The world, your world, is falling into chaos. When we fix this, you won't be able to go back to the lazy, carefree life you'd known. That life was ending anyway, the other Edelgard replied, somber. Except for when I was with Hilda, I felt pretty miserable at Gareg Mach. And I knew it was only a matter of time before I married Ferdinand, and he'd be, well, he's such a busybody. I hope you've helped him drag his head out of his ass a bit. Perhaps a little, Edelgard said. All the same, though, for all I've said about making a world where everyone can choose their own path, their own destiny, I've decided on the course of your life for you. Purely in reaction to the unfolding events, of course, but still, you'll return to your world set on a course you may not want. Excuse me, your majesty. The voice of Ladislava, the captain of Edelgard's personal guard, rang out across the terrace. I hope I'm not bothering you. Ladislava stood tall, perfectly composed and not at all surprised at the sight of her emperor speaking to herself, or at least making sure not to show it. She had a stern face that looked quite sour on a good day and spoke to her serious nature, framed with dirty blonde hair tied back in a severe bun. She'd been at Edelgard's side so often over the course of the war that some of the Black Eagle strike force considered her an unofficial member of the team. Her face bore the scars of battle, and her armored uniform hid dozens more. Not at all, Edelgard said as her counterpart took control of her legs and stood up. Ladislava towered over her even when she was at her tallest. Is something the matter? Shamir Neverend has just arrived from Goneril territory, Ladislava said. She's waiting in the reception hall. Should I bring her up? Shamir. Edelgard's ears perked up. As the swiftest of the former Knights of Syros, she'd frequently relied on Shamir as a scout. Byleth must have sent her ahead with news. But good news, or ill? No, we'll visit her. Hurry. She wasn't sure how much time she had left, but she knew it wouldn't be enough. Ladislava led her down the stairs and into the reception hall. Shamir leaned against one of the stone pillars that held up the towering ceiling, but snapped to attention when she caught sight of her employer. Lysithea was there as well, and though she certainly didn't have to bow to the Emperor, she did anyway. Lady Edelgard. Though she didn't bow or salute, Shamir retained her formal and rigid posture out of respect. Someone more vain or more obsessed with decorum than Edelgard might have taken offense. Ladi. Hi, Shami, Ladislava answered. So, is it just you, Shamir asked Edelgard, not missing a beat despite the telltale signs of a faint blush on her cheeks, or do you have our Edelgard with you? We're both here, Edelgard answered. Quickly, Shamir, I don't know how much time I have. What's going on at Shamhala? Byleth changed our plans at the last minute and led a small strike team into the stronghold through an alternate route, Shamir said. The infiltration took a lot longer than expected. It wasn't until last Friday that we managed to capture Thales and seize control of the Javelins of Light. Once we had that, it was a simple matter of busting down the front door and sending our main forces in. You captured Thales a week ago? Edelgard asked. Were there any complications? Shamir snorted. Complications? Besides being stuck in that hellhole for over a week, it went smoothly. When we found Thales, he was lying down on the floor in the citadel completely unconscious. We restrained him before he woke up and Hubert and Ferdinand warped him outside. They've taken him back to the Imperial Palace to rot in the dungeons. It can't have been that easy, Edelgard gasped in disbelief. She still recalled the other Hilda's testimony, an old man with a sword whip who had somehow gotten the jump on them and slaughtered them in the span of seconds, triggering Byleth's power. Wasn't there anything Thales could use to defend himself? Soldiers, magical weapons, technology. He did have something with him in the citadel. A giant metal and glass cylinder, Shamir said, with a man inside it. Guy looked tough. had a sword that looked just like the one Byleth used to use. It looked like he'd been trying to let him out before he lost consciousness. "That's it?" Lysithea asked. "You sound disappointed," Shamir said, and only someone who had known her deadpan manner of speaking for years could tell that she was making fun. Anyway, the real ordeal was seizing the rest of the city. Even with the citadel already under our control, they fought tooth and nail. We dug our heels in and fought for days. We've mostly eliminated the enemy forces, except for a few holdouts who've hidden away in the tunnels. Aside from a small occupying force, the rest of our army is back on the surface and the rest of the Black Eagle strike force is preparing to return here on their way to Inver. There's just the matter of the civilians." "Civilians?" Edelgard repeated. "What do you mean, civilians?" She had never thought that people, innocent people, had lived in Shamhala. "You know, people who aren't soldiers. We estimate there might have been 10,000 people living in there who weren't directly a part of the Agarthan military." When it became clear that we were winning, Shamir paused, her eyes tracing the intricate patterns of the tile floor. "Remember Fhirdiad." "I don't think any of us can forget," Lysithea said, shuddering. Edelgard set a hand on her shoulder. "So, Thal's men, did he burn them alive?" "His own people." Shamir shook her head. "No, worse than that. There was this noise throughout the city, like hearing an orchestra through a tin can. And a voice speaking over it, issuing instructions. The people stepped out of their front doors, laid down, and slit their throats. Just rows and rows of people, laid out like caskets, bleeding to death with smiles on their faces. We managed to save about 200 of them from forced compliance with their leader's orders. Now we're figuring out what to do with them." Aghast, Edelgard forced down a mouthful of air and struggled to regain her composure. Her counterpart was utterly dumbstruck. "Well, we have conquered Shamhala. The survivors are subjects of the Adrestian Empire now, and they shall be treated with all of the courtesy that affords them." She had dreamed of the day she would be able to say those words. "Figured as much." Lysithea took a deep, shuddering breath and leaned against Edelgard, resting her head on her shoulder. Edelgard could feel the fragile warmth running under her skin and her pulse flutter as the news sank in and held her closer. "It's over," Lysithea murmured. Edelgard ran her fingers gently through her hair. "Yes, it's over. In this world, anyway, it was over." She felt the fishhook dig into her soul again. "Thank you for your service, Shamir. I expect you and Byleth to compile a full report on the tactics we used to bring Shamhala under our control. There are other worlds than this one." Shamir gave her a curt nod. "Of course, Lady Edelgard." The world burst into flames and Edelgard woke up to find herself tucked snugly into her bed. Byleth must have carried her back to her room after she'd reset time. She was probably still fishing at the pond. Edelgard pulled herself out of bed. It was still early in the afternoon, the shadows hadn't begun to lengthen yet and sunlight still streamed through the open window. She had to admit, she felt much better. Thales was captured, those who slither in the dark had been crushed, and the remnants of Agartha in her world now belonged to Adrestia. Still, though, there was enough to feel uneasy about in this world. There was a heavy, angry knocking at her door. "Edelgard!" Hilda shouted out at her. "I know you're awake. Open the door." Edelgard opened the door. Hilda put her hands on her hips and glared at her. Her hair was a tangled mess of pink bedhead, her makeup smeared, her clothes rumpled. "What can I do for you, Hilda?" Edelgard asked. "You can warn me the next time you make Byleth use her powers," Hilda snarled. "Marianne had to drag me all the way back to my room and now I'm a mess. Anyway, I hope you had as much fun as I did back home. I was surrounded by traumatized mole people." Friday gave way to Saturday all too soon, and the arc of the sun from horizon to horizon plotted a course toward doom. Edelgard tried to pass her time, spending Friday afternoon helping Ferdinand pen his letters, the evening helping Byleth feed Happy, and the subsequent Saturday morning helping Raphael shovel snow from the walkways. In the afternoon, Annette invited her and whichever other blue lions she could drag out of the dormitory on a shopping trip, and though spirits were high and the sunlight danced and sparkled on the fresh snow that had fallen overnight, a grim pallor only Edelgard could sense hung over the world. "Oh, where should we go first? Annette asked her classmates. The bakery? The boutique? There's a jewelry store in the town square. It's all the same to me, Ingrid said. Why did you drag me along to this? Felix grumbled to Sylvain. Because we've all had a shit week, Sylvain answered him. I mean, hell, your father was just arrested by the Knights of Syros, wasn't he? What? Ingrid gasped. Felix, is that true? He hasn't been arrested, Edelgard said. From what I hear, they're just questioning him about Cornelia. Annette's smile suddenly looked twice as fake and uneasy. Word of Cornelia's actions the other night had spread quickly, albeit inaccurately, and she was undoubtedly worrying for Mercedes' well-being. No, he's been arrested. I made sure to tip them off, Felix said. He sounded and looked almost smug. You, had the Knights arrest your dad? Raphael asked, puzzled. How could you do that? Ingrid asked, shocked and appalled. As a self-proclaimed moral center of the group, she took it upon herself to model outrage for everyone else. After everything he's done for us. I've overheard some weird conversations between him and Glenn, Felix answered coolly. Conversations that make me think he's up to something. Anyway, if he's innocent, then he's got nothing to hide, and the Knights will let him go. Simple as that. Remind me never to get on your bad side, Sylvain said with a nervous laugh. So, how about the boutique? You girls need to get ready for spring, and us guys could help you pick out outfits. I hear he fainted yesterday afternoon while they were questioning him. Felix scoffed. For all his bluster, to think the old man would be so weak. He fainted? Edelgard asked, a chill running up her spine. Yesterday afternoon. Cronia's words echoed in her head. Sometimes he gets horrible headaches. Sometimes he faints. He's more vulnerable than you think he is. Who else got horrible headaches and fainted on occasion? Had Cronia been suggesting that? That's disgusting, Felix, Ingrid snapped. Your own father. If you knew him like I do, you wouldn't speak so highly of him. First Dimitri, now Lord Frildarius. You don't hold anything sacred, do you, Felix? Should I? Tell me you at least still believe in the goddess. The boutique. Yeah. Let's go. Annette interrupted. Great idea, Sylvain. She grabbed Ingrid by the wrist and tried to pull her and Felix apart. There's an Almiran merchant on the edge of town, Edelgard suggested, that I've been curious about. He sells fine silks, I hear. Almiran fashion. Sylvain arched his eyebrows. I mean, I'll try anything once, he said, his thoughts no doubt turning to the stories he'd read about exotic princesses and belly dancers clad in nothing but golden jewelry and gossamer silks so sheer that they were almost as transparent as glass. Can't imagine he gets many customers right here in the heart of Fodlan. We should make his day. As the boiling tension between Ingrid and Felix cooled to a simmer, Edelgard led the class away from the town square. The route she took still showed signs of the beast attack earlier that week, deep claw marks in the cobblestones, the occasional hastily shuttered window and newly sheathed roofs and holes patched in the walls. Almiran fashion is catching on in Derdriu, actually, Ignatz spoke up. But only among the new rich. The old money, the noble houses, are the ones who do all the fighting at Fodlan's throat, so they think wearing the clothes of the enemy is a bit, gauche. Do you live in Derdriu? Annette asked him. Ignatz shook his head. No, but my parents visit the markets there about twice a year. I'd love to see it someday. All the cities and towns up north are pretty much glorified fortresses. It gets old every once in a while. Sometimes you want to see a place that doesn't remind you of fighting. A fortress is the last thing Derdriu is. It's right on the ocean, Ignatz said. And I mean right on the ocean. You know how the Great Bridge of Myrden was built over the Ermid River? They did the same thing with Derdriu. And on the outskirts, you have houses built on stilts right on the shoreline, and you can go fishing off the back porch. It's a beautiful place. My parents are planning to retire there one day. Sounds like heaven for our professor, Sylvain said. Hey, you know what would be nice? When we all graduate, instead of going our separate ways right away, we go on a big trip across Fodlan. We can visit Derdriu, Inver, Fodlan's Fangs, Lake Tutates, Fherdiad. Who knows? We might even run into Flane and Seath somewhere out there. That sounds like a great idea, Raphael said. Can my sister come along with us? The class arrived at the home of Claude's spy. Edelgard knocked on the door. Nader was a sly and shrewd man both on the battlefield and off it, but if she was lucky, perhaps she would be able to wring some answers about Claude's mysterious behavior out of him. Nader greeted them at the door. It was amazing how much a simple pair of glasses and a change in posture could disguise a man. While he didn't have Edelgard fooled in the slightest, no one else would dare to suspect this man of being anything but a humble merchant, let alone the legendary general who had led hundreds of attacks on Fodlan's Locket. Good afternoon, sir, Edelgard said. We heard you sell Almiran silks. Ah, Fodlan children. Come in, he replied, slipping into his ridiculous fake accent and leading the class inside. My name is Benam, and I am silk seller and tailor. You are interested, yes? Almiran clothes big hit in Leicester. No one will admit it, though. They only buy silk for their summer underwear, ha. Sorry, but it's not pronounced Leicester, sir, Ignatz said. It's more like Leicester. You Fodlaners have strange language. So many words where you only say half the letters. Sylvain examined a wooden mannequin torso draped in blue and green silks that shimmered like the ocean on a summer day. So, is this what the women wear in Almira? He asked. Is men's fashion, Nader answered. You like? You try. Go into back room, put it on. Ingrid held back a laugh at the splotch of red that had spread on Sylvain's face all the way to the tips of his ears. Well, Felix said, nudging him in the side, why don't you try it on? You should try it on, Felix, Annette said, and now it was his turn for his face to turn red. Just imagine dancing in that. Nader seized on that. You are dancer. He came around to Felix's side. Almiran dancing is most exciting dancing in world. I teach you a few moves, yes. Felix crossed his arms. Edelgard's the dancer here. Ask her. Edelgard could tell that Nader was having the time of his life. Sure, she said. While the rest of her classmates examined Nader's wares, Edelgard joined him in the back room. I was waiting for you to show up, Nader said, straightening his shoulders and taking off his glasses. So, how's Happy? Is she still a cat? Unfortunately, yes, Edelgard said, but she's quite tame. Praise the gods for small miracles, he replied. She was a good house guest for a few days, at least. Pleasant enough company. We're looking into a way to change her back. With any luck, we'll find something soon. I hope the knights haven't been scrutinizing you over harboring her. No, I had just the right sob story for them. He slipped back into his parody accent. I have lovely daughter, Nasreen. 5 years ago, I lose her in war. This girl shows up at my door, is spitting image of my dear Rosette, does not say no when I call her Nasreen. How could poor Benam know she was fugitive Happy? As far as I knew, my desert rose had returned. I had never been happier. Edelgard laughed. You're having a lot of fun with this. When Prince Khalid suggested this plan to me, I was skeptical. But this is the most fun I've had since my daughter came up to my knee. But you're not just here to wring amusement out of the locals. Of course not. It's just a perk of the job. He grinned. Now, Your Highness, why don't I show you a few moves you can impress your friends with? You were serious about that? Of course. He took her by the arms and began to guide her through the unfamiliar steps of a foreign dance. So, Lady Edelgard von Hresvelg, Prince Khalid tells me we have fought twice on the field of battle. He told you I was a time traveler. He did. So, we have fought. Have I been defeated? Of course not, Edelgard said. Almirans had a very different definition of defeat. To them, surviving a battle and running to fight another day was a form of victory in itself, and one was only defeated when one was unable to get back up and try again tomorrow. Of course not, Nader the undefeated. You live up to your name. Ah. I await the opportunity to return to the battlefield. Is that why you're here? She asked. Nader gave her a very Claude-like wink. Why else would I be here? Edelgard figured he must have been serving as not only an observer but a liaison of sorts between Claude and the Almiran army on the other side of Fodlan's throat. He had been preparing for the oncoming attack on Gareg Mach in his own way, mustering his own military in secret. But why keep it a secret from his allies in the Time Squad? For the same reason he kept his knowledge of the future and his interactions with Kronia secret. Well, she said, I hope that when the fighting breaks out, we won't find ourselves on opposite sides. Sending you home with your tail between your legs is getting boring. A wide grin split Nader's face, stretching the scars that ran across his cheek and the bridge of his nose. I don't think you need to worry about that, Your Highness. After an eventful and, dare she say it, fun afternoon in town, Edelgard returned to the monastery, wary of the sun's motions overhead. But she had barely gotten past the gatekeeper before realizing that she was out of time. Oh. Edelgard, darling, there you are. Ferdinand called out, crossing the great hall with long, excited strides. He was beaming. Following behind him was a woman who recognized Edelgard at first glance, though Edelgard didn't recognize her. She had a sharp face that called to mind a mink or a fox, decorated with a haughty smile curling her red lips and cunning gleam in her violet eyes. Blonde hair fell to her chin in tight, ornate curls. She wore an ornate dress in layers of teal and salmon pink, gaudy and ostentatious. The rest of the Blue Lions went on ahead, leaving Edelgard trapped with Ferdinand and his guest. I wondered when you would return. Constance and I have been waiting for you, Ferdinand said. Constance, you do remember Edelgard, don't you? Oh, of course, Constance said. I could never forget my old, dear friend Edelgard. You have gotten so. She looked Edelgard up and down. Well. I did think you would be taller. She laughed, and it was the most dominating laugh Edelgard had ever heard. It aggressively filled the room, pushing everything else aside. It's a pleasure to meet you again, Constance, Edelgard said, offering her a polite curtsy. Oh, the pleasure is all mine. I take it Ferdinand has told you the news? While I won't be officially a Hresvelg, I am so excited to call you my sister-in-law. Likewise, Edelgard said. I thought you weren't arriving until sunset. Well, I had expected to arrive in the evening, but in the last stretch, the horses simply flew across the roads. Constance's smile widened, and Edelgard saw knives behind it and felt a familiar sting in her eye. Loving the eye patch, by the way, darling, it is so distinguished. You look like quite the warrior princess. But I hear you are a lovely painter. Oh. Perhaps you could paint me tomorrow? I am so excited. I just want to spend all the time in the world with you. That sounds wonderful, Edelgard said against every survival instinct in her psyche. I can't wait. Why wait? We can start right now. Where do you typically paint your subjects? How about the Black Eagle's common room, right under the banners? Constance talked a mile a minute. Constance, my friend, Ferdinand interjected, you should settle yourself in. We can talk more at supper. And perhaps you would like to meet this year's Black Eagles class as well. Would I? I hear it is quite an eccentric collection you have this year. And you as head of the house. Oh, and I hear some of the other Hresvelgs are here as well. Are Joachim and Heidi Marie among them? I attended this very academy with them, you know. We are great friends. I shall inform them of your arrival, Ferdinand said. Make sure all your things are in order and we shall meet in the dining hall at sundown. Wonderful idea, my friend, Constance said, and she finally left. Edelgard crossed her arms. So, she said once Constance was well out of earshot. She was the one. I must go, Ferdinand said, hurrying down the hall. Edelgard didn't get much farther before Hubert stopped her. Lady Edelgard, he said, bowing. We have a problem. I know, she said. The new agent has arrived. We have two problems, he clarified. Edelgard felt the bottom drop out of her stomach. What's the second problem? Claude has set Kronia free. He what? Hubert looked over his shoulder to see if anybody could overhear. His voice came out as a snake-like hiss. Thankfully, he has handed her over to the Knights of Syros. Captain Gerald has her detained. Her story is that Glenn has been lost in the catacombs for a week, which I suppose is true, from a certain point of view. However, this course of action makes me uneasy. Apparently, she's ready to cooperate as long as we keep her safe from Thales and Dimitri, but to say the least, I do not trust her in the slightest. Nor Claude. I'd like to hope that my pastries did the trick, Edelgard said to him, but I doubt it. She sighed. I'll deal with this later. Do the Knights of Syros have Thales, or rather, Rodrigue detained as well? He is in the infirmary with guards posted at the door. Apparently, he collapsed yesterday afternoon during his interrogation. Hubert allowed a dark smile to cross his face. Would that I could have been the one to cause it. I need to speak to him. Is that wise? No, but it's very important. I have a theory about his true nature that I need to confirm. Hubert nodded. I understand. Hopefully, he won't try anything with the knights breathing down his neck. He followed her through the courtyard upstairs to the infirmary. Out of curiosity, what is this theory you have, Lady Edelgard? Not one I want to believe, she said. But I may have no choice in the matter. I'm beginning to suspect that Thales is, like me. You mean? They reached the door. There were 2 guards standing watch. Excuse me, Edelgard said. Can I speak to Rodri Lord Frildarius? The 2 guards looked at each other, and then to her. No, one said. Sorry, Your Highness, but this is a church affair. Captain Gerald sent me, she said. The 2 guards looked at each other again. Are you sure? The other said. Ask him yourself. Neither of the guards wanted to disobey an order from their captain, so without further ado they opened the door and allowed her to pass. Stay out here, Hubert, she said, putting a hand to his chest as he stepped forward with her. Lady Edelgard. It's a personal matter, Hubert. Hubert frowned. His gaze slid off of her like oil on water. I cannot allow you to do that, Your Highness. You can and you will, Edelgard said. She knew that if Thales was being held captive, there would be wards in the room to keep him from using any magic to harm others or mount an escape attempt. Sure enough, as soon as she stepped over the threshold, she felt an invisible weight descend on her shoulders, soft but firm. It felt as though her sinuses had become clogged, except instead of in her nose, it was in wherever she pulled magic from, which wasn't an exact spot in her body she could pinpoint. She felt it all over. The door closed behind her. Lady Edelgard von Hresvelg, Thales said. In his guise as Rodrigue, he laid on one of the cots, his wrists and ankles in shackles. Long chains snaked from the shackles to the bed's 4 feet, slack enough that he could move somewhat freely but short enough that he couldn't leave. What brings you here? Perhaps it was you who filled my second son's head with lies, and you are here to gloat. Hello, Thales, Edelgard said. You're a long way from home now, aren't you? He grinned. I could say the same about you, my dear niece. El. Edelgard felt as though the floor beneath her feet had fallen away from her and had to force herself to stand tall. Memories of pain flooded her body and mind, sounds of screams. Before her, wearing a different face, was the architect of her pain, the very same man that had made her into a weapon against the world. I started to piece it together in Fherdiad, Thales said. You were just too, you. Headstrong, stubborn, principled, indomitable. He licked his lips. Even before then, I could feel it, I could smell it. My dear and darling Flame Emperor. How are you enjoying your new life? Edelgard swallowed the growing lump in her throat as surreptitiously as possible. I've made do, she said. Such an easy life you were given. You could have spent the rest of it doing nothing at all, you know. Lazing around, slacking off, growing fat and happy with your idiot husband. Being as ordinary as a princess could be. This could have been a vacation. But instead, you had to follow the same path as before. A path that led you, Thales smiled. To me. Again. Oh, this is delicious. I just can't be happy, Edelgard said, as long as the 2 of us share a world. But that won't be for very long. Your counterpart in my world has been captured. Shamhala and the last remnants of Agartha belong to the Adrestian Empire. And once we set this right, I will have the pleasure of seeing you defeated for the second time. Thales laughed. It was a dark, slow laugh that bubbled up from his chest and burst from his mouth in a rising torrent, a wicked and spine-chilling cackle that seemed to turn the air cold. I suppose you are laboring under the delusion that your step-brother will choose you over me and decide to rip my head from my shoulders for you. He's slipping farther from your grasp every day. So you think. But blood is thicker than water, and the bloodlines of Frildarius and Bladdid are deeply entwined. Do you know how long I've been in this timeline, this Fodlan Alpha, setting my pieces about the board and planning my strategies? Do you think I would leave anything to chance, or the machinations of a foolish little girl with delusions of grandeur? You speak with quite a lot of confidence, Edelgard said, for someone who has already been defeated once. Need I repeat myself? In our world, Shamhala has fallen. Your army has been routed. Your special weapons have been seized. The citizens of your city who refused to kill themselves on your orders are now citizens of my empire. Everything you once had in our world belongs to me now, Thales. And now I need only root you out of this one. Our world is immaterial, Thales said. I've already written it off as a lost cause, for now at the very least. Fodlan Beta, the temporal researchers here call it. Because, chauvinistic as they are, they cannot conceive of it as anything other than a pale imitation of this timeline. There may be truth behind that. Perhaps our world sprung from this one like a branch off of an oak tree's trunk, or you and I are but bubbles of froth on the crest of the wave of reality. Who can say besides the fell star? So, knowing your defeat was inevitable, Edelgard reasoned, you ran and hid in this one, and set yourself up to avoid repeating the same mistakes as last time. Thales' grin widened. Oh, yes, he said, but when I am finished here, my vengeance will sweep through your world like the nuclear fires that once bathed this planet and turned the desert sands to glass. And should I, by some miracle, fail here, I shall simply move on to the next world. Perhaps in the next world, I will make Claude von Regan the instrument of my will instead, and when I seize that world in my jaws and swallow it whole, I will wreak my vengeance on this one, and then yours. Edelgard laughed. I see now. You're utterly delusional. Defeat has clearly addled your mind, dear uncle. To think I ever feared you. You lie, Thales hissed. I cannot help but notice how close to the door you stand, dear niece. He rattled a length of the chain binding his left arm. Are you worried that these chains may reach farther than you've estimated? Or that perhaps you will need to make a speedy exit in case the wards fail to contain my magic? It's because your stench is simply that revolting. Edelgard offered him a patronizing smile. I have said my piece. By the time you are released, your plans will lay in ruins not just in our world, but this one as well. She reached behind herself for the doorknob. Before you go, a parting thought, my dear El, he said. The past is immutable, is it not? What has happened, and the consequences for changing those things are dire. Now, ask yourself, what if your future is someone else's past? Is not your future just as set in stone as your past, then? And ask yourself, if the future is as unchangeable as the past, then does fate not reign supreme? Edelgard twisted the knob. Her breath pooled in her lungs. She could feel her own heartbeat pound against the back of her skull like a hammer in time with the dull throb behind her eye patch. Her eye screamed silently in its socket. Then what good is it to defy one's fate? There is but one destiny, one summit to the mountain, one apex of the world, and all roads lead to it. Just as gravity pulls all things to the ground, so too does fate pull all things toward it. My flame emperor, you will serve me yet. That path was decided for you the day the last of your siblings perished. Even now, you still walk down it. Even now, we still own you, body and soul. Thales, Edelgard replied, armoring herself against his words, I wonder how you feel, being pulled from one world to another again and again by the whims of your hated fell star. She stormed out of the infirmary and slammed the door behind her. Even with the door, thick and opaque as it was, separating her from him, she could still feel Thales' eyes drilling into the back of her head, penetrating her skull and leaching its poison into her brain. There had been far too much confidence in his tone for his words to be mere bluster, and even if he was completely mad, his rhetoric had the strength of a frightening conviction. Her parting shot, by comparison, felt less cutting and less cathartic with each passing second. "Are you finished in there?" one of the guards asked. "I'm finished with him," she said flatly, taking off down the hall. Hubert followed her, tailing her like a living shadow. "Lady Edelgard." "I'm fine," she snapped. Her heart was still racing. Despite her best intentions, Thale's eerie calm had broken her resolve. The sun was beginning to set and the sky was turning a dusky purple. The day was ending, though it ended quite early in the middle of winter. Edelgard stood with Byleth outside the dormitories as the darkening clouds gathered overhead and wisps of snowfall fluttered from the heavens. As the sun cast its dying orange light over the horizon, tinting the snow a dull amber, Geralt approached them with Cronia in hand. The latter, wearing her disguise as Glenfril Darius, had her hands bound behind her back and Geralt's rough and calloused hand threateningly close to her neck. "Are you sure about this, my teacher?" Edelgard asked Byleth as Geralt and Glen approached them. Byleth nodded. "We have to seize the opportunity. If things go south, I'll fix it." "Glen," Edelgard said to Cronia, "I wish I could trust you as much as Claude seems to. Are you really going to tell Dimitri the truth?" "Don't you worry, Edel," Cronia said, a frail grin disguising her worry. "Squire's honor. I promise to tell the whole truth to Dimitri and nothing but the truth. But only if you promise that Thales won't ever lay a hand on me again. And, of course, that I won't be harmed when sweet little Dee inevitably flies into a homicidal rage upon learning the truth." "Of course," Byleth said. "I can't let any of my students die. Not even you." Cronia let out a sharp and mocking laugh. "Oh, you're serious?" She laughed even harder. "No matter what you are, you've been my student for the past 4 months, Byleth retorted. "I can't say you've been a good student, or a polite student, or a positive influence on the class in any way. But you're still a student." "Oh, you. Oh, Felstar. I never thought the enemy of my people would be so funny. Okay. I'll tell him that Rodrigue caused the tragedy of Duscur. That ought to be enough." Cronia took a deep breath. "If we all die tonight, I'll pull myself out of my grave, find yours, dig you all up, and desecrate your corpses." Snow crunched in the distance, and a hush fell over the lawn as Dimitri and Didu approached them. Didu lowered the hood of his cloak. Dimitri held his fur coat tighter around his shoulders. "It is a lovely day," Dimitri said. "No one will mind if I leave my room to simply stretch my legs, right, Didu?" "Hello, Edelgard. You said you had something to tell me." His gaze drifted to Cronia. "Glen. What are you doing with them?" Didu squinted at Cronia, his cold eyes scrutinizing her. "It's actually Glen," Edelgard said, "who wanted to tell you something." Dimitri raised his snowy eyebrows. "Try not to take this personally, Your Majesty," Cronia said. Her eyes darted back and forth. "But I have something to tell you. Something to tell you about my so-called father." Geralt jabbed an elbow into her rib as though to say, "Get on with it." Cronia looked over Dimitri's shoulder. "Archbishop Rhea," she gasped. A pure white light blazed forth across the lawn. All heads turned toward it. Silhouetted by light as bright and silver as the full moon was the unmistakable form of Archbishop Rhea, her flowing vestments and ornate headdress identifiable at the slightest glance. Catherine followed at her side. Dimitri's jaw set. He seemed to be trying very hard not to growl. "Rhea," Geralt growled, a stern glare in his eyes. He looked to Byleth, brow furrowing with worry. "I've got a better idea," Cronia said. "Fuck this." Geralt grabbed her before she could run away. Edelgard felt her pulse sing in her ears. Her tongue cleaved to the roof of her mouth. Rhea spoke. "Oh, young Edelgard. And Professor Byleth. I was just coming to collect you." There was a hunger in her eyes, her lips parted and curled upward in a vacuous grin. Edelgard half expected her to start salivating. So what Cardinal Aelfric told me was indeed true. That hair, those eyes. My dear Byleth, my darling, the goddess has indeed manifested within you. This is a sight I have longed to see for years. Can we help you, Your Holiness? Didu asked, laying a hand on Dimitri's shoulder to calm him. It is nice to see you and His Highness safe and sound, Rhea told him, but I have no business with you two tonight. Byleth, Edelgard, you are both coming with me. Coming where? Byleth asked. Somewhere special, Rhea said. Somewhere holy. The answer sent a chill up Edelgard's spine. Archbishop Rhea, with all due respect, Edelgard said, it is getting late. Perhaps we can go there Sunday morning. Evil is afoot, Rhea said. It stalks this very monastery. The preparations have been made and I cannot wait a single night more. Catherine stepped forward, as though she knew exactly what Rhea would order her to do next. Byleth. Edelgard. Come with me, Rhea said, reaching out and beckoning them both forward with a crook of her finger. There is nothing to fear. This is a joyous occasion, my children. Step forward. I shall hear no argument. Bullshit you won't, Gerald said, stepping in front of his daughter. You aren't taking her away from me again. His hand fell to his side and found the hilt of his sword. Rhea's gaze fixed on his hand. You would raise your sword against the church? You, Captain Geralt, of all people? I gave you life. For decades you brought the punishment of the goddess to heretics. Would you really be so foolish as to call that same punishment down upon yourself? Captain, Catherine said, reaching for Thunderbrand's hilt, don't do this. Step back and put your hands at your side. She looked shaken, pallid in the glow from the light Rhea had conjured, and her voice came out far weaker than she'd likely intended. Rank doesn't matter. If you defy Lady Rhea, I'll. If you touch her or L, Dimitri said, ripping Didu's hand from his shoulder and stepping forward, I will kill you both where you stand. There was a flash of boundless fury in Rhea's emerald eyes as her head jerked in his direction and her withering gaze focused on him. Would you care to repeat that, young Bladdid? Need I remind you that the Archbishop herself lends her grace to the holy kingdom of Faerghus, and its kings serve at my pleasure. Dimitri's fists were clenched so hard that rivulets of blood dripped from his knuckles and left blossoms on the darkening snow. I said, he growled through gritted teeth, if you so much as touch my professor, I will tear your wicked head from your shoulders. Dimitri, calm down, Edelgard said. She doesn't mean to hurt us. I'm sorry, Archbishop, she said to Rhea. Dimitri is sick, he's feverish, he shouldn't be out. It is true, Didu said, grabbing Dimitri and pulling him back. His Highness has been hallucinating all day. I humbly apologize for his conduct. He offered Rhea a deep bow, then gave Dimitri a gentle nudge to remind him to bow. Dimitri simply kept scowling. He really doesn't mean it, your holy Archbishopness, Kronia stammered, paralyzed by the baleful aura of the Immaculate One like a mouse cornered by an adder. He'll apologize tomorrow when he's not running a fever. I swear. A fraught silence descended upon the lawn. Dimitri and Geralt were not yielding, but neither was Rhea. The thread of apocalyptic bloodshed filled the air with an electric tingle. Edelgard saw Byleth close her eyes and take a deep breath, gathering her thoughts and concentrating on calling forth Suthi's power. Archbishop Rhea. Archbishop Rhea. Alois' voice, deafening as the tolling of the cathedral's bells, bludgeoned the silence to death. All heads turned to him as he stumbled through the snow. And Catherine, and Captain Geralt, too. I've got to tell you. What is it? Rhea asked, her demands momentarily forgotten. I am afraid it will have to wait. I am in the middle of something of the utmost importance. Seath and Flane just showed up at the front gates, Alois gasped, catching his breath. They're both hurt. Badly. What? Rhea hissed, her composure broken, and for an instant, Edelgard swore she could see talons sprouting from the tips of her fingers and scales blossoming on her brow. Take me to them at once. She glanced at Geralt. Captain, this is not over between us. We shall continue this conversation in the morning. Catherine, see to it that he and Professor Eisner do not leave this monastery's walls. Catherine put on a grim face. I'm sorry, Captain, she said. So am I, Geralt said. As soon as Rhea's back was turned, Kronia took off in the opposite direction, kicking up plumes of snow with every step as she ran across the snowy field. Hey! Edelgard shouted out, giving chase. Catherine let her go, though Byleth and Geralt had no choice but to stay behind. Kr Glen. Glenn, come back here. As the last sliver of the setting sun dipped below the monastery's walls and darkness flooded Garreg Mach, Edelgard followed the heavy footprints in the snow Kronia left in her wake, following them across the grounds of the officers' academy. Hours seemed to pass as she gave chase, until the trail led her up to the monastery's ramparts. A bitter northern wind howled over the walls, blistering cold and setting on Edelgard's cheek like needles as she came closer and closer to Kronia. Kronia, stop running, Edelgard called out as soon as she caught sight of the faint trace of her silhouette against the darkening sky. She lit a fire in her palm to light her way. What about our promise? You and your time idiots promised to keep me safe from Thales and Dimitri, Kronia said, shivering in the cold, not from her. Fuck this. You know that thing can turn into a giant dragon, don't you? Yes, Kronia, I know, Edelgard said, but if we stand together, even the Immaculate One is only a mere mortal. Come back to us. You need to tell Dimitri the truth. I won't allow you to run from this. Kronia kept running. Edelgard kept pursuing her across the monastery walls. The cold seeped into her hands under her gloves and her feet in her boots, stinging her skin and biting her bones. Streams of her breath froze in the air and left an ephemeral trail in her wake. At last, after what had seemed an eternity, Edelgard closed the gap between herself and Kronia again. Fire flickered in her hand, casting half of the face of Glenn Frildarius in vivid chiaroscuro but also revealing a towering cloaked figure beside her and the glint of steel. A sharp scream was cut short and Kronia fell from the edge of the ramparts, limp as a ragdoll. No. Edelgard hurled the fireball she'd conjured at the cloaked figure. It went wide. For an instant, there was a flicker of detail on the cloaked figure's face, but it was too fleeting, and the face was consumed by the shadow of its hood too quickly for any detail to register. The cloaked figure raised a finger to its shadowy face where its lips might have been and melted into the darkness, vanishing without a trace before she could catch up to it. Chapter 27, Web of Subterfuge. Edelgard cursed her foolishness. This was all Claude's fault for releasing Kronia. His confidence, his so-called collaboration with his future self, his secrecy, all of it had led to the death of a key figure to their plans. Who would tell Dimitri the truth now? Who else would he accept it from? If she'd suspected him of being a double agent before, now she was almost certain of it. She had to get back to Byleth and have her turn back time. The snow was falling faster and thicker now, and she had to be careful descending the stone staircase lining the inner side of the monastery wall. One misstep, one slip of her boot against the slick snow under her feet, and she might crack her skull open like an egg against the stone. As she held her fur cloak tighter around her shoulders, a gust of wind hurled a flurry of icy needles into her face, a crust of white snow dyed her hair. The snow was coming down so thickly that the whole world outside seemed to be draped in a bridal veil. She wished she'd kept a clearer record in her memory of the weather in her world at this time. After over 5 years, she'd forgotten about this blizzard altogether. If she'd been better prepared to relieve her past, she'd have seen it coming, but who in any world could prepare for this? Through the veil and snow was a flicker of white light, and the glint of mint-green hair that shone like polished steel in the light. Edelgard. Byleth called out. Professor. Edelgard lit a flame of her own and held it aloft. I'm here. The distant light came closer, and Byleth emerged from the darkness, her cloak and jacket glazed with frost. An orb of light as silver as the full moon sat in her hand. Gerald was close behind, holding a torch in his hand. Where's Kronia? Byleth asked. Dead, Edelgard answered. I saw someone push her off the ramparts. What? I'm sorry, Professor. I'd nearly caught up to her, when someone in a dark cloak appeared and threw her over the side. Kronia may not be human, but the walls of Garreg Mach are so tall, and I don't believe even she could come out of a fall from that height unscathed. And with the weather worsening on top of that. Shit, Gerald said. With this storm getting worse, we probably won't even find her body until spring. Damn it. Well, let's go, we don't have a moment to lose. Catherine's not happy we ran off after you. Kid, give me a light and follow my lead. The entrance to the catacombs isn't far. He led Byleth and Edelgard away. The flame capping his torch sputtered and sparked as the thickening snowfall lighted on it. For a while, They made no sound except for the crunching of the snow under their boots, and as the veil of snow falling around them thickened and the wind came howling over the walls of the monastery, distant torch and lantern lights winked in and out of view, some vanishing in the distance, others drawing nearer. "Professor," Edelgard said. Byleth clenched her jaw, her face grim. White clouds hissed through her gritted teeth. She didn't look that much unlike Felix, or even Dimitri. "Is something wrong?" Edelgard asked. "Not much farther now," Gerald said. A fiery light blazed in the darkness. Byleth and Gerald both noticed it first. Edelgard couldn't see the light until it had fallen out of her blind spot. "Damn it! Run!" Gerald hissed. Edelgard felt his hand curl around her collar and yank her back just as a plume of snow struck her in the face, momentarily blinding her. As her vision cleared, she saw flash melted snow hiss and sizzle as it fell on the radiant umbral steel of Thunderbrand. Gerald drew his sword, twisted it between the blade of Thunderbrand and one of the sharp prongs protruding from its side, and nearly wrenched it from Catherine's grip. The flickering of fire created deep, skeletal hollows on Catherine's face as she gritted her teeth and forced Gerald back. Catherine hadn't come alone. Half a dozen knights, armed with swords and lances, circled them. "Captain," she said, "put down your sword. You're better than this." The way her brow furrowed, she looked more sad than upset. "Why would you want to run away from Lady Rhea like this?" "If you knew the things I did," Gerald answered, spitting through his teeth, "you'd be running, too." "Then I'm glad I don't know the things you do, Captain," she said. "Professor," she said to Byleth, "you don't have to go with him just because he's your father. Come back with us. Whatever Lady Rhea wants with you, it's the highest honor she can bestow." Edelgard conjured a fireball and lobbed it at the nearest snowdrift, filling the air with a plume of wet, hot steam that engulfed the knights. At the same moment, Byleth raised her hand and a flash of silver light lanced through the air and struck Catherine in the chest, knocking her off her feet. In 3 swift moves, Gerald disarmed one of the knights and knocked 2 more unconscious with their comrade's lance. "Nothing personal, Emma, Roberto, Apolli," he grunted as he, Byleth, and Edelgard moved on. "Sorry, Catherine. Dad stuff. You wouldn't understand." The 3 of them hurried off before Catherine could pick herself back up and managed to slip into the catacombs. The dark and winding corridors closed in on them, bones flickering and writhing in the light. "I'm beginning to hate this place," Gerald said, finding an alcove to sit down and rest in. "But we'll just have to lay low here for a little bit." The 3 of them settled in for the night. "Professor," Edelgard whispered, drawing close to Byleth, "you need to turn back time." Byleth shook her head. "What do you mean?" "I've been trying," she said. Her voice sounded hollow. "I've been trying since Rhea appeared, but it's not coming. It came so easily when I saw Happy attack you, and I could do it yesterday afternoon," but her chest heaved. "It's not happening." "Professor." Edelgard put a hand to her shoulder, though her shoulder was not her first choice. She'd had to resist the urge with all her might to put it on her thigh. "I know you can do it. Suthies gave you everything of hers because you had the strength deep down to call upon it. It was not a matter of faith. She knew you, inside and out, and in knowledge, there is no need for faith." She wondered if, in her world as well, Byleth had had to struggle to relearn how to use the power she had been given. "I know you, too, Byleth, and so I don't have to believe that you can do this. If you cannot believe in yourself, then believe in me." Byleth looked pained, but a slight smile tugged at her lips. "I had to do this in your world, too, didn't I?" Edelgard nodded. "And you didn't have my help that time." She took Byleth's hands and curled her fingers around them. They were warm. "Try." Byleth squeezed her eyes shut, bowed her head, and clenched her jaw. Edelgard saw a spark of fire beneath her skin leaping through her veins, and the world came to a halt. The world that replaced this one was soft, warm, and dark. Edelgard realized that she was asleep and envied her counterpart for being so untroubled by her dreams that she could sleep so well even when she was alone. Time crawled by, minutes passed, and for every beat of her heart Edelgard counted another heartbeat backward. How many heartbeats had it been since Kronia had been killed? How many heartbeats back would Byleth have to go? The question swirled and danced in Edelgard's mind, the way thoughts often became trapped in slow, sluggish vortices when one was falling asleep. She felt her head sink into her pillow and lost track of time. She woke up cold and shivering, her clothes clinging to damp, clammy skin, her hair plastered to the back of her neck. Her teeth chattered, ice crept into her bones. "She's awake," she heard Gerald say. She felt Byleth's hand. She knew intimately what that hand felt like gliding across her cheek, so warm on her cold skin that it burned. She opened her eyes. A far cry from a warm bed, she was lying on a cot marginally less comfortable than the infirmaries, draped in a coarse but thick blanket. The walls, floor, and ceiling were cold, rough brick. Metal bars formed the fourth wall. There was a small window, about the size of a single missing brick from the wall, flush against the ceiling. It let in no light but the occasional drizzle of windswept snow. For a moment, she panicked. How could she be in Bear? In those old dungeons that always haunted her nightmares? Had she fallen into yet another timeline? Or worse? What day was it? What year? The fear subsided, though, at the sight of Byleth and Gerald. Her heartbeat slowed and the lead weight crushing her chest pulled away. Byleth was kneeling at her side, using the blanket to dry her off. Gerald stood in the corner, arms crossed. If Edelgard hadn't known any better, she might have thought he was pouting. "What happened?" she croaked. The set furrow of Byleth's brow told her enough. She hadn't gone back far enough. "You ran off after Kronia," Gerald said. "We found you unconscious at the base of one of the guard towers." It was hard to tell from how quickly the snow was falling, but it looked like someone had dragged you down from the ramparts. Edelgard gathered her wits about her. She'd collapsed atop the ramparts, which meant that the killer had probably still caught up to Kronia. But who had dragged her down from the ramparts? The killer? "Someone pushed her off the wall," she said. "Well, shit," Gerald answered. "So much for our plan. What are we doing here?" she asked. This, she realized as her mind slowly returned to her, was one of the Knights holding cells. "Ria's gone off her fucking rocker. Catherine's keeping us locked up in here until she comes back." "Wonderful," she muttered. "Yeah. Just peachy." He sat down cross-legged on the floor. "Never should have let myself get dragged back here." He rapped his knuckles on the floor. "Any ideas, kid?" he asked Byleth. Byleth remained silent. "I'm sorry, Professor," Edelgard said to her. "I lost another student," she mumbled, her voice hoarse and husky. "I mean, did Kronia really count as one of your brats?" Gerald asked. Byleth buried her face in her hands. Her shoulders quivered. "Fuck. Sorry," Gerald said. He pulled himself into a crouch and scuttled to her, crab-like, and patted her on the back. "Didn't mean it like that. Kronia was a good, she was a kid. I think." Kronia, in her disguise as Glenn, had been quite short on redeeming qualities, but she was still one of the Blue Lions, ulterior motives notwithstanding, and even Edelgard herself had to admit that as irritating and harmful as Kronia was, she had deserved a chance to choose a life beyond the toxic environment Thales had grown her in. She had been as much a part of the class as Edelgard, at the very least, and Byleth took her responsibility to her students deadly seriously. Seriously enough to even stand up to the Immaculate One and tell the head of the Church of Ceros no. Of course losing Kronia hurt. Edelgard sat up and reached down to take Byleth's wrist and pull one of her hands from her face, revealing a watery emerald eye and tear-stained cheek. "Professor. I have the power of the goddess," Byleth choked. "And even then, I still can't." "You were wrong, Edelgard. I couldn't do it." "You were almost there, my teacher," Edelgard said, taking her blanket and draping it over Byleth's shoulders. "I never said you would succeed right away." Those words seemed to be little consolation to Byleth. The silence that followed was no less morose. She shook her head. "You were right, Dad. We never should have come here." "That's not true," Edelgard snapped before Gerald could do something stupid like agree. "Byleth, you needed to be here. Not just for yourself, but for your class. Set aside your failures and think about the lives that have blossomed under your instruction. In both this world and mine, I have seen you transform people into their best selves. Without you, I would have lived and died a monster. Without you, Dmitri would have no hope. Even Ash, he became a legend because of you. Even with the goddess powers on your side, not every failure can be undone. So dwell on your successes, my teacher. Byleth hugged her. It was the most wonderful feeling in the world. Edelgard felt moved almost to tears by the warmth of her professor's cheek against the slope of her neck and the firmness of her embrace. But then she remembered how every night from the Battle of Fhirdiad onward, she had rested her ear against Byleth's chest and basked in the sound of her heartbeat. No one's heartbeat could compare to that beauty, because no one's heartbeat had been a harder won prize than Byleth Eisner's. It was more melodious than the first birdsong of spring, steady and strong. It was a sound that did not yet exist in this world. And Edelgard had never missed it so much. We've got until morning to figure out a way to get out of here, Geralt said. You're a tactical genius, kid, and Edelgard, you've got future knowledge, so if anyone here can work out a prison break. We're not leaving the monastery, Byleth said, sniffling, and drying her tears on her sleeve. What? Edelgard's right. I'm not leaving my students behind. They'll be fine without you, Geralt argued. Edelgard, didn't you tell her what Rhea wants to do to her? The whole vessel thing. He took Byleth by the shoulder. Rhea took your mother away from me. You think I'm gonna let her take you, too? I won't let that happen. Besides, if I agree to go with her, she could teach me to use the goddess powers. No, Geralt stood up. She's sunk her claws deep enough into you already, kid. I won't risk it. I must admit Geralt has a point, Professor, Edelgard said. Think of the optics of such a decision. If you let Rhea take you in, there's no telling how Dmitri could react. He could lose faith in you. He could see you as a traitor. Whatever happens, all of our work will end up being for nothing. Byleth thought for a moment, then slowly nodded. You're right. But still, we can't leave. I won't leave my students. Well, what the hell are we gonna do, then? Geralt asked. Go up to Archbishop Rhea and tell her no. Edelgard looked out the window. We may not have a choice, she said. The wind howled outside as though to give them an answer. With a heavy sigh, Geralt sat down, took out his flask, and took a swig. Want any? He asked, offering it to Byleth and Edelgard in turn. Dawn came far too soon, and with it came Archbishop Rhea. That morning, Edelgard, Byleth, and Geralt were brought from their holding cell to the audience chamber, herded like lambs to the slaughter by the Knights of Syros. Last night's snowstorm had come to an end and the clouds had broken. The light of the rising sun made the fresh snowdrifts glitter and sparkle. The snowdrifts had grown, and those that clung to the walls of the monastery's buildings reached the sills of the windows. The paths had only just started being cleared. Edelgard had not slept well. A dungeon was a dungeon, no matter where it was or how far above ground it was. She was cold, her clothes were plastered to her skin, her hair was a mess. But when she'd first stepped outside and seen the snow, she suddenly remembered spending this exact same Sunday morning 5.5 years ago building a snowman with Dorothea and Bernadetta. Of course, she'd had much more important things to do than waste a Sunday frolicking in the snow, but the classmates who had slowly become her friends had just been so insistent. She had little time for reminiscing, though Rhea's audience chamber awaited. Within the chamber, small amid the stone pillars that held up the towering vaulted ceiling and yet somehow filling the room, Rhea stood at her dais. She looked tired, her face drawn and gaunt, her eyes dull. It was as though she hadn't slept all night either. Captain Geralt. Her tone was as icy as the wind howling outside. I do hope you are well rested enough now to behave yourself in my presence. Professor Byleth, Lady Edelgard, I must ask that you come with me. With all due respect, Archbishop, Edelgard said, I would like to know where you intend to take us. To a safe place, Rhea responded. A hidden sanctuary deep within Garreg Mach that I have prepared for you. With all due respect, Lady Rhea, Geralt said to her, his tone of voice making it clear he had very little. I want you to tell me what you intend to do to my girl. Excuse me. She glared at him. What gives you reason to think I would do anything to her? Because this isn't the first time you've taken her from me, he said, and I know that this time. Would you have rather lost everything? She snapped. Gerald was silent. The rest of the knights stared at him, bug-eyed. Byleth's hand drifted to her heart, to the stone she knew rested there beneath her ribs. Gerald Reus Eisner, Rhea announced, I hereby strip you of your rank and expel you from the Knights of Syros. As a show of mercy and out of gratitude for your hard work and storied career, I shall forgive you of your heresy and permit you to live. The knights in attendance gawked at Gerald. Even the howling wind beyond the stone walls and stained glass seemed to die down out of shock. As for you two, Rhea said to Byleth and Edelgard, who both found themselves dumbstruck, you will come with me. What about my students? Byleth asked. Her voice was small and frail. The sight of Gerald standing beside her, quieted and with his head solemnly bowed in humility, seemed to have thoroughly unnerved her. I don't want to. They need me, Archbishop. Please. Professors come and go, Rhea assured her. At any rate, you will not be kept long. Edelgard sensed that she was lying, though admittedly she always sensed that Rhea was lying. If she told her that the sky was blue, she would have looked up to check. The door to the audience chamber swung open. Excuse me, Lady Rhea. Cyril's voice echoed through the room. I don't mean to disturb you, but I've got Mr. Seath here and he wants to see you. What? Rhea hissed, her face ashen. Send him in, Cyril. The man who stepped through the door was recognizably Seath, but almost barely so. He was gaunt and weary. His forest green hair, brushed long to hide his ears, was ragged and matted, and half-healed scars and burn marks marred his skin. Weeks of stubble, interrupted by patches of scarred and burned skin, gave him a haggard look. Gauze bandages circled his brow and covered one eye, and a cotton patch was tied to a very deeply bruised jaw. He walked with a pronounced limp and the aid of a cane. The tapping of his cane echoed sharply against the walls and vaulted ceiling with every step he took. You should not be up and about, Seath, Rhea said, a tinge of warmth creeping into her voice. She stepped down from her dais and approached him. What is it? Does something trouble you? Is Flame well? Rest assured, Lady Rhea, I feel far better than I look, he said to her. I did have something to say, but it can wait. What is going on here? Nothing for you to concern yourself with, she said. Her demeanor had changed. In an instant, her heart had melted. Seath glanced at Edelgard, then looked to Professor Byleth. He had a look on his marred face that Edelgard knew well. It was the stern, infinitely disappointed glare and furrow of his brow that told the world that he strongly disapproved of whatever was occurring. If this is a scholastic affair, it is indeed something I should concern myself with. Might I remind you, you never dismissed me from my administrative position before Flame and I departed. I can explain later, Rhea said, lifting a hand to cup his cheek, but you and Flame must rest. I am simply taking Edelgard and Byleth to a place where they will be safe, and close to the goddess. Seath stiffened. That is highly irregular, Lady Rhea. Has Lady Edelgard's family been consulted? What of Captain Geralt? He glanced at Geralt. I take it you do not have his approval. SHH. As I said, Seath, you must not concern yourself with it. I think I should, Seath retorted, brushing her hand aside. Edelgard noted that Rhea's soothing touch didn't seem to work on him. It is not proper to remove a professor from their position, or a student from their class, so late in the term unless they have committed some egregious violation of the code of conduct. But it is dangerous. Look at yourself and poor Flame and tell me we are not in great peril. It is, he said, but surely this can wait another 6 weeks. With all due respect, Lady Rhea, if I have returned to see you withdrawing students and teachers on a whim, then I shudder to think how you have been managing this academy in my absence. Seath seemed to be the only person who couldn't be cowed or intimidated by Archbishop Rhea, and he seemed to be the only person who in turn could give Rhea pause. It was unlikely bordering on suspicious for him to appear at just the right time to put a stop to her plan, but Edelgard decided she wouldn't look a gift horse in the mouth. Professor Byleth, Lady Edelgard, you are excused, he said. Captain Geralt, I know not why Lady Rhea has you here, but whatever the reason, it is outside of my jurisdiction. Good day. Good day to you, too, sir, Geralt mumbled, taken aback. I have no further business with you, Geralt, Rhea said curtly. Now, Seath, what was it you wished to discuss with me? As Rhea took Seath aside to converse with him, Geralt walked out of the audience chamber and Edelgard and Byleth followed. Could have gone better, he murmured hoarsely, a sardonic bite to his voice. But it looks like we've escaped Rhea's clutches for now, Edelgard said. The rest of the knights who had brought them to the audience chamber filed out into the hallway and shuffled past them in awkward silence. One of them stood in place, turned to face Geralt, saluted sharply, and said, "Capiar, Mr. Geralt. It's been an honor, sir." Yeah. Sure. Thanks, Biggs, Geralt said, taken aback. While the rest of the knights had passed them by, Byleth took her father's hand and gave it a gentle squeeze. Geralt looked down at her hand, shocked, as though unaccustomed to such a simple and subtle expression of his daughter's feelings. "I'm sorry, Dad," she said. "It's fine," he said gruffly, pulling his hand away. "Schedule's free now. No more patrols, maybe I'll get a decent night's sleep tonight." He took out his flask from under his cloak and took several long swigs from it. "Anyway, I'm gonna check up on Happy." "Okay," Byleth said. "I have some bad news to tell my class." Down the hall, a dark shadow turned the corner. "There you are, Lady Edelgard," Hubert said, striding across the hallway with a quickened pace once he'd caught sight of her. "What is going on? You missed supper with Ferdinand and Constance and were not in your room at all last night." "Geralt, can we use your office?" Edelgard asked Geralt. Geralt emptied his flask. "Yeah, sure, as long as it's still mine." The four of them slipped into Geralt's office and shut the door, affording them enough privacy to catch Hubert up on the night's events. There was already a lonely and melancholy taste hanging in the air, as though the room itself knew that its occupants no longer belonged in it. Edelgard had occasionally felt the same feeling in the classrooms and dormitories of Garreg Mach after her army had captured it. "Well," Hubert said, digesting the information he had been given, "that is extremely bad news." He stroked his chin. "And you did not get a look at Kronia's killer, Your Highness?" "I'm afraid I didn't," Edelgard said. "Shame. I would suspect our new arrival, but Constance was in the dormitories all night, Ferdinand can vouch for her." He rubbed his eyes and Edelgard noticed how tired he looked. "I could hear them talking through the wall. I admit I am quite fond of Ferdinand, but one of him is quite enough." "I don't know if it could have been her anyway," she said. "I can't quite say, but from what little I could tell, they were taller than her." Hubert nodded. "I see. Who else in this place has a connection to those who slither in the dark, then, and who would have the motive or means to kill Kronia?" "Perhaps Dedue." Byleth shook her head. "I don't think that would work. After Kronia made a break for it, he was busy hauling Dimitri back to his room before he could hurt himself again." "That leaves one other person," Hubert said, and as soon as the words had left his mouth, Edelgard knew who he was talking about. "One person who has already admitted to having a connection to our enemy. And one whose baffling decisions have already raised questions about his motives and allegiances." "You think Claude did it?" Geralt asked. He rubbed his brow wearily. "Damn it." "But why?" Byleth asked. "What would he have to gain from killing Kronia?" Instead of asking what he has to gain, Edelgard said, "We should ask what his confidential source has to gain. Perhaps engineering Kronia's death was something he had to do in exchange for the code book. Either way, we cannot afford to let him keep his secrets any longer." "Yes," Hubert said, "his clandestine actions and double-dealing have brought us far too much pain already." There was a sharp knock on the door to Geralt's office. At once, all talk of conspiracy and plot vanished from everybody's lips as Geralt went to the door. "Who's there?" "This is Seath." "I would like to have a word with you, Geralt." Geralt stepped back. "Doors open." The knob turned, the door swung open, and Seath hobbled over the threshold. Seeing him up close made his poor health even more apparent. He was pale, too, and sickly. "Ah. Lady Edelgard. I see we match," he said, lifting a hand to scratch at the edge of the bandage covering his eye. "Goddess willing, you did not lose your eye the same way I did." Hubert was aghast at the sight of him. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out, and he simply let his jaw hang for a few seconds. He bowed his head. "Forgive me, sir. It is impolite of me to stare," he finally mumbled. "What the F?" Gerald cut off the curse that had been about to leave his mouth. "What happened to you? May I sit down? Can't say no to someone in as sorry a state as you." Sir." He pulled the chair away from his desk and offered it to Seath. Seath sat down, leaning heavily on his cane. "Thank you, Cap Geralt. First things first, allow me to apologize on behalf of Lady Rhea." He scrutinized Byleth, clearly focusing on the color of her hair. "I think I understand now why she was so intent on hiring you, despite your lack of qualifications. Clearly she has had plans for you from the very beginning. However, she hired you as a professor, not for goddess knows what, and as long as I have any say in it, a professor you shall remain. Unfortunately, Geralt, my authority does not extend to the Knights of Syros. The most I could do was persuade her to allow you to remain here until the end of the month." Thank you, Seath," Byleth said. "So, what happened to you?" Seath sighed. There was a faraway look in his eye. "On St. Sickle Day, Flayn and I were attacked in our home by soldiers wearing the Hurricane King's colors. We barely managed to escape and have spent the past few weeks struggling to keep ahead of them. As you can see, I was heavily injured in the pursuit." He lifted one heavily bandaged hand, and Edelgard noticed that underneath the gauze 2 of the fingers on his left hand had been reduced to stumps, one lopped off at the first knuckle and the other at the second. "Flayn did for me what she could, and I for her, and fortunately, we arrived here more or less in one piece." "Well, sorry to say this," Geralt said, "but the monastery might not be much safer. There's been a lot going on." "So I have heard," Seath said. "However, this was our only option. We dared not lead our pursuers to any other potential havens." Edelgard ruminated on Seath's story. Those who slither had aimed to capture him and his daughter. Considering his and Flayn's true natures, they would no doubt have been prized catches. Yet another way in which Thales was making up for past mistakes and oversights in her world. Solon had done enough damage with just a few samples of Flayn's blood, and having an entire corpus of one or more of the Immaculate One's kin to work with would have produced far more devastating results. A chill ran up her spine. Thales was in the monastery right now. Geralt was completely right about Garreg Mach being just as dangerous as the Rhodos coast had been. "Is Flayn okay?" Byleth asked Seath. "She is in far better shape than I am, much to my relief," he replied, curling his pristine right hand around the stumps of his missing fingers. "I saw to it that I would defend her at any cost to myself. But by the time we reached the Okama Mountains, she was the only one of us fit to walk. We stowed away on a merchant's wagon to traverse the mountains. Once we had arrived in town, she carried me the rest of the way to the monastery gates. And thank heaven for that." He glanced out the snow-frosted window. "An hour later and we would have frozen to death on the way." Somebody else knocked on the door. "Hello, Captain Geralt," Manuela called out. "Have you seen Seath?" "Yeah, I've seen him," Geralt answered. Seath pulled himself back up to his feet. "I suppose I should return to the infirmary. Thank you all for your company." Geralt opened the door and let Manuela in. She caught sight of her patient and stormed into the room. "I swear, Seath," she huffed, though she struggled to hold back a wry little smile, "of all the patients to misbehave, I never thought you would be among them. At least you didn't go far." "I would not dream of it, Manuela," Seath said, allowing her to take him by the arm. "You did give me this cane so that I could walk around, though. Not unsupervised. Lady Rhea would have my head on a silver platter if I allowed you to fall and break what few unbroken bones you have left. Never mind how devastated your little sister would be," she said. "But I digress. It seems the tables have turned, and now you need to be carried back to your room." "It seems so," he answered, allowing himself the faintest smile. "I apologize. The allure to bring myself up to date with my work was simply too strong even for me to resist. We'll see if we can't get those bandages off of you by the end of the day, at least," she said. "If I may speak freely, I think you'll be looking quite rugged once the rest of these scars and burns heal. Like the dashing Captain Geralt over here." With no offense meant to Geralt, that is hardly the aesthetic I would like to cultivate, Seath sputtered, and Edelgard could swear he had started to blush. She could swear Geralt's cheeks were turning a bit red, too. Oh? Just give me one chance to persuade you to keep growing out that beard, Manuela said. I'll even sit through one of your dreadful lectures in exchange. Seath rolled his eye. Perhaps I can entertain your argument, Professor Manuela, he said, and the two of them walked back out of the hallway. But you must stay awake while I say my piece, or I shall not hear yours. Once Seath and Manuela had left, Geralt started collecting his few personal effects from around his office, a few battered books off the shelf here and there, a battered leather bag hanging from the coat rack, a handful of miscellaneous trinkets, and set them down on his desk. Edelgard took a deep breath, trying to expel the tension from her body. But too much of it remained, coiled like a nest of vipers in the pit of her stomach. Part of her felt relieved that Seath and Flayn were alive, albeit not quite well, but Thales being so near spoiled that relief. Byleth put a hand on her shoulder. I'll break the news to the rest of the class. You need to rest. Thank you, Professor, Edelgard said. I'm going to visit Flayn in the infirmary first. She coughed into her elbow. She set out into the hallway, with Hubert trailing as close behind her as her shadow. She would probably never be rid of him now. The infirmary was only a few doors down the hall, but crossing the hallway felt as though it took an eternity. The thought that Thales might be behind the door, quietly and silently observing two of his enemies while they laid there helpless and wounded like a cat waiting to pounce on a pair of unsuspecting mice, caused her a surprising amount of distress. She knocked on the door. Manuela answered. Edelgard. Here to check yourself in? Have you been outside all night again? Maybe I'll have to force you to stay in your room for a few days, like I did with Dimitri. Was that a hint of sternness in your voice I detected, Manuela? Seath asked from one of the cots. I am proud of you. I'm here to see Flayn, Edelgard said, if she would like to see me, of course. She's asleep, Manuela told her, but since you look so miserable, I'll let you see her. Thank you, Professor. Edelgard followed her into the infirmary. She surveyed the room. Seath was lying in one of the cots, his cane propped up against its side, and Flayn laid in the cot beside his, a blanket draped over her small and frail body. Flayn. This had all started, funnily enough, because of Flayn. Because for one moment about 4 months ago, Edelgard had seen the look on Seath's face and felt a sharp and guilty pang of pity for her enemy. Because of Flayn, Rhea was convinced that she, like Byleth, had some nebulous connection to the goddess. Because of Flayn, she was a part of the Blue Lions. Because of Flayn, she was embroiled in the plots surrounding Dimitri. But of course, could Edelgard really blame Flayn? Those had all been her decisions, not Flayn's. Flayn had only been a catalyst, and she had hardly chosen to be one at that. She did indeed seem to be in much better shape than Seath, fewer bruises, scrapes, scars, and she appeared to have all of her fingers. One arm was bound in a sling. Her long hair, once kept in such elegant loose curls, was dirty and matted, thick emerald locks choked with twigs and dirt. In her placid repose, she looked like an abandoned porcelain doll that had been abandoned and left to weather the elements. You have my thanks, Lady Edelgard, Seath said. He looked to Flayn. She often spoke fondly of you. As much as I was against allowing her to fraternize with the student body, I am not certain we would have made it back if the thought of seeing you and the Blue Lions again had not galvanized her. Is that so? Edelgard asked, feeling flattered. Oh, yes. Seath chuckled. Just a few steps more, big brother, she would say every dozen miles or so, and we will see Professor Byleth and Princess Edelgard again. Every time, she was quite insistent it would only be a few more steps. After a few days I would find myself almost believing her, though I may have simply been delirious from the pain. Edelgard found herself smiling and, realizing that something about the infirmary had her feeling much lighter and more unburdened than she'd felt yesterday, noticed a conspicuous absence in the infirmary. Professor, she asked Manuela, wasn't Lord Frildarius here yesterday? He was, Manuela sighed, but Catherine had him moved back to the holding cells not too long before these two showed up. I don't know why. She shrugged. But aside from fainting every so often, He seemed perfectly healthy, so it's no skin off my back if they take him off my hands. The knowledge that Thales had been in the holding cells along with her last night sent a chill up her spine. No wonder she'd had trouble sleeping. He had probably slept like a baby just to spite her. Seath cleared his throat. Lady Edelgard, I would ask that you visit Flame later in the day, when she is awake. I expect you to shower and change your clothes first, of course. One must look presentable. Edelgard nodded. Of course. Thank you, Seath. Hubert offered Seath a polite bow. Mr. Seath, I would like to extend to you my condolences that you and Flame had such a perilous journey here, but it is good to see the two of you again. I wish you both a swift recovery. Edelgard felt another chill run up her spine. Hubert had been growing more and more like his counterpart in these past few weeks, which made hearing him speak respectfully to agents of the Church of Ceros even more unnerving. The two of them left the infirmary. Now that I have found you, Hubert said to Edelgard, Ferdinand will expect you to join him and Constance for breakfast. Shall I escort you to the bathhouse and bring you a change of clothes? Yes, she replied, but I would rather you didn't join me for breakfast. Instead, I want you to tail Claude. Keep an eye on his movements and alert me if he exhibits any unusual behavior. As you wish, Lady Edelgard. Hubert bowed curtly. As soon as she'd cleaned herself up and put on a fresh uniform, Edelgard joined Ferdinand and Constance for breakfast. It was obvious from the start that she had made a mistake. She sat back and occupied her mouth with breakfast, as much as she could. She wasn't hungry, while Constance prattled on. If Constance was the new agent, and how could she not be, then her task here would be to observe Edelgard's mannerisms, her body language, the way she spoke, in order to develop a better facsimile of her. So, to thwart her attempts, Edelgard needed only not speak and react as little as possible. This wasn't difficult, since Constance had a way of monopolizing conversation that made Ferdinand seem reserved by comparison, but the laconic and frosty attitude Edelgard had adopted was definitely attracting Ferdinand's attention. What is the matter, dear? Ferdinand asked her, watching her pick at a plate of eggs and fried sausage. You have been quite silent all this time. And you have hardly touched your food. And you look pale. Has your cold been getting worse? Perhaps she simply cannot get a word in edgewise, Constance said. I have been going on and on and on, haven't I? You were out all night again, were you not, Edelgard? It is only a matter of time before you catch pneumonia. Ferdinand turned to Constance. You should hear about all of the mischief Lady Edelgard has been getting herself into. Mischief? Constance gasped and placed a hand over her heart. Her? No. It is true. Just the week before last week, she challenged Justine to a duel and broke her arm. My. And she was hauled away by a wild beast the size of an Albanian moose just a few days ago. An Albanian moose. On top of that, the Hurricane King and the Death Knight have laid hands on her thrice. Oh, goodness. Constance stared at Edelgard, her jaw slack. What a colorful life you have been leading. I almost find myself preferring when she was lazy. Edelgard? Lazy? Why, I never. Worst of all, Ferdinand said, Hubert insists on going on all of these dangerous escapades with her. He has been an adjutant in so many of Professor Bylotha's missions that he is practically an honorary Blue Lion. You should be thankful that Hubert isn't here to hear you say that, Edelgard said coolly. Ferdinand and Constance both laughed. Your sense of humor has not changed one bit, Lady Edelgard, Constance said. Why, you were just as witty as when you were 8 years old. Edelgard wasn't sure whether or not that was meant to be a backhanded compliment. Sharp of wit and sharp of tongue, Ferdinand said. The other day I told you about the letter to my father we wrote together the other day, did I not? I do not know when she became such an incredible orator, but her command of rhetoric was simply breathtaking. Why, I would not be surprised if after that display, my father makes her emperor. I should hope not. Constance replied. I am depending on Lord Buckhart's status to make House Novelli great again. I cannot be a consort to a man who is not emperor. She turned to Edelgard and leaned forward. Speaking of Burkhart, are you not excited, Lady Edelgard? For my house to have his ear is a great honor indeed. And such a handsome ear it is. And I shall be his treasure among treasures. I swear it upon my honor as the last daughter of House Novelli, for I am Constance von Novelli. I think his wife would be his treasure among treasures, Edelgard said. Speaking of, who is he marrying? From what I have seen, he and Anselm have been sending off marriage proposals and consort requests left and right, trying to snatch up as many noble women as they can. As long as Constance was trying to get information out of her, she could try to do the same. I have not heard anything about Burkhardt offering a marriage proposal to anybody, Ferdinand said, scratching his chin thoughtfully. But you are right, he must have asked somebody to fill the position. Any house would be fighting over such an opportunity, normally. Edelgard tried to force another forkful of egg down. Her stomach revolted, but she pushed herself past that. She knew how to make herself eat when she didn't feel hungry. Sometimes the mind had a tendency of tricking itself, and it was important to know how and when to trick it back. There was a flash of carrot red hair amid the crowds milling around the dining hall, and Annette popped up at Edelgard's side with a full plate in her hands. Oh. Hello, Edelgard. Is there, she looked at Ferdinand and Constance. Is there room at your table? Certainly. Ferdinand said, all smiles. Oh, well, hello there, Constance cooed. Are you one of Lady Edelgard's friends from Faergus? Annette nodded and sat down next to Edelgard. Yep. Annette Fantine Dominic, nice to meet you. I assume you are already acquainted with Ferdinand von Aegir. And I am Constance von Novelli. Constance stopped mid-sentence. She leaned forward, her eyes wide. Did you say? Annette Dominic. Constance von Novelli. Annette repeated, shocked. Her eyes lit up. Oh my gosh. Constance. You two know each other? Edelgard asked her. Her mood, already souring, grew worse. We went to the Royal School of Sorcery together. Well, sort of, Annette said. There was a little bit of an overlap. Enough for us to become fast friends. Constance cheered. She reached across the table and took Annette's hands. Oh, Annie. I hardly recognized you. And how is Merci? Where is our dear walking phantasm? Annette's mood deflated. Oh, She was enrolled here, but her condition was growing worse, so Lady Cornelia took her home. She looked as though she were about to cry. Constance frowned, a sympathetic furrow to her brows, and clasped Annette's hands tighter. I am so sorry. I did not intend to upset you. It's fine, Annette said. It's fine. I'll be fine. Mercy's gonna be fine, too. That is the spirit. Never lose hope, dear Annette. Who knew you were such a cosmopolitan woman, Constance? Ferdinand asked. I did not know you attended the Faergus Sorcery Academy. Well, nothing but the best for me. I will have to be the greatest spellcaster in all of Fodlan if I am to bring House Novelli to its former heights of glory and beyond. Breakfast dragged on for what seemed like an eternity until Annette had wolfed down enough of her breakfast that Edelgard felt comfortable leaving the table with her, bidding a farewell to Ferdinand and Constance that could not have come sooner. She and Annette left the dining hall together. Of all the people I thought I'd see today, I'd never expected Constance, Annette said as the two of them stepped out into the snow-covered courtyard. The evergreen hedges and thorny rose bushes were blanketed nearly to the point of unrecognizability by the last night's heavy snowfall. The gazebo was buried up to its steps. It's so nice to see her again. Yes, it must be nice, Edelgard muttered. She would not relish Annette's situation whenever the truth came out about Constance's true identity. The poor girl had lost too many friends already. I'm glad you two could reconnect. I didn't have anything to say to her. Yeah, you looked like you were dying while she and Ferdinand were talking with you. Constance can be, a lot. Annette giggled. I have plenty of stories. Edelgard barely got her handkerchief out in time to sneeze into it. Excuse me. It's this blasted cold. I keep getting dragged out in the middle of the night and missing sleep, so it's no wonder I haven't beaten it yet. Well, it's Sunday, and you know what that means. Annette hooked her arm around Edelgard's. Let's go put the books and the axes away and go relax for a few hours. Her cheer sounded false. I just wish I didn't have so many obligations, Edelgard said, or so much to worry about. Even if we spend the rest of the day braiding each other's hair, everything troubling me will still dwell on my mind. Do you, want to spend the rest of the day braiding each other's hair? I mean, I know how you feel. These past few days, well, I'd do anything to stop worrying. About Mercedes. At the sound of Mercedes' name, Annette's smile turned fragile and wobbly, her entire face looked as though it was going to collapse. How did you know, she croaked, swallowing a lump in her throat. Okay. Yeah. I heard what happened in town, what Lady Cornelia did to Happy, why the knights are out looking for her. And since Mercy hasn't been writing me back, she threw her arms around Edelgard and buried her face in her shoulder. Oh, poor Mercy. Edelgard, what do you think Cornelia's done to her? Do you think she's turned her into a monster, too? Edelgard stroked her hair. I don't think so. But even if she has, then there's no need for despair. No matter what happens, Mercedes will never forget her friends. Why you think so? Annette sobbed into her cloak. It isn't a question of theory or belief, but of knowledge. I know so. Edelgard patted her on the back. Would you like to meet Happy? Annette nodded. Can I? She asked, her voice muffled by the thick fur cloak she'd been crying into. Yes. Why don't I take you to her? She pulled away and dried her face on her sleeve. But, she's a monster. A very tame one. I'll show you. Annette acquiesced, and Edelgard led her along. Happy wasn't hard to find, not in the least because bright scarlet fur stood out in stark contrast to featureless fields of virgin snow. A cat introduced to a new environment filled with unfamiliar and untrustworthy new people tended to find a familiar place to hide until it was acclimated to its surroundings, and Happy was no different. The area around the guard tower was her sanctuary. Happy was lounging in the snow outside the tower, her scarlet fur dusted with a powdery white, while Geralt tended to her with a horse brush. Edelgard could hear the beasts purring from a long way off, and it grew louder with every step she took. Oh, she's cute. Annette gasped. Is she purring? Edelgard nodded, happy to see a smile on her face again, and stepped forward. Let me go first. She hasn't met you yet. She approached Happy slowly, cautiously. Happy lifted her head, sniffed the air, twitched her whiskers, and bounded across the snow toward her, whacking Geralt in the face with her bushy tail. She loomed over Edelgard for a split second before she bowed her forelegs, lowered her head, and rubbed her cheek against Edelgard's side. That's right, it's me, Edelgard said. Happy meowed irritably at her and pushed her over with a nudge of her snout, then put a massive paw over Edelgard's chest to keep her down. The snow stung Edelgard's skin. I'm sorry I haven't been around, she replied, scratching at Happy's chin with one finger. Happy snuffled and kept rubbing. And I'm sorry I took a bath and got rid of your scent, she added, giggling as Happy's whiskers tickled her skin. Annette laughed. She's just a big kitty. At the sound of her voice, Happy shot up, rising to her full height. Her ears and whiskers twitched, her tail swished back and forth as she assessed the danger surrounding her. Annette froze. Her breath came out in little frozen puffs as Happy assessed her. It's okay, Edelgard said, standing up and brushing the snow off of herself. Happy, this is Annette. She's a friend. Happy inched toward Annette, skeptically appraising her the way any cat would. Annette cautiously held out her hand. Hi, Happy. I'm Annette. Mercedes' friend. Do you remember Mercedes? In response, Happy sniffed her hand, then acquiesced and lowered her head. Annette scratched her behind one ear for a little bit, and then, satisfied, Happy turned around and began to walk back toward Geralt. Tolerance, Edelgard said as she led Annette onward after the beast, is a good first step. She seems to really like you, Annette said. Because she remembers me. The night she dragged me off, she was holding me by the scruff of my neck as though I were a kitten. That's adorable. In hindsight. For the first few minutes, though, it was terrifying. Geralt gave Happy a vigorous scratch behind the ears. Get your fill of me now, kiddo, he said to her, ruffling her fur as she curled up at his side. I've only got a bit over a week or so left here. Ria's kicking me out. You'll have to be good for Hanneman, okay? I know you don't like the guy, but he's working hard to change you back so you can do human things again instead of shitting in a sandbox. Happy let out a disinterested chirrup. Yeah, I know you don't like doing that. Annette knelt beside her. Captain Geralt, do you think she'd let me brush her? She asked him. Geralt shrugged. Just be careful. If she stops purring, back away slowly. He handed her the brush and Annette set to work. It's hard to imagine the last time I saw you was in Remire, Annette said to Happy, slowly and softly combing her fur. Did Cornelia make you fight us back there? Did she make you do all those terrible things? You know, Mercy hardly ever talked about you. She said Cornelia would keep the two of you apart from each other. That's too bad. Maybe we'd have all been great friends. She started singing one of her little songs. Are you blind when you're born? Can you see in the dark? Can you look at a king? Would you sit on his throne? Can you say of your bite that it's worse than your bark? Are you the cock of the walk when you're walking alone? Because Jellicles are Angelicals do, Angelicals would. Geralt stood up and looked down at Happy while Annette serenaded her. Maybe I'll take her with me, he said, crossing his arms. He seemed a little unsteady on his feet, and Edelgard wondered how many more flasks he had emptied between now and earlier this morning. Back to the Blade Breakers, she asked. She couldn't say the thought of dragging a beast into a mercenary company sounded wise. Pardon me for saying this, but it sounds like a bad idea. Dunno. I feel like with her around, we'd never have to worry about getting stiffed again. Geralt scratched his scruffy beard. But then we'd have to feed her. Better to just leave her here and hope Hanneman can do his science, then. Having had her fill of brushes and pets and Annette's singing, Happy got up, walked over to the door to the tower, and sat down in front of it, warily watching her visitors at a distance. Annette began to creep toward her. I'd better get back to the office, Geralt said. Got a lot of paperwork to do. Make sure the next captain can pick up where I left off. That's one thing I won't miss about this shit. Edelgard, you can take care of Byleth when I'm gone, right? Edelgard nodded. He laughed. Hell, I shouldn't even need to ask. You two have gone without me in your world for a while now already. Just keep her away from Ria for me. No matter what. Captain Geralt. Captain Geralt. A reddish blur darted over the snow and Golden Deer student Leonie Pinelli came to a halt in front of Geralt, huffing and puffing for breath, her cheeks as red as her hair. She looked as though she'd sprinted here from the other side of the monastery. Spooked by the sudden intrusion, Happy scampered into the tower and up the staircase into her little sanctuary, much to Annette's displeasure. Captain. Captain Geralt, Leonie took a deep breath. I heard from one of the knights that you were expelled from the order. They said you weren't captain anymore. Is that true? She looked at Geralt with pleading eyes, desperate to be told the knights were lying. Edelgard had to admit that she didn't know Leonie very well, but she did know that she held Geralt in very high regard. The news had to be devastating. Afraid so, Geralt said. They can't do that. I mean, you're a legend, Captain. You're the best there's ever been. Who could they possibly replace you with? Annette caught up to them. Wait, what? Whoever they replace me with, that's their problem, Geralt said. Yeah. It's true. Ria herself kicked me out earlier this morning. Why? Leonie wailed. Let this be a lesson to you, kid. Geralt patted her on the shoulder. Never, and I mean never, ever disagree with an archbishop about what she wants to do to your daughter. In fact, archbishops, bishops, cardinals, whatever, best to just ignore them entirely. Don't ever become a knight of Syros. Stay away from the church entirely. Believe in the goddess or not, I don't care, but just get yourself as far away from here as possible once you graduate. Leonie and Annette both stared at him, dumbfounded. Well, they're making a huge mistake, Leonie said, thumping her fist on her chest. You're still the captain in my heart, Geralt. Always will be. Thanks, he said. He looked to the guard tower. Hey, kid. You wanna help me out with something? Dimitri was haggard, weary, and worn, but when Edelgard found him later that morning, she found him with a smile on his face. His arms were wrapped around his professor, one hand pressed to the small of her back, the other cradling the back of her head and supporting her as she rested her cheek on his chest. Edelgard felt jealousy and guilt wash over herself. That was how she longed to hold Byleth, but that was his Byleth, not hers. Clumps of snow dripped from the eaves above them as the two of them stood outside the door to Byleth's room. As Edelgard approached them, she could hear Dimitri's quiet murmuring in Byleth's ear. He caught sight of Edelgard. He cried out. He looked so simple and innocent, so uncomplicated, when he smiled like this. 10 months with Byleth and 4 with Edelgard had done so much to melt the heart of the boy who, at the beginning, had been hiding in human rage and lust for revenge beneath a polite, but cold exterior. The rage and pain was still there, strong as ever, but there was no longer such a thin facade over it. Edelgard felt Dimitri embrace her. He said, I had horrible dreams last night. Fingers twirled around a lock of her hair. This, green as mint and luminous, and your eyes like cursed emeralds, beautiful but terrible. He lost himself, his grip tightened, and Edelgard felt a painful tug on her scalp. I wanted to cry out for you, but I was too frightened to even scream. I'm sorry, she said, placing a gentle hand on his wrist and guiding his hand from her hair before he inadvertently scalped her. I could have killed the Archbishop that night, he said. I could hardly think straight. But when Didu pulled me away, I began to think. I remembered your deliberation. I remembered what you said about making careful moves, measuring twice and cutting once. For a night, I felt I could control the boar. I'm proud of you, Edelgard told him, returning his smile. I noticed you also have not destroyed the training hall again. I have not, he said. I found a new outlet, and it worked much better. Now, about Glenn, he looked to her, then to Byleth, then back to her. I heard you saw him die. Pushed off the ramparts. She nodded. Felix. Ingrid, they will be devastated. He looked down at his boots. What did he want to say to me? Edelgard steeled herself. She'd always operated out of caution under the assumption that he would need to hear the truth from one of his allies among those who slither in the dark. But would he believe her if he heard the truth from her? He trusted her, after all. She was precious to her. So why couldn't she convince herself that she alone was enough to deliver the truth to him? She had always struggled to think that she was enough. Your Majesty. Didu put a hand on Dimitri's shoulder. It never failed to astound Edelgard how such a big man could move so silently and without being noticed. And yet here he was, standing at his liege's side without the slightest warning. He was wearing a long white cloak that blended in with the snow. Had Edelgard simply not noticed him because of that? I have something urgent to discuss with you. Edelgard felt a burning frustration deep down inside her. What was Didu doing? It was as though he didn't want Dimitri to know the truth about who had massacred his own people. Didu, she said, I'd like to tell Dimitri something first. I am sorry, Your Highness, but that will have to wait. To my quarters, please, Your Majesty. Sorry, Dimitri said to Edelgard and Byleth as Didu led him next door. This will have to wait. Didu looked over his shoulder. His cold eyes met Edelgard's. In that coldness, colder than the icicles hanging from the eaves, was a message: be silent. It can't wait, Edelgard said, stepping forward. Before the door swung shut behind Didu, she grabbed the knob and held it open. It won't wait. Dimitri, Didu. Her skull split open. White-hot fire poured from her eyes and nose and ears and mouth. Her back arched. A scream tore itself from her lips. For an instant, she saw herself and Lysithea in a carriage, feeling it rock and shudder over rough mountain roads. A split second later, she was back at Garreg Mach, engulfed in a snowdrift, her fingers clawing into the dead grass and frozen soil beneath the snow. Professor! She heard Dimitri cry out as the explosive headache filled her body with a throbbing pain. The knowledge that Thales must have been experiencing this time quake, this tremor in the bedrock of reality, as well was little comfort to her as she writhed in the snow. What were those who slither in the dark doing? What terrible turn was their experiments in time travel taking? When she became aware of her surroundings again, she felt herself being carried up a flight of stairs. The dormitory's second-floor hallway greeted her. The strong arms carrying her were unfamiliar at first, until her eye made sense of the blur looming above her and coalesced it into his face. He brought her to her room, laid her in bed, and backed away, putting a finger to his lips. Edelgard sat up. Her head throbbed, and the room spun around her. "Don't you want him to know the truth?" she asked Didu before he could leave the room. "The time is not yet right," he answered, his tone low, slow, and carefully measured, his words painstakingly chosen. "You are running out of time," she retorted. "Why don't you want him to know who killed your people? Why don't you want to know? Does the fact that you might be wrong about who murdered everyone you knew frighten you?" Even though Didu had his back to her, Edelgard could somehow still feel his piercing gaze pinning her in place. "Tread carefully, Your Highness," he replied. "You are only alive today because certain people have decided, against the interests of others, that you would be more useful alive, and more dangerous dead. See to it the balance of power does not shift. The truth will have its day. But when that day comes is out of your hands. I don't like being a pawn in someone else's game. Neither do I." The door closed behind him. Edelgard pulled herself out of bed and crossed the room, pulling the door open after him, but he was already gone. On the floor, she found a small, thin slip of paper he had left in his wake. 15 BLNRQVCXOC FKNWSHAVTAJKNGO ULBLPQCLQRNKKRBVW. She couldn't stop herself from letting out a groan. This would require Claude's help to translate. Strange, suspicious, treacherous Claude. She tidied herself up, combed her hair, again, and set out to find him. Hopefully, Hubert was still tailing him. The thought occurred to her, however briefly, that if Claude were a double agent he might have fled the monastery, but she wasn't sure his pride would have allowed that. Or, more accurately, Lorenz's pride. On her way to the courtyard, two knights passed her by, conversing among themselves in hushed whispers. A snippet of their conversation reached Edelgard's ears as they moved in and then back out of earshot. How someone could do that to Cardinal Aelfric. I know. How many times? 37. He was stabbed 37 times last night. In Decca's beard. He was dead after the first one. Everything after that was just corpse desecration. One of the monks said he woke up in the middle of the night and saw the Hurricane King. Edelgard pondered the knight's words. Aelfric. Where had she heard that name before? She found Volkhard von Arundel in the courtyard, pacing a worried furrow into the snow, streams of his frozen breath trailing behind him as he worriedly marched around the perimeter. "Uncle Volkhard," she said. "Have you seen Hubert?" Snapped out of his funk, Volkhard looked up and broke his stride. Dear, there you are. Why are you looking for Hubert? He should be by your side, shouldn't he? I sent him off to run an errand for me earlier this morning, she said. Ah. I think I saw him in the library, Volkhard said. His gloved fingers fumbled anxiously with the brass buttons of his winter coat. Is something the matter, Uncle Volkhard? Oh, I just heard a distressing report. Apparently, those rumors of unrest in Inber are true, and it is spreading to other parts of the empire. With this turn in the weather, I do not know if I can make it back to Castle Arundel before the situation worsens. Do you think Lady Rhea would authorize the Black Eagles to travel with me and help keep the peace? As a learning experience? Of course, you would be welcome to accompany us as an adjutant. To say the least, Edelgard was perturbed. I suppose I could put in a good word for you. You aren't considering turning your soldiers or the Black Eagles on the citizenry, though, are you? I would hope it does not come to that. No, what worries me is the thought that bandits may take advantage of the people fighting among themselves to loot and pillage. Arundel territory does share a border with Faerghus, after all, and those who cross that border are not always model citizens. Now that he's returned, Seath typically handles matters of class assignments. You'd probably be better served speaking to him, Edelgard said, provided Manuela allows you into the infirmary. Ah, that is right. I had heard that he had returned last night in frightful shape. Frightful is right. But he's better now and, so it seems, itching to get back to work. Thank you, El. He took her by the shoulder. I am sorry to burden you with my troubles, dear. Do not worry about Arundel territory. I will take care of it. He hurried off, leaving Edelgard alone in the snowy courtyard. She followed him at a distance to the main hall, then upstairs, and when he turned the corner in the hallway and headed for the infirmary, she headed for the library. She found Hubert in the library. Linhard was also there, with his nose in a book. Very deep in his book, actually, because he had fallen asleep while reading and planted his face right between the pages. Lady Edelgard, Hubert said, standing up from his seat and bowing. You have just missed Claude, in case you were wondering. He spent all morning in this library. Doing what? I watched him while pretending to study with Linhard. He was rearranging the books in random order. The books which are alphabetically ordered quite painstakingly every night by the librarian's assistants. Edelgard looked down at the notes Hubert had been taking. A hastily drawn chart of the library's shelves, with numbers indicating where Claude had changed the books. 13 shelves had been messed with in total. Perhaps a signal or code. My thoughts exactly, Lady Edelgard. Let us see what he is trying to say. The two of them searched the library, studying each shelf. In each of the 13 shelves Claude had touched, one book had been slipped out of order. Hubert took down the title of each book. Edelgard looked at the titles: Cantos of Saint Indec, Trails and Roads of the Okama Mountains, Nymphs of Lake Tutates, In the Court of the King of Lions. There didn't seem to be a pattern. Perhaps, Hubert said, the first letter of each word. He wrote them down. Ctnirehybutret. It's nonsense, Edelgard said. Or perhaps an anagram. Precisely. And I know somebody who is very good at anagrams, Hubert said. The two of them fled the library and found Ferdinand and Constance chatting in the main hall, just outside the entrance to the dining hall. Well, Edelgard and Hubert. Constance drawled. Would you like to meet us for lunch? Perhaps some other time, Hubert said. I have a brain teaser for the both of you. He showed them both the 13 letters he had written down. Can you make any anagrams out of this? Any. Constance laughed. You should add an M to that, because we can make many. She took the paper from him and looked at it for a while. Inert butchery. Ferdinand gave the paper a good, long, hard stare. Thereby incurt, he added. Do you two have any? No, Edelgard said. Go on. Enrich buttery. The century rib. Cheery rub tint. Cherry bunt tie. Buyer rich tent. The briny cuter. Tinberry shoot. Ethnic nutberry. Can you find any anagrams that make sense? Hubert asked, interrupting Ferdinand and Constance as their excitement reached a fever pitch. Nice try, Hubert, Constance said, handing the paper back to him. Excuse me? I would like to know what you are accusing me of trying. No, that is an acronym that makes sense, she said. Ferdinand looked at the paper. You are right, Constance. Nice try, Hubert, is an anagram of inert butchery. I win again, she crowed. Thank you, Edelgard said, disappointed. Come along, Constance said. Join us for lunch. She hooked her arm around Ferdinand's and the two of them turned their backs to Edelgard and Hubert and made for the dining hall. Hubert stared at the paper for a few seconds, then crumpled it into a tight wad and shoved it into his pocket. Nice try, Hubert, indeed, he grumbled under his breath. That afternoon, Byleth gathered the Blue Lions together. Breaking the news of Glenn's death to them was, of course, not easy. Some of the more perceptive students like Sylvain and Ignatz picked up that something was horribly wrong as soon as she had them all gather in the classroom. By the time her voice cracked, before she'd even gotten to the news, everyone knew that they were not going to hear something pleasant and waited with agonizing dread for her to continue. Edelgard had taken a seat at Ingrid's side, prepared to console her when the news broke, to offer her a shoulder to cry on, a hand to hold, or whatever else she might need. A spare handkerchief, at the very least. But all Ingrid did was stare blankly ahead, unmoving, her hands folded calmly in her lap. Then, a subtle furrow of her brow, a quiver of her lower lip, a flutter of her eyelashes. She bowed her head and shuddered. Edelgard heard a quiet sob wrench itself from her chest and rested her hand atop hers. To say the least, she didn't envy Ingrid in the slightest. "I'm sorry," she whispered. Ingrid brushed her hand aside and stood up. "How do you know he's dead?" she asked Byleth sharply, masking the quaver in her voice that threatened to erupt into another sob. "I want to see the body. I won't believe he's gone until you show me his body, Professor. Where are the knights? Are they looking?" Felix crossed his arms, sullen. "Idiot," he scoffed. "After last night's blizzard, no one will find anything until the snow thaws in spring. If wild animals don't carry it away first." "Shut up, Felix. Don't you care? He's your brother. He was wrapped up in something shady and got killed for it. I've got as much sympathy for him as I do for my father. It's his own damn fault he's dead." "You heartless barbarian!" Ingrid snarled, throwing herself out of her seat and lunging at him. "Did you intercepted her? Calm yourself. Get your filthy hands off me." She tore herself away from him and stormed off. The doors slammed shut behind her as she stomped into the snow. In the aftermath, the rest of the classroom was left in a daze. Even though Kronia had hardly been as universally liked as Ash had been, in fact, Glenn had been just about universally disliked except by Raphael, who couldn't be said to really dislike anyone. To have yet another dead student on everybody's consciences was sobering at the very least. "I can't believe it," Ignatz said. "Is there something about our class that just attracts tragedy?" "I'd bet it was the Hurricane King," Bernadetta wailed, pulling her hood tight over her head. "First he tried to get Edelgard, now he's killed Glenn. Who's next?" "Is Bernie next?" Her fear earned her a concerned glance from Dimitri. "Stay out of trouble and you'll live," Felix said. "I don't think you'll have any problems doing that." "Right, Professor." Felix? Are you sure you're not at least a little sad?" Annette asked. It's okay if you're sad." "Sad?" he snapped. "Why would I be sad? If anything, I'm glad that idiot got himself killed in the dumbest way possible. There's no honor in getting thrown off a wall. I won't have to listen to Father prattle on about how valiantly he gave his life anymore." Raphael spoke up. I can't say I'm an expert, but that sounds really unhealthy." "Oh, come on, quit it with the posturing," Sylvain said. "Even I was a little fucked up after Miklon bit it, and he was the worst." "Because you're weak." Felix got up from his desk and walked to the door. "Professor, next time, don't bother me unless something actually bad happens. If you need me, I'll be in the training hall." Edelgard stood up. "I'll go make sure Ingrid's okay." "Good idea." Raphael stood up. "Want me to come with you?" He looked so eager that she couldn't quite bring herself to say no. Raphael was a bit of an oaf, but he was at times quite an emotionally mature and practically minded oaf. "I suppose it wouldn't hurt," she said, and so the two of them headed after Ingrid together. The thick snow blanketing the ground made her trail obvious and easy to follow. There was a wake cutting through it like the wake of a boat, which thankfully made the snow easier to trudge through. The path led from the classrooms to the dormitories, curving through the courtyard, and the churned-up snow came to a halt at the steps to the second floor. Edelgard climbed the stairs to Ingrid's room and knocked on the door. After a long silence, the door slowly creaked open. Ingrid's eye, red-rimmed, slid past the slit. "Edelgard." "And Raphael," Raphael said, offering her a smile. "Raphael and I are worried about you," Edelgard told her. "May we come in?" "There's no need to worry about me," she replied. Her voice was hoarse. She swallowed a lump in her throat. "I'm sorry. You're good friends, you've been good friends. But you don't need to be here right now. Being here to comfort you is a welcome respite from everything else going on," Edelgard said. "I know this must be hitting you hard. I know I can't imagine the pain of losing someone so close to you twice. I want to be here for you." Ingrid opened the door. "You're stubborn as a mule, Edelgard," she sighed, beckoning her inside. "She kicks like one, too," Raphael added. "I prefer tenacious over stubborn," Edelgard said, stepping over the threshold and closing the door behind her. Okay. Ingrid stood in her room, her arms straight at her sides, head bowed. Her eyes seemed to want to look in any direction but right in front of her. Edelgard laid her hands on her shoulders. May I? I'd rather you didn't, Ingrid said flatly. She sat down at her desk. So. Glenn got pushed off the ramparts. You and Professor Byleth didn't see who did it? Unfortunately, no, Edelgard said. We don't know who killed him. Ingrid was silent for a while. It doesn't matter, she finally said. It doesn't matter who killed him. You know what, that's exactly right, Raphael said. Did I tell you how my parents died a couple years ago? When we first met up in the Golden Deer, Ignatz was terrified of Mimi, his best buddy since we were kids, all because he thought his parents were responsible for their deaths. But I didn't blame him or his parents. And then, just before Gronderfield, we went on a mission and met some guys who suggested that Lorenz's dad might have had something to do with it. But you know what? I didn't care. Caring about who's responsible, blaming people, all that won't bring mom and dad back. What's done is done, so we've just got to move on and keep living. Something told Edelgard that his positivity came off as just a little forced. Perhaps it was the beads of sweat on his brow. I wish I was as strong as you, Raphael, Ingrid muttered. Huh? But you're one of the only 5 students in Gareg Mach who can knock me down. You're plenty stronger than me. There was the oafish part of Raphael again. I don't mean physically, she said, shaking her head. You seem to enjoy living. And that takes a lot of strength. No, it takes practice. Like building your muscles, he retorted. Yeah, when mom and dad died, it hurt. A lot. But it hurt a lot worse for my kid sister, so I had to practice being positive. For her. So she could look at her big brother and know that everything was gonna be okay. He furrowed his brow. Hey, you've got big brothers. Didn't they do that for you? A fleeting laugh breached Ingrid's lips. I think Raphael has a point, Ingrid, Edelgard said. It's hard work, when you're in pain, when you've known loss, to teach yourself again that life is worth living. She reached out to her and offered a hand to her. You have to teach yourself to trust that there is still light in the world, even when all you can see is darkness. If you need help. Ingrid looked at her hand and let out a despondent sigh. When I said it doesn't matter who killed Glenn, she said, closing her eyes as though that would be enough to stop tears from falling from them, I meant that I might as well have killed him. Ever since we found him in the catacombs, these past 4 months, I've wished he would just die, or that we'd never have found him at all, and sometimes I've thought about hurting him or worse. Because almost every time he opened his mouth, I felt him defiling all the memories of the old Glenn. I felt all the times I'd felt happy around him turn to ash. It was like he died a little more every time I remembered him. I hated him, and now I've gotten my wish. It's as though the goddess wanted to punish me for my wicked thoughts. Now I've lost him twice, but it won't bring my happy memories back. She took a deep, shuddering breath, tears rolling down her cheeks. I'm a monster. That's silly, Raphael said. I mean, even if you prayed to the goddess that he'd die, she doesn't answer those kinds of prayers, does she? You had nothing to do with it. The goddess didn't answer any kinds of prayers, in fact, but Edelgard kept that to herself. You're not a monster, Ingrid. Ingrid looked up at her. She bit her lip. You look at me, she said, and see a beautiful woman, someone you're desperately trying not to fall in love with. You don't see how ugly my soul is, Edelgard. Don't act like I'm so beautiful now, when I've exposed my deepest and most disgusting thoughts to you. Ingrid, if you could see all of the things I've done, you would call me a monster, too, Edelgard said. The vision of Amir's bony blade cleaving through gleaming armor, human, and Pegasus, and golden hair with a shower of blood in its wake came to her. For the longest time, I thought that, like you, the monstrosity of others had made me a monster as well. But that isn't true. Deep down, the light of your soul still shines. It isn't ugly at all. She came closer to Ingrid, put her hands on her shoulders this time, Ingrid didn't protest or fight back and wrapped her arms around her in a tight embrace. You can wallow in your misery and self-hatred alone, Ingrid. Or you can work to pull yourself out of that mire. Choose the latter, and I promise you that we will be there to help you out. Ingrid rested her head on her shoulder. Edelgard couldn't deny that the way it felt for her breath to ghost across the naked skin of her neck felt the way strong wine tasted, but fought to ignore it. Yeah. What she said? Raphael said. You can always count on my muscles to pull you away from the swamp of your ugly thoughts, Ingrid. Edelgard heard a noise halfway between a snort and a wheeze burst from Ingrid's mouth. Her shoulders quivered and her chest heaved, and when she pulled away from her, her laughter was as golden as her hair. Ingrid dried her tears. Thank you, both of you. I needed that. I'm sorry I've caused you both so much trouble. It's nothing. Walking upstairs is good exercise, Raphael said, prompting another laugh. Your happy memories of Glenn might be gone, Edelgard said to Ingrid, but someday, you'll have happy memories of someone else. Someone you love. Hopefully, someone you've chosen of your own free will, not someone who's been forced upon you. Ingrid rolled her eyes, but she was smiling. There you go again, Edelgard. It might be a while before I feel okay, but I do feel better. She looked around her room, which was of course as neat and tidy as one would expect her room to be, as though she were seeing it for the first time. The first time I lost Glenn, I would shut myself up in my room for hours every day. I let the world pass me by for weeks, months, feeling like I'd never be happy again. She sighed. I'll see you both in class tomorrow. If you don't, I'll bring my lecture notes over to you, Edelgard said. Yeah. Great idea. Raphael said. Could you make a copy for me, too? The two of them left Ingrid's room, leaving their friend in higher spirits. You know, Raphael said to Edelgard as they descended the stairs, after my parents died, I did wish I could have found who killed them. I felt awful, and sometimes I'd think about how much I wanted to just grab them by the necks and squeeze and, watch their eyes pop out or something. But eventually, I got sick of thinking those kinds of thoughts, because it made it hard for me to make my sister feel better when I was stewing in them. It wouldn't change anything anyway. I mean, it was probably an accident. There's something to be said, though, Edelgard replied, about justice. When someone inflicts great pain on someone, or kills them, you could say you have a responsibility to stop them from hurting or killing even more people. Well, yeah, of course. I mean, I wouldn't be working to be a knight if I didn't want to protect people or fight for justice. Raphael shrugged. I'm just saying, if you or Ingrid never find out who pushed Glenn off the wall, that's okay. You can move on. It is probably healthier to move on, Edelgard admitted, than to chase justice or vengeance for your whole life. But sometimes that drive can inspire you to make a better world. Vengeance need not be a destructive force. Otherwise, why would they say that the best revenge is a life well lived? Oh, I get it. So, in a way, by getting stronger, studying, and protecting my little sis, I am getting revenge on whoever killed our parents. Raphael nodded sagely. Maybe the real revenge is the friends you make along the way. Edelgard laughed. He wasn't wrong. If the best revenge was indeed a life lived well, then Byleth, Lysithea, Dorothea, and the rest of the Black Eagle strike force were indeed the best vengeance against Thales she could have, although she did still need to foil whatever his evil plot was nevertheless. You know, helping people with their emotional problems feels pretty good, he added. Wanna go to the training hall and help Felix process his grief? I think tending to one troubled psyche is enough for one day, Raphael, she said. She had to admit that she was exhausted, and Felix was quite an exhausting person. After supper, with the sun hanging low in the sky and the clouds turning a brilliant orange and dusky violet, Edelgard returned to the infirmary. Seath allowed her in. Flame will likely talk your ear off, he warned her, but you should be quick about this. In case you have not heard or you plan on flouting the rules, I have spoken with Lady Rhea and implemented a strict curfew from sunset to sunrise from now until the Hurricane King is apprehended, with severe consequences for delinquency. He glanced out the window, rubbing his neck apprehensively, and Edelgard wondered if he could still feel any phantom pain from when Dimitri had choked him within an inch of his life. You have about 15 minutes, I would say. Be sure to lock your doors and windows. I understand, Edelgard said, stepping into the room. I will be quick about it. Edelgard. Flame cried out, sitting bolt upright and throwing aside her bedsheets. She wore nothing but a simple nightgown, and as she tried to pull herself out of bed the mottled bruises on her legs became visible. Flame, don't stand up for my sake, Edelgard assured her. It is good to see you again. Flame remained seated at the side of her cot, her legs dangling over the side. Seath had combed and braided her hair between now and this morning, from the looks of it. Aside from a few persistent scrapes and scars that hadn't completely healed yet, and of course the sling wrapped around her arm, she looked like the same girl who had said goodbye to the Blue Lions in Arianrod months ago. She smiled broadly. Our paths have converged again, my friend. Although I did not take destiny into my own hands, I am afraid. You most certainly did, Edelgard said. I hear you dragged your big brother to Garreg Mach yourself. And all that with a broken arm. Yes. I had no other choice. Flame took a deep breath. I was so afraid. I could feel their knives against my skin again, and I was so afraid. But now you are here. She tried to stand up. Her legs immediately crumpled under her weight. Flame, no. Seath cried out, rushing to her side to steady her. He could only hobble, though, his cane tapping a frantic tattoo on the floor as he tried to steady himself. I've got her, Edelgard consoled him, catching her in her arms. She helped her back onto the cot. You will need plenty more rest before you can be out and about, she said to Flame. Flame nodded. Thank you, Edelgard. You are, and continue to be, a good friend. I was hoping I would feel this good when we reunited. Her smile was still wide and cheery. May you bring the rest of your class here? I would like to see Annette, Ingrid, and Mercedes again. If my big brother wills it, perhaps another slumber party. That may not be for a while, Edelgard said. But I would like that. She crouched down and drew the bedsheets to her chin. Flame reached out with her unbroken arm and took Edelgard's hand in hers. Her hand was warm and soft, like a child's. I owe you my life twice over now. Thinking of you would make me forget how much my feet hurt at the end of every long day. When I broke my arm, I thought about you and your friends and it dulled the pain. When we arrived in town and I had to carry Seath from the town square to the monastery gates, seeing your face in my mind's eye made the snow feel as warm as a bath. We both would have died if not for you, Edelgard. I'm flattered to hear it, Flame. Has much happened while I was gone? Edelgard laughed. More things have happened in the past 2.5 weeks than typically happen in an entire year. You must tell me. She looked out the window. The last rays of the sun were dipping under the walls of the monastery. Tomorrow, after class, she said. Oh. Don't be afraid, she said. You'll wake up tomorrow. I'll see you then. Bring the others, too, Flame said. I will. Professor Byleth, especially. Of course. Edelgard stood up and offered her a bow. Sleep well, my friend. I bid you a pleasant sleep as well, Flame said, and she settled back into bed and closed her eyes. Thank you, Seath said as Edelgard made for the door. Now, go right back to your room, lock the door, and make certain that nobody can enter or exit through the window. Of course. Take care and stay safe. Edelgard left the infirmary, shutting the door behind it. She heard the muffled sound of a latch locking from the other side. Of course, Seath would take no chances with the Hurricane King on the loose. Though if Dimitri was as compliant as a good student should be about the curfew, nobody had anything to worry about. The downside of a dusk-to-dawn curfew in the dead of winter was that dusk came at about 5 o'clock and dawn was not until about 7, but Edelgard had studying to do and books to read and, if she could be quite honest, at least one night free of scheming and plotting was something she desperately needed. Her plans for a simple night in were immediately derailed when she spied Claude ambling down the hall. It looked as though he had just paid another visit to the library, likely to erase the evidence of the little practical joke he had played on Hubert. She reversed course, raced down the hallway, and before Claude could flee she had his collar clutched in her fists and had him pinned to the wall. If I was angry at you before, Claude, I am furious now. Kronia is dead. Did you know that would happen? Did future Claude tell you? He doesn't tell me details, Claude said evasively, sweat beading on his brow. I don't think there is a future Claude, Edelgard said. You're hiding something else. Do you know why I think that? Because you're a naturally distrustful person, he asked. Because I respect you, she said. The Claude von Regan I know isn't so fatalistic, nor is he so credible. If you were truly taking orders unquestioningly from someone claiming to be yourself from the future, then you have sunk to an abominable low. If you got a message from your future self, wouldn't you heed it? I wouldn't trust it. How do you know these messages are from your future self if they don't tell you any details? Why are they written in Hilda's handwriting? Hilda's disguised handwriting, your handwriting, disguised as Hilda disguising her handwriting. Do you realize how asinine that sounds? Think about it, Claude said. The first letter you received was written by Hilda. When that alone wasn't enough to motivate you to seek me out, the second letter arrived. It had to look like it came from the same source. But since it was written in the future, it also had to be written exactly how it had been written in the past. Future Claude writes these letters the way he does because past Claude me reads them the way I do. That's the thing with time travel. When the future starts to influence the past, then the past starts to control the future. Edelgard recalled Thal's chilling words, the words that had seeped into her bones despite her best attempts to cast them aside as nonsense. That doesn't prove anything, she said, ignoring Claude's entire argument. Your reasoning is completely circular. You aren't even trying to convince me. How do you know it's you? Oh, come on, Edelgard. If you can't even trust yourself, who can you trust? She thrust him against the wall. What if Thales is leaving those messages to trick you? Why would he? Each message I've gotten has only made things worse for him. Has it? They've made things worse for us, too. What's your agenda? Are you merely mindlessly following the instructions of your so-called future self out of faith? Are we all just cat's paws for some nebulous man from the future? What's so bad about that? I'm bound to like the cut of future Claude's jib. You've allowed your own free will to be completely subsumed by someone else's higher purpose, when it should be you who chooses that higher purpose. Obviously, I did choose my higher purpose, and future Claude just wants to make sure I succeed at it. How? By killing one of our strongest assets. Which of our plans are you going to sabotage next? She tightened her grip on Claude's collar. I want to know why Kronia had to die last night. And I will not accept fate as an answer. Who says she's dead? He asked. You only said you saw her fall. Are you saying she faked her death? Was that the plan? I'm saying it's possible. Lady Edelgard. The voice that cut through the hallway like an arrow flying straight and true belonged to Lawrence Hellman Gloucester. What are you doing? He gasped, scandalized. I can assure you, I have entertained the thought of manhandling this Claude von Regan quite often, but to do it is simply unbecoming of nobility. Will you shut up? Edelgard snapped at him. Lawrence looked perturbed by her rudeness. He self-consciously adjusted the rose on his lapel. I am going to ignore that uncharacteristic outburst, Lady Edelgard. At any rate, you two should be heading back to the dormitories. Did you not hear that a curfew is in effect? He brushed his violet bangs from his brow with a dismissive flick of his wrist. It is no wonder the Empire and Alliance are declining with you two setting the standards for nobility. Both of you, come with me before all three of us are punished for your cavorting. It was only when Lawrence had started leading them to the dormitories that Edelgard remembered the message Didier had slipped her. Claude, she whispered, I may strongly disagree with your actions, but you are still our sole code breaker. I have a message that needs decrypting. Tomorrow, after class, before nightfall. Hubert and I will watch you decode it every step of the way. If you want us to have any faith in you, you'll agree to this. You drive a hard bargain, Your Imperial Highness, Claude replied. As the last rays of the setting sun vanished under the horizon, Edelgard, Claude, and Lawrence went their separate ways and locked themselves in their rooms. Chapter 28, As Dangerous Allies as Enemies. That night, Edelgard had a dream. At first, she thought she had woken up in the middle of the night, but then she realized that the bed she was lying in was bigger than the bed she'd fallen asleep in. The blanket was warmer, just short of uncomfortably warm, and the sheets were soft and smooth silk. And she was not alone. Moonlight streamed through the window, faintly illuminating the contours of what Edelgard gradually grew to recognize was Archbishop Ria's bedroom. Panic struck her for a moment until her eyes wandered to her side and caught sight of the faintest trace of dark, feathery seaweed blue-green hair. She knew intimately the bare hand that rested on her cheek, the slender fingers, the rough and calloused palm, the warmth bleeding from flesh to flesh. She lifted her own hand and rested it atop the hand caressing her cheek, feeling the familiar bumps of old and new scars against her skin. It almost felt real. Edelgard parted her lips to speak. "My love," she whispered, "am I dreaming?" She thought she saw a glint of azure in the moonlight, but it was fleeting, and her question was met with silence. She reached out, fumbling half-blind in the dark, and found Byleth's chest, feeling beneath her breast the slow and gentle pulse of a heartbeat throb against her palm. Soon she was lulled to sleep, and when the sun greeted her in the morning, she was alone. "I know it doesn't feel like it," Byleth said to the Blue Lions in class the next morning, "but our time here is almost over. There is 1 full week left in this month, then next month, and then, in the Lone Moon, you all graduate." Edelgard had never graduated from the Officers' Academy at Garreg Mach. She'd cut the term short just a few weeks early at the end of the Pegasus moon when she had revealed her true self amid the bitter and blustery winds of winter's worst and most treacherous month. Her Black Eagle strike force, as well as the students of the 2 houses that had remained, had graduated in the baptism by fire that had been the Empire's assault on the monastery, but technically, none of them were alumni. She wondered if Dimitri really could hold off the war until everyone had graduated. A sentimental part of her thought she might like finally having that metaphorical feather in her cap. "Your final certification exams will be the week before the graduation ceremony," Byleth added. "I'm proud of all the progress you've made. You've all gained at least 1 intermediate certification, so I expect you to choose an advanced class to work toward. Those of you in advanced classes already can choose another advanced class, or aim for a master-level class if you want a challenge." She took out the worn book containing the certification standards and study material for each class and placed it on her desk. "Let me know which class you're going to study for by the end of the lecture period. If you need my help with anything, just ask." She sat down behind her desk. She still looked weary, the entire class did. But when the Blue Lions started gathering at the front of the classroom to peruse the class offerings and talking among themselves, the mood in the classroom lightened just a bit as they allowed themselves to forget the chaos and pain in their lives and remember that for the moment, at least, they were students. "Graduation," Annette squealed as she waited in line behind the rest of the class. Somehow, in the scramble, she and Edelgard had ended up at the back of the line even though the 2 of them sat in the front row. "I can't believe we graduate in only 6 weeks, Edelgard. Which exam are you going to study for?" Edelgard thought about the path she'd taken in her world. She'd taken a fairly straightforward path into the advanced classes, focusing on her axe proficiency and leadership, knowing that she would soon don the gold and crimson battle armor that had been passed down the Hresvelg line for generations and command the forces of an entire empire. In this world, though, she was lagging behind her past academic achievements. She'd had to quickly make up for the other Edelgard's 6 months of loafing around and had barely managed to pass the intermediate mage certification before Gronderfield and the brigand certification before the winter ball. No master classes would be on the table for her. It all seemed petty right now anyway. She doubted today's uneasy peace would last until graduation day. "I'm not sure yet," she answered Annette. "You. Let's see." Annette started idly playing with her hair. "I guess with all the faith and reason I've got under my belt, Gremory would be a good capstone. But I dunno. I kinda feel like my training in axes and close combat would go to waste then. Might I say you'd look great in the Gremory outfit?" Sylvain said, flashing them a roguish grin over his shoulder. "That fur and feather boa." "Brrrr. Shut up, Sylvain," Annette retorted, her face turning as red as her hair as she gave him a not-so-playful shove. "I don't need to look through this," Ingrid said to Byleth at the front of the line, which had rapidly transformed into an amorphous cluster. "Professor, I'll be working toward the Falcon Knight certification." "It is the same with me," Dimitri said. I shall be taking the Wyvern Lord certification exam. I fear it might be difficult to raise my axe proficiency, though. Do we really have to take another exam? Bernadetta mumbled. They're so nerve-wracking, the way the proctors just stare at you is so what to do? Bernie's already a sniper, isn't that good enough? If I work on my sword proficiency, Ignatz said, I think I could pass the assassin exam. Maybe you should give it a try, too, Bernie. Sylvain peered at the book over Bernadetta's shoulders. What about going for a bow knight? That'll let you get away from your enemies even faster. If you need help with lance and horseback training, I can help you. Professor, which one is gonna make me punch things better? Raphael asked. Grappler, Byleth said to him. Perfect. Hey, Dedue. You're big and buff. Do you wanna be a grappler, too? I will be an assassin, Dedue said. Dedue, don't you need to be good at archery to do that? Sylvain asked him. I've never seen you pick up a bow in your life. I will be an assassin, he repeated, and that was the last word on the subject. The cluster of students shifted, and eventually Edelgard and Annette had their chance in front of the class offerings. In the pages of the worn old book Byleth had set out on her desk were descriptions of each of the advanced and master classes, the subject mastery needed to pass the certification exams, and woodcut illustrations of each class's armor and dress for those students who chose their classes based on aesthetic value and not utility. Annette flipped to the page for the Gremory class. Gremories, masters of light and black magic, wore ornate and flowing gowns with luxurious fur and feather boas. It wasn't a practical outfit, but then again, Gremories were expected to avoid the front lines and decimate their enemies from 200 or more paces away. And, Edelgard had to admit, if she ever saw Byleth wearing an outfit like that, somebody would need a mop and a bucket to clean her off the floor. At the sight of the outfit, Annette went pale. I dunno, she mumbled, flipping back a few pages into the section on advanced classes. Oh, what about this? War Cleric. She tapped on the illustration. War clerics were proficient in white magic and grappling, and as that would imply, they were more heavily armored than the average warlock or mage, though Edelgard questioned the value of wearing a metal wireframe hoop skirt into battle. It's perfect. I already meet the magic standards, so I'll just have to spend the next 6 weeks learning to punch things. Hey, I can help you out with that. Raphael said. Edelgard looked through the advanced classes. Given the general proficiency in swords, lances, and axes she'd accrued, along with her newly mastered skill with black magic, very little was actually off-limits to her. The sword master or warrior classes would both be a cinch, and if she worked hard, the warlock certification wouldn't be out of reach. Hey, you're pretty good on a horse, aren't you? Annette asked her, grabbing her hand before she could turn the page. She realized she'd just grabbed Edelgard's hand, blushed so intensely her ears blended in with her hair, and let go. Anyway, hey, look at this. She pointed to the entry for the Valkyrie class. The Valkyrie was a mounted soldier who cast magic spells on horseback, clad in sleek and light armor that made her swifter and more maneuverable than the typical Holy Knight or Dark Knight. Sylvain popped up over her shoulder and let out a low whistle. Damn. She's a beauty, he said, staring at the illustration for the Valkyrie. She's a drawing, Edelgard pointed out. Though I shouldn't be surprised that does nothing to deter you. Defeated, Sylvain beat a hasty retreat. I'm going to take the Valkyrie certification, she told Byleth. Byleth nodded. Good choice. I'm glad I started having you learn magic. It seems it's opened a lot of new possibilities for you. Edelgard bowed. Thank you, my teacher. Byleth turned to Annette. Have you decided? She asked her. Annette nodded. Yup. I'll be going for the War Cleric certification, she said. Byleth's mint green eyebrows arched. That will require a grappling and brawling rank of, she took the book from Annette and flipped through it. B. Yeah. Your rank is currently at E. You've never studied that. I can cram it in 6 weeks, Annette said. I just have to advance by 1 rank every 2 weeks. I've got the muscles for it. If you think you can do it, I believe you, and I'll do whatever I can to help you, Byleth said. But it'll be a lot more work than if you focused on bringing your faith and reason skills up to a rank for the Gramarye certification. Take your time to decide. I'm gonna be a war cleric, Annette insisted. Okay, Byleth said. She wrote that down in her notebook. You two are free to go. Enjoy a few extra minutes before your next seminars. Edelgard and Annette left the classroom as the rest of the Blue Lions slowly trickled out of the classroom. She had to admit, worrying about school did help distract her at least a little bit from everything else. For a few minutes, at least, she'd only been worried about fitting in the extra practice she'd need to raise her riding rank. Now that she'd left the classroom, though, she was worried about Cronya's killer, Claude, future Claude, how ridiculous, Thales, Seath and Flayn, Happy's fate, and Rhea's plotting. There was enough weighing on her mind that it would have crushed a lesser man. I can't believe we have less than 50 days left here, Annette said. It's gonna go by so quickly. Why should it? Edelgard asked. The past 2 weeks have felt as though they lasted forever. Good point. In that case, I hope it never ends. Felix was waiting for them outside. I need a word with you, he said to Edelgard. His amber eyes were hard, cold as his demeanor and sharp as his tongue. His attitude was even frostier than it had been before he'd learned what had happened to his brother. Edelgard wondered if she'd been so cold in her past. She'd gradually felt her icy heart melt to flesh, but Felix's had only gotten harder. What is it? She asked. Felix looked to Annette. Alone, he said. Is it really that private? Edelgard asked him. If it's something embarrassing. I need to raise my rank in reason by 2 to pass the Mortal Savant exam, he said with a put-upon sigh and a roll of his eyes. Your dancing lessons improved my sword play. So maybe you can teach black magic, too. Annette looked like she was about to explode. I'm a bit preoccupied, I'm afraid, Edelgard said to Felix. I don't think I have much time to spare. But Annette seems quite happy to give you lessons. I don't suppose you could teach her grappling in exchange. I can tutor you, Felix. Annette blurted out, shaking her fists. He sized her up. There wasn't much of her to size up. Fine, he said. She was speechless for a while. If you're going to stare at me with your mouth gaping like that, he said to her, I'll change my mind. Gee great, she stammered, finally finding her voice. Hey, why don't we meet for lunch today to discuss the curriculum? The training hall after our afternoon battalion drills, he said, and without another word he did an about-face and walked away. Okay, see you then, she called out after him as he turned a corner and cut through the courtyard on his way to the training hall. One of the consequences of the curfew in effect was that everyone who usually spent their time in the training hall or library well after sunset was forced to cram all that extra time into what little remained in the 9 or 10 hours of daylight they had between dawn and dusk. Or perhaps Felix simply needed to put some distance between himself and Annette's bubbly personality. Edelgard consulted her schedule for the day. She had about half an hour until the morning's drills, which she could have used to visit Flayn, but the time she would have spent working out after dinner today would have to be shifted to that blank spot due to the curfew. What do you have next? Annette asked her. I've had to do a lot of creative rearranging to get everything to fit. Honestly, I don't know how I'm gonna pull this all off unless I can figure out a way to be in 2 places at once. Oh, hi, Hubert. Edelgard turned her head and spotted Hubert approaching from her blind spot. Lady Edelgard, he said, bowing. Some of your siblings are in the main hall. In the main hall, Edelgard was met with the sight of 4 of her siblings Joachim, Heidi Marie, Gerland, and Justine. They were all wearing thick woolen traveling coats and all had their retainers at their sides with their bags packed. Joachim called out to her, waving from across the hall as Edelgard approached. You're leaving? She asked him. Sorry, but we have no choice, he said. With things as they are, we can't stay. Since the 4 of us flew here, all the snow won't be an obstacle. We need to take off before another storm rolls in, or before the Hurricane King decides to fucking kill one of us. Language, Joachim, Justine chided him. 37 times. He stabbed Cardinal Aelfric 37 fucking times. In a row. Pardon me for being a little profane. I'd have left here yesterday morning if I could have. Aelfric. Edelgard remembered where she had heard that name. He had been the one to inform Rhea about Byleth's ascension while she had been hiding away in the Holy Tomb. Had Dimitri really gone out in the middle of a blizzard in his Hurricane King outfit and mutilated his body in a fit of pique? It seemed excessive, even for him. I don't suppose you've learned how to ride a Pegasus, have you, Elle? Heidi Marie asked, darting in to wrap her up in a warm, firm embrace. If you have, I'd suggest you and Hubert leave the monastery with us. You can complete your studies and graduate next year. I'm sure Seath would allow it. I'm afraid not. Hubert is afraid of heights, Edelgard said, and gets terrible vertigo. Hubert looked down at the floor sheepishly. I am working on that. Shame, Justine said. Hetty and Paisky are stuck here until Uncle Folkhard's ready to leave. Try not to be a bad influence on them. She and Edelgard had hardly said a word to each other since Edelgard had broken her arm, and her frosty tone made it clear that she wasn't over that. It's a shame you couldn't get me in with Archbishop Rhea, Gerland said. But perhaps some other time. Stay safe, El. Yeah, stay safe, Joachim said, reaching out and tapping roughly against her eye patch. Don't go losing this for real, okay? You're too pretty to be missing an eye. Edelgard was at a loss. She wasn't sure how to respond. Her siblings, nearly half of her siblings, were leaving her. Would she ever see them again? There was a chance that by the time she had another opportunity, she'd have already returned to her world and returned this world's Edelgard to her proper time and place. Or, with the unrest in the Empire, perhaps an uprising would claim their lives. She wanted to stare at them, to fix them into her memory, to brand their faces their worried, but smiling faces into her mind's eye so that they would never leave her again. She didn't want to forget Gerlinda's flax gold hair or Justine's severe, knife-like face. She didn't want to risk losing the warmth of Heidemary's embrace or the charming grin that crossed Joachim's chiseled face again. But their images wavered before her, like reflections disrupted by ripples on the surface of a pond, as tears welled up in her eyes. Elle, Joachim said, taking her by the shoulder. It's just goodbye. We'll be back for graduation. Just hang tight for a few more weeks. She flung one arm around him and wrapped the other around Heidi Marie, drawing them both close to her. Her tears fell like rain, dampening her eye patch and rolling down her cheek, the salt stinging her lips. She felt like a child, she cried like a child. Oh, Elle, darling, it's okay, Gerland said, circling around her and stroking her hair. We'll be back before you know it. What if I never see you again, she blurted out. Heidemary's hand moved in small, soft circles over her back. Don't you worry about that. Everything is going to work out, dear. You must have faith. If you haven't gotten killed yet, you most certainly aren't going to within the next 2 months, Justine said. Justine, hug your baby sister, Joachim said. You can't tell me what to do. Justine, hug your little sister, Gerland said. Fine. Asshole. Language, Justine. Edelgard felt Justine give her a very half-hearted pat on the back. She held Joachim and Heidi Marie closer. Don't leave me again, she whispered. I'm not ready. There. Gerland stroked her hair. It's all going to be all right. You've gotten along without us well enough already. Be strong for Hetty and Pask, okay? Unfortunately, there was little any of her older siblings could say to her that would be more upsetting than be strong for Hetty and Pask, and Edelgard felt every last pillar of strength within her crumble to dust. She would have fallen to her knees if Heidi Marie wasn't hugging her so tightly. Maybe, we should stay for another day, Heidi Marie suggested. Fuck that. I don't want the Hurricane King to kill me, Joachim said. Edelgard let go of them. No. Go, she said, sniffling as she tried to compose herself. It's fine, I missed you all. And I haven't spent enough time with you. After Ash died, and now with Glenn's passing, I've realized that every goodbye might be your last goodbye. I love you all, and wish you a safe journey home. Gerland gave her a kiss on the cheek. Don't be so dramatic, darling. We love you, too. The 4 elder Hresvelg siblings left Gareg Mach that morning. From the stables, with Hedwig and Pascal in her arms and tears in her eyes, Edelgard watched the girls Pegasi and Joachim's wyvern leap into the air with a beat of their mighty wings and rise above the monastery walls. She waved goodbye to them as they dwindled into the azure sky. When they had disappeared, Edelgard felt as though her heart had crumbled away into dust and left nothing but a void behind. The sun began to set far too soon after far too busy a day, and with dusk and the ensuing curfew falling upon them, Edelgard and Hubert watched Claude fiddle with Solon's encryption machine with his notebook turned to an empty page and did his latest message beside it. "You see," Claude said as Hubert's glare bored into the back of his head, "there are 8 rotors here, but each cipher only uses 3 of them. So for this message, we'd set rotors 1, 4, and 2 in that order." He began to carefully and slowly turn the rotors, his fingertips slotting into the shallow grooves in the metal. The letters of the alphabet scrolled beneath his touch. The first set of numbers defines the starting position, and then the second determines the final position. Oh, and one last thing. His hand slipped off the rotors to the cables and plugs at the bottom of the machine. The letter pairs in the code refer to these little things here. You join each of the letter pairs together with these plugs. So, let's see here. EJ, Oi, AQ. You figured all of this out through trial and error? Edelgard asked. The visible mechanisms themselves seemed incredibly unintuitive to her, let alone whatever invisible machinery, more complex and more delicate than anything even the most specialized clockmaker could create, lurked inside the wood panels of its container. Or did future Claude give you a hint? Maybe he did. Maybe I'm just a genius, Claude said. Okay. We've got our settings. Now here's where the magic happens. He depressed one of the steel pedals with the letters of the alphabet on them and one of the glass beads, labeled with a different letter, glowed amber. It was a long and painstaking process. Slowly but surely, B became T, L became H, N became E, R became O, Q became N, V became E. Excuse me, Hubert said. How can both N and V stand for E? A substitution cipher cannot have multiple letters standing for the same letter. A substitution cipher can't, Claude replied. I think that the machinery in here rotates through multiple ciphers. That's why these messages are impossible to decrypt without the right code. He kept taking notes, painstakingly translating the strip of paper and writing down the results one letter at a time. Edelgard watched the message take shape. The ones who. I wonder why their alphabet begins with Q, Hubert mused, eyeing the 2 alphabets as Claude's fingers slowly glided over them. Maybe the answer is in this message, Claude answered. He finished the translation. There we go. The ones who returned yesterday are not who they seem. Hubert furrowed his brow. The ones who returned, this would have been referring to Saturday. For Constance, an alumnus of the academy, we already suspected she was an imposter, i.e. not who she seemed. Lady Edelgard, why would Dida send you a message telling you what you already knew? He's talking about multiple people, Edelgard said. A chill ran up her spine. Seath and Flane are not who they seem, Claude finished. He squinted suspiciously at the message. That cannot be right, Hubert snapped, taking a step backward as though recoiling from the message in fear. He cannot be saying that all 3 of them are imposters. Lady Rhea would have rooted out a false Seath and Flane immediately. Edelgard had to admit that the idea those 2 could have been replaced was far-fetched, to say the least. Unlike Tomash, who had kept his head down and avoided detection by being little more than the unassuming head librarian for years, Seath and Flane were close to Rhea, and it would be extremely difficult for agents of those who slither in the dark masquerading as them to avoid giving themselves away to her. You're right, Hubert. If they weren't the genuine article, they wouldn't have survived to yesterday morning. Maybe he means something else by not what they seem, Claude said. I suppose this is where I tell you, Edelgard said, that Archbishop Rhea, Seath, and Flane are not exactly what you would call human. This is a strange heresy from you, Lady Edelgard, Hubert said. It seemed he was trying to keep a straight face. You're familiar with the legend of the Immaculate One, correct? She asked him. The great white beast of legend that defended our empire in the War of Heroes? It and Lady Rhea are one and the same. She decided that perhaps, given how pale Hubert's face had become, that it was not yet time to inform him that Rhea and the Immaculate One were also Saint Ceros herself, the cornerstone of the church. Seath and Flayn are of the same species, hiding in plain sight in human guises. That is perhaps what Dida wishes to warn us about. Hubert was speechless for a while. His jaw hung slack. But that would mean, he said, that Lady Rhea is at least 1,000 years old. Maybe more, Claude said. I saw it for myself with my very own eyes in my future, Hubert, Edelgard said. I have no reason to believe it isn't true here as well. Hubert took a deep breath. Lady Edelgard, you are a time traveler from another world's future. Claude, you are apparently taking advice from your future self. Didu is a secret spymaster for an underground society. Cornelia, Tamash, Constance, and Lord Frildarius and his eldest son are demons wearing human masks. And now you tell me that Archbishop Rhea, Seath, and Flayn are holy beasts in human form. Is anybody in this monastery who they appear to be? Perhaps not, Edelgard said. Very reassuring, Lady Edelgard. Are Seath and Flayn? His brow furrowed worriedly. Dangerous. Claude shrugged. They're opposed to the Noais, at the very least, which is good for us. And Seath doesn't seem to approve of whatever Rhea wants to get her hands on Teach for. That could make him a potential friend. Perhaps, Edelgard said. But we'll have to be wary of him. At the very least, he's a strict enough administrator that he might get in the way of our plans. Hubert rested his forehead in his hands. So, did his message told us nothing we already knew? Thank you, Claude. You have been very helpful, he muttered, his raspy whisper of a voice dripping with sarcasm. Edelgard took Claude's notebook and, before he could protest, flipped through its pages and started looking through its contents. Since Hubert and I came here for information, we'll get it one way or the other. I hope you understand, Claude. Past his table the 31 different decryption machine settings, he had transcriptions of both the encoded and decoded messages he had intercepted so far. 2 temporal incursions detected. Research into random temporal incursions and Dirac tidal surges inconclusive. Incursions may have resulted in transfers of consciousness between Fodlan Alpha and Fodlan Beta. Breach of research facility Epsilon in Fodlan Beta likely related, but more observations must be made before taking action. Severe Dirac tidal surge has damaged tachyon detection array. Immediate repairs necessary. New research suggests Dirac tidal surges possibly related to causality violations. Felstar may be responsible. Research shows trans-timeline transference of matter completely impossible, but cis-timeline transference yielding positive results. Further refinement of teleportation system will allow recovery of materiel from antediluvian epoch. Claude snatched the book out of Edelgard's hands and snapped it shut. Ah! He wagged his finger at her. You didn't say the magic word. My patience with you is wearing thin enough as it is, she retorted. Give me the book or House Gloucester will find all of its dreams have come true. Trust me, Hubert knows how to make it look like an accident. At least one of those words is magic enough, he said, handing the book back to her. Edelgard read on. She recognized a few of the messages from what she'd uncovered in Solon's study months ago, but everything past those was new, no doubt intercepted at the rookery and snatched off the legs of the occasional messenger pigeon. Radiation leaks at Provincial Research Facility 11 causing suspicious sicknesses bound to puzzle local physicians and will endanger Operation Antediluvia if Immaculate One finds out. Additional lead and boron carbide shielding needed to prevent future exposures, requesting Death Knight and Cornelia's pet as security detail. Lawrencian bridge generation attempt nearly successful but caused minor resonance cascade. Intel suggests Felstar negatively affected. Future resonance cascades may be intentionally used to incapacitate Felstar if damage minor. Upcoming test run aims to transmit Saturnalia to Fodlan Alpha Imperial Year 735 to engineer bootstrap paradox. To ensure all goes as planned, Felstar must be terminated. Team in position. Extraction date set for 27 Ethereal Moon. Full-scale Lawrencian bridge generation experiments to be continued at Research Facility Tau. Upon completion of facility, all church activity is to be diverted from location. Extraction operation underway at Rhodos Coast. Targets Alpha and Beta in pursuit. Extraction operation update. Targets Alpha and Beta acquired and neutralized. Compromised asset Solon Unit 2 terminate on site. As of today, full-scale progress on Operation Antediluvian has recommenced. Compromised asset Happy von Rusalka terminate on site. Extraction operation update target Alpha lost search attempts will continue. Compromised asset Kronia Unit 612 terminate on site. There were more messages, too. All terse and laconic, speaking in clipped fragments of sentences about sabotage operations, supply stockpiles, troop movements, and positions, naming cities, towns, castles, garrisons, and fortresses scattered across Fodlan, in Leicester, in Faergus, and most worryingly, across the Adrestian Empire. These are messages that Dida was meant to receive, Edelgard said. I heard. Updates on orders he's given to people all across the Empire in Alliance. Sabotaging local barracks, diverting food and supplies, it's as though he were waging asymmetric warfare on us. But we are not at war, Hubert said. We will be, Claude said. Obviously, he's been setting up guerrilla cells across Fodlan for months now. And if every cell has a machine like this one, then they can all communicate without worrying about their messages being intercepted and decoded. It's a perfect strategy. Edelgard felt insulted. Did future Claude tell you not to inform me of this? She huffed. It's possible that you might even be responsible for inciting or exacerbating the divisions between my brothers. He's systematically dismantling my empire ahead of the Noai's planned war. Your empire? He asked with a mocking little grin. Forgive me for being a little possessive, she retorted. It's a force of habit. Claude, Hubert seethed, the more we learn of what you have kept hidden from us, the more damning your silence becomes. He clenched his fists. Edelgard could see ice crystals creeping across his white satin gloves. How long have you been keeping this news a secret? Most of these messages I didn't translate until last night, or even this morning, Claude said. I'd have told you sooner, but we've all been pretty busy. There was a loud, sharp knock at the door. Claude. Lawrence called out, his voice muffled behind the door. He sounded upset at Claude, but then again, that was highly unusual. I do hope you are in your bedroom right now to set a good example for your fellow students, but I must have a word with you. Claude rolled his eyes. Of course you do, Lawrence. Of course you do. He stood up, took the notebook back and hid it away. Then he closed the lid of the machine, set it under his bed, and strolled leisurely across the room to the door. Coming. Hold on to your corsage. Lawrence barely waited until the door was open to speak. In case you have not yet noticed, Claude, it is nearly sunset. As house leader, you have an obligation to see to it that everybody is in their proper locations and their windows and doors properly locked. Or are you going to let Ferdinand and Prince Dmitri do all of the work themselves? Well, you seem to have it under control, buddy, Claude said, patting him on the shoulder, so why don't you handle it for me? Lawrence's lip curled in disgust. Foisting your responsibilities off on me? I see Miss Hilda Valentine Goneril has rubbed off a bit too much on you. You are acting like a disgrace to your station. Fine, I'll do it, Claude groaned. You win, Lawrence. Now go to your room and lock yourself inside like a good boy. I shall, Lawrence said, rolling his eyes, but I do not appreciate your tone. He looked over Claude's shoulder. Ah. Lady Edelgard, Hubert. Ferdinand has been looking for you. Please return to your bedrooms. Claude sighed. Hooray, curfew, fun, he muttered. Hubert led Edelgard out of the bedroom. This is not over, Claude. We will be watching you. Hubert's quarters and Edelgard's were not far from Claude's, and as Edelgard had expected, Ferdinand was standing in front of her bedroom door with his arms crossed and a disappointed frown on his face. Curfew was most definitely not fun. But Edelgard had lecture notes to study and books to read, and she supposed that going to bed early would likely do her quite a bit of good. She wasn't quite sure she remembered how it felt to not be tired. She was already in her pajamas by the time the bell tower rang 7 o'clock. The only question was how easily she would sleep after what she'd learned from Claude. She supposed she could at least try. Just before she could snuff out the candle on her nightstand, someone knocked on her door. Her mind raced. Who would be breaking curfew? Constance, perhaps. That was the logical assumption, and now, when everyone was expected to be in their beds, was perhaps the perfect opportunity for an agent of those who slither to corner her alone and have her replaced. But Constance hadn't been observing her for a week, she'd barely been observing her for 2 days. That wasn't enough time to create a convincing disguise. Edelgard crept to the door, grabbing a letter opener off her desk. "Who's there?" "It's me, Hilda," Hilda whispered from the other side of the door. "Let me in." "Go back to bed, Hilda. It's urgent. It's curfew." "Oh, look who's suddenly a stickler for the rules when it's convenient." "Let me in. It's urgent, I'm serious. Please. There's a knight coming up the stairs, and if he catches me in the hall, Seath will." With a groan reciprocated by the door's squeaky hinges, Edelgard let Hilda in. "So, what is it?" Hilda flopped onto her bed face down. "I'm bored," she said, her voice muffled by Edelgard's pillow. "Get out," Edelgard said. "I'm bored. Besides, I can't leave your room until the knight finishes checking the hall." She rolled over onto her back. "Let's hang out." "Why?" "Because your room is the only one I could make it to without getting caught." Hilda started idly twirling a lock of her pink hair around her fingers. "Why don't I show you some better hairstyles you can take back to our world instead of wearing those grandma buns?" "I do not have grandma buns." "The other Edelgard has probably tried all sorts of better hairdos on you. You'll come back to our world and everyone's going to say, 'Your Majesty, you looked so much more beautiful and stylish in pigtails than with those silly buns.' I hardly think anyone cares how I wear my hair. Also, you need to do more with your bangs. Do you have any idea how huge your forehead is? You could build an extension to your palace on it." Edelgard self-consciously raised a hand to her forehead. "It is not that big. I wonder if there are rumors going around that Emperor Edelgard has a receding hairline. Come on, Edelgard. Let's do something. I was going to go to bed early for once." Hilda let out a long sigh. "Okay. Fine. I'm not just here to annoy you. I want to talk about Claude. But you need to let me do your hair." "You're not doing my hair. I want to talk about future Claude." Edelgard sat down on the side of her bed. Hilda sat behind her. "Fine." She felt Hilda's fingers worm their way through her hair and desperately hoped that the two of them wouldn't be possessed by their doppelgangers tonight. "Tell me. It's weird. You think it's weird, too, right?" "Of course it's weird. Does he show you the notes?" "No." "Do you know anything about future Claude, then?" Edelgard asked, realizing that Hilda was probably wasting her time. "I know that he brought Nader over here. He gave Claude the order to start sneaking Almiran warriors over Fodlan's throat." "No, literally, he did it himself. Nader said Claude sent for him and helped establish his cover story in town. But Claude didn't remember doing anything like that. Then the messages started arriving. Or, at least, that was when Claude first told me about them. Ugh. It makes my head hurt. It does sound like a headache." Hilda was silent for a while. "Why do you think future Claude would be sabotaging us?" "Because it's not future Claude," Edelgard theorized, "but rather Thales or some No-Eyes agent playing a trick on him. But he's Claude, so that option is unlikely. Perhaps Claude and the No-Eyes are playing a trick on us." She felt the fingers threading through her hair stop. "But, if Claude would betray us like that," Hilda said. "I mean, he's Claude. I know Claude. If we can't trust him, then I guess I'm not as good a judge of character as I thought I was." "Yes. If you're wrong about Claude, then who knows? You might even be wrong about me," Edelgard said. "Personally, I think future Claude is a cover story. I think he and Claude's confidential source, that he got the code book from, are one and the same. You think he and his source are working together? It's the only explanation that makes sense. But then again, what you said about Nader makes it seem as though there's more than one Claude running around." Edelgard shuddered, more unnerved by that notion than she expected. It was hard enough dealing with just one of him. "I want to trust Claude," Hilda said. "I want to believe that he's on our side, but that's just becoming harder and harder. I'm starting to think we're all just his pawns, and that's not the Claude I know. She stopped in mid-sentence. Do you think, Edelgard asked her, teasing out of her the thought that had struck her dumb, that Claude might be one of the no-eyes? That everything pinning our attention on Constance or other possible imposters has been nothing but a smoke screen. Hilda remained silent for a while longer, and then, suddenly, Edelgard felt her arms curl around her waist, hesitantly at first, then tightly. Edelgard, Hilda confessed, her voice quiet and fraught, her breath pricing the skin on the back of Edelgard's neck. I'm scared. Edelgard felt Hilda's head slip onto her shoulder and tears begin to dampen her nightshirt. Well, you don't have to worry about that, she assured Hilda. I jabbed him in the neck just the other day and nothing happened. Hilda stopped crying and let go of Edelgard. Then she grabbed Edelgard's pillow and swung it at her face with enough force to knock her over. Edelgard sputtered, pulling the pillow away from her face. What the? You jerk. Hilda snarled at her. The weeks seemed to both crawl and rush by. Everyone was busy, either with their studies or with cramming time with friends into whatever gaps there were in their schedules. Nobody threw themselves harder into their training, though, than Ingrid, who was giving Felix a run for his money when it came to the quiet intensity she brought with her in the training hall. As Edelgard worked on conjuring a complex dark magic spell, perhaps, assuming she made it to the final exam, the proctor might be more impressed if she knew more than fire magic. She tried to block out the rest of the students at the training hall. Ingrid's lance cut through the air with a frenetic and almost anxious swiftness as she sparred with Leonie, who was doing her best to keep her defenses up. In the corner, Annette was practicing grappling and brawling with Casper and Raphael, making up in enthusiasm what she lacked in size and stature. In addition to helping her with her fists and footwork, they were also teaching her battle cries. As a result, the hall was very noisy, to say the least. Edelgard shut the noise out of her mind, focused on the magic seal she'd studied and traced endlessly, and felt wisps of black and violet smoke swirl around her wrist and trace helical patterns around her hand. Clouds of cold moonlight flickered before her, coalescing into a roiling orb about the size of her fist before shuddering and breaking apart. She fell to her knees, sweat dripping from her brow. She panted for breath, each puff of air making a cold white cloud appear before her as if to mock her. She'd been trying to learn this spell since she'd come back from Fhirdiad, but it continued to vex her, even with Annette's help. Edelgard stood up, brushed the sand off her knees, focused on her target again, and held out her arm toward the target she'd been aiming at, palm out, fingers splayed. She took a deep breath and tried to clear her mind. Constance's voice stabbed at her ears. Ah, Lady Edelgard, Your Highness, my soon-to-be sister-in-law. What spell was that supposed to be? She asked her as she slipped through her blind spot. Edelgard cursed her eye patch. With a surprised jolt, she whirled around to face her. Constance. You startled me. She wiped her brow on her sleeve. The spell is Luna Lambda. It's dark magic, so it should be quite impressive, if I can pull it off. Oh, yes. Constance's eyes lit up. Dark magic, dark magic. A most challenging magic indeed. So few people dare to learn it. I had a classmate who was a master at it, actually, Edelgard said. Her world's Lysithea and Hubert, and this world's Mercedes. It seemed that dark magic came naturally to those influenced by those who slither in the dark. In her world, Edelgard wondered, she might not have so much difficulty mastering this spell. She had simply never tried. Oh? Mercedes, I presume. Yes. And she withdrew from class before she could teach you. A pity. I don't suppose you would happen to know it. Constance laughed. You would be right not to suppose. Too much dark magic can do terrible things to your skin, and I want mine to be fair, smooth, and unblemished forever. But I am going to be the greatest spellcaster of all time, so perhaps I can tutor you, my dear little sister-in-law-to-be. What are you having trouble with? Well, I'm doing the forms right, she said, but the energy I need just doesn't seem to be flowing through me properly. And what seal are you working with? Edelgard picked up her notebook and flipped through it. I have the equations here. Constance snatched it out of her hands. Edelgard was thankful there was nothing suspicious or incriminating in there. It was just one of her many notebooks for her classes, Completely innocuous. I see. Yes, 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 she raised an eyebrow. Ah. Here is your problem. You should be doing a cross product of these two vectors, not a dot product. The dot product always results in a scalar value, and you need a vector quantity for your seal to turn out properly. No wonder it was not working for you. You drew this seal all wrong. You cannot expect to project sufficient magical force through your body like this. A bit harsh, don't you think? Edelgard asked, taken aback by Constance's blunt, not to mention haughty criticism. She was too used to the way Byleth would criticize. True, Byleth could be blunt, but her criticisms never reeked of someone trying to show off or belittle. But that is helpful. Thank you, Constance. We should meet at the library later today, Constance said, handing the notebook back to her. The calculus required for dark magic is a step above the trigonometry used to construct black magic seals, and it is clear you could use some extra tutoring. I would love to show you some of the special, unique spells I have been working on as well. I have invented an incredible one that makes ordinary tea shimmer with all the colors of the rainbow. Oh, and, in addition to that. Edelgard let Constance ramble on for a bit. I would love to, Constance, my soon-to-be sister-in-law, she said, but I'm afraid I'm quite busy today. Perhaps some other time. The elation vanished from Constance's face. Oh. I see. Perhaps some other time. Yes. I see how it is. I have yet to prove myself to you. Well, I shall. I don't mean that at all, Edelgard said. What I mean is that I am very busy, because I have a lot of studying to do and very little time to do it, so my schedule is full. No, I understand completely. You doubt the magnificence of my sorcery, as I come from a house that has sadly grown poor and lost its grand social standing in the aftermath of the war. You wish for me to prove my prodigious skills. It is simply not enough for you to know that I was the only student in a decade to gain an S rank in black magic at this academy, no, because seeing is believing. You are putting quite a lot of words in my mouth, Constance. That is because I shall make you eat them, dear sister-to-be. Constance crowed. You shall see that I am the best tutor you could possibly have. She grabbed Edelgard by the wrists. I will show you a better form that will help you draw more magic from your body. Work with me. Put your right foot like this. No, like that. No, your other right. Now, arc your left arm. Yes, good, very good. Extend your right arm, make a claw with your hand. Good now, crossing your non-dominant hand over your dominant hand. I'm ambidextrous. Cast a spell. It sounds counterintuitive, I know, but I swear by the results. Edelgard was relieved when Constance's hands left her body. She felt unclean. Taking a deep breath and trying to steady her racing pulse, she did as Constance had instructed and cast a fire spell. The burst of flame that spat from her left palm was indeed stronger, came more easily to her, and zipped across the training hall like an arrow, scorching the target she'd aimed for. Thank you, Constance, she said, amazed at her performance. Now do you still doubt my greatness? Constance asked with a haughty laugh. My methods shall revolutionize spellcasting in Fodlan. Surely now you will want to be my apprentice. I would love to, Edelgard said, but like I said, I am swamped with work. Perhaps we can meet up tomorrow. I would love that, Constance said, grinning a particularly sinister grin. We must spend more time together. I feel as though I hardly know you, and I very well should know you inside and out, if we are to be family. That's a shame. Across the training hall, Annette let out another battle cry with Raphael and Casper's encouragement, prompting Constance to throw a bemused glance her way. Ah. Hello there, Annette. Dear, what are you doing? You sound like a Brigidan berserker. Are you in terrible anguish? Do you need a healing spell? I am on my way, my friend, she cried out, rushing over to her and mercifully freeing Edelgard from her clutches. Edelgard went back to spellcasting, trying out the new conjuring stance Constance had taught her. Annette was doing her best to match Raphael's and Casper's battle roars, and Leonie had Ingrid on the ropes. She ignored them as best she could and focused her attention on the black and violet smoke swirling around her left arm this time. Motes of light, as cold and bright as sunlit snowdrifts, sparkled and condensed into a more solid silvery orb for a few seconds. The orb shrank, grew denser and cloudier, and shot forward like an arrow. It vanished against the target in a shower of white sparks. There was a tiny splotch of a black scorch mark on the target's surface, but nothing more. Ah, progress. Exhausted, Edelgard went to the nearest bench and took a seat, taking a moment to catch her breath. Across the hall, Ingrid fell flat on her back, the lance knocked from her hand. Gotcha! Leonie crowed. She offered her hand to her sparring partner. Good match. Need a break? No, Ingrid said, taking her hand and pulling herself up. She was covered in cold sweat and her golden hair was fighting its way out of the braids that kept it tied back and out of her face. Another round. I'm fine. If you say so. The door to the training hall swung open and Seath hobbled through, his cane loudly tapping on the stone tile until it reached the sand. He looked much more like his old self. Most of the bandages that he'd worn a few days prior were gone now, leaving only the gauze mitten that hid the missing fingers on his right hand. His hair was straight and clean, his beard, though much longer and thicker than the chin strap he had once sported, was neatly trimmed, a small black patch covered his right eye. Everyone fell silent in his presence. Seath looked around the hall. Do not mind me, he called out to the students. Be as you were. The training resumed. Ingrid and Leonie took their stances. Wait, he said, hobbling over to Ingrid. Ingrid, if I may offer some suggestions to improve your stance. Certainly, Seath, sir, Ingrid said. And if I may say so, it's good to have you back. The smile on Seath's face was something Edelgard had never seen before. Though the circumstances could have been better, it is good to be back. Thank you. Now, if you keep your feet spread just a bit farther apart, he said, using his cane to nudge her into place, loosen your shoulders just a little. No, that is too much, and twist your elbow just a bit this way, you will have an easier time. He took a few steps back. See if that helps. Edelgard watched Ingrid and Leonie spar. This time, despite how hard Ingrid had been pushing herself earlier and how worn out she was, her movements were noticeably looser and more fluid. Seath limped to the bench and sat down beside her. Good morning to you, Lady Edelgard, he said. Good morning to you as well, Seath. I see Professor Manuela convinced you to keep the beard. I am simply trying it out. He took his eye off the action for a second to appraise her. How is it that you came to lose your eye? Oh, it isn't lost, she said. Something's been irritating it fiercely, though, the patch is just to keep me from rubbing it. Ah. I see. Thank goodness. Losing one's eye is a terrible thing. Sometimes I can still feel it stinging. He gingerly rubbed his mutilated hand. It is the same with these fingers. You would do well, Lady Edelgard, to keep your body as intact as possible. I'll keep that in mind. There seemed to be a wistful look on his face as he watched the students sparring, particularly Ingrid. This Sunday there will be a funeral service for Glenn Frildarius following the service for Cardinal Ealfric. You have my condolences. I hear he is the second student in your class to have passed away. Thank you. It's been a very hard few months. I know. I have read the reports regarding the Riemeyer calamity and the operation in the sealed forest. It is hard to believe that such evil could come so close to the monastery. And now, with the Hurricane King running amok within these walls yet again, perhaps Flane and I should have hid elsewhere. He frowned. However, we cannot leave now. We shall have to hope that the monastery can be made safe once again. Ingrid and Leonie continued their sparring match. The hollow snaps and clacks of their wooden training lances parrying each other's blows echoed through the hall. For a while, the two of them seemed to be evenly matched until Ingrid struck at Leonie's ankle and sent her tumbling to the ground. Ingrid immediately apologized, but Leonie didn't seem upset at all. She was laughing. Edelgard smiled. She'd never seen Ingrid use a dirty trick like that before. It seemed she was rubbing off on her. Seath stood up. Take care, Lady Edelgard. Now, if you will excuse me, he approached Ingrid again and drew her away to the corner of the room. Edelgard left the training hall, watching Seath and Ingrid out of the corner of her eye. The two of them conversed in low voices. Ingrid seemed to grow upset, and Seath put a comforting hand on her shoulder. A chill ran up her spine, as though she were being watched. She looked over to where Annette and Constance were, but Constance was absorbed in conversation with her back to Edelgard, chatting away without a care in the world. On Thursday morning, Edelgard practiced her riding. The sky was bright and clear again, dazzling the snow that crunched under her horse's hooves. Behind her, Ferdinand's words of encouragement as he spurred a sleep-deprived Linhard echoed through the brisk, crisp air. Hubert flanked her on his favorite sable mare. Ahead, Leonie rode onward, competing fiercely with Laurence, and Marianne's mount weaved through the field as though dancing. Edelgard found herself looking to the sky often. The leathery wings of wyverns and the feathery wings of Pegasi formed Vs in the air, circling the cathedral's spires and the bell tower as they kept lookout. She could see a daub of deep blue atop one of the wyverns and brilliant yellow upon another. Dimitri and Claude. Ingrid was likely one of the Pegasus riders, and one of the other wyverns might have been Petrus. The sky was the only place in the monastery where Dimitri could go and Dida would not follow, otherwise, Dida clung to him like a shadow whenever possible, seeing to it that His Majesty was never alone. Up there in the sky, Claude had a golden opportunity to tell him everything. But he wouldn't. It wasn't part of his plan, evidently. Dida wanted the truth to be hidden from Dimitri for the meantime, and apparently, Claude was in agreement. Edelgard missed the Black Eagles. There was no group of people she trusted more, or trusted unconditionally. Here, who did she have? Byleth, Geralt, and Hubert. Perhaps Hilda. Everyone else was suspect. And now, with her older siblings gone, she felt even more alone. With so few resources at hand, who could she trust? The morning's ride came to an end and the students returned to the stables, saw to their horses, put away their riding gear, and prepared for the next items on their schedules. As she left the stables, Edelgard briskly rubbed her hands together to warm them up. "Excuse me, Edelgard," Linhard said to her, stifling a yawn. "Yes, Linhard," she asked. "It's unusual to see you doing anything physical this early." He blinked blearily. Dark grey bags hung under his eyes, darker than usual, and his long forest green hair was haphazardly tied back. "You can blame Ferdinand for that. Or, more accurately, you can blame the curfew. I do all of my best work between 6 in the morning and noon on Tuesdays and Wednesdays and between 7 in the evening and the witching hour on Mondays and alternate Thursdays, but this new schedule has even less regard for my body's natural rhythm than he does. Anyway, I've been doing some research about Happy's Crest with Professor Hanneman, and I think I've found something." "Have you?" Edelgard briefly allowed her spirits to lift themselves. Linhard took out his notebook. "In the library last weekend, I found a reference to an apocryphal saint in a footnote to an appendix of a moldy old book about the War of Heroes that got lost behind one of the shelves. His name was Timotheos. I looked him up in another book and found a vague reference to his crest in a chart of the Lamine bloodline. Did you know that Mercedes is a distant descendant of Lamine? And she and Happy were both adopted by Lady Cornelia. Funny, isn't it? Is this all relevant?" Edelgard asked. Linhard did like his tangents. "I'm just setting up the necessary background, Your Highness. At first, I thought perhaps this Saint Timotheos had married into the Lamine family. Did you know that House Oaks and House Edmund are also distant offshoots of that family, along with the former House Martritz, but it seems more accurate to say his bloodline simply vanished. He must have left Fodlan and settled in an extremely remote place." Linhard flipped through his notebook. "The book I found this in isn't in the library anymore. I think Seath found it and disposed of it. But I copied down the relevant passage. I'm listening." He cleared his throat. Saint Timotheos could converse fluently with birds and land-born beasts, and he considered these creatures his friends. He sometimes rode over hills atop an obliging deer or called wolves to encircle him in battle. His sigh, inflected with the power of the Night-bringer's star, was immensely sonorous. "That sounds like Happy, does it not?" Edelgard had to admit that she was quite impressed with Linhard's research. "That does sound like her. It seems like Cornelia's experiments made the crest of Timotheos in her blood much more powerful and much more difficult to control," Linhard said. "However, It does not quite explain why Cornelia was able to transform her into a beast. It's possible, sadly, that uncorrupting Happy's crest may only fix one of her problems, and not the most pressing and immediate one. Ah. I see. Edelgard's spirits sank. Well, every small piece of information brings us closer to the truth. Thank you, Linhard. No problem, Your Highness. Linhard stifled another yawn. Now, if you will excuse me, my body is supposed to be asleep right now, he said, and he trudged toward the dormitories. Ferdinand rushed after him. Linhard, wait. I have more lance work to teach you. Come back. As low as Edelgard's spirits were, that, at least, made her smile. Her good mood was short-lived. Lady Edelgard. Didu appeared from out of her blind spot, towering over her. His form blotted out the sun, reducing him to an ominous silhouette looming like a monolith overhead. You and I shall have lunch today. I'm thankful for the invitation, she said, but I'm not sure I have the time. In the greenhouse, he said. His cold scowl told her he was not asking. And so, later that day, Edelgard met Didu in the greenhouse, taking to the back of the building where Ash's little spice garden was kept. He held 2 ceramic bowls of soup in his hands and offered one to her. She took it and sat down beside him. The steam from the soup cleared her sinuses in an instant. This is good for colds, he told her. I have been attentive to your heat tolerance. It will be strong, but not torturous. She still hesitated. If he wanted to poison her here, he had the perfect opportunity. She doubted he would try to kill her here, however, if he tried anything, she was fortunate that plants would provide ample food for an inferno. Sensing her discomfort, Didu took a spoonful from her bowl and ate it. No poison, Your Highness. Not today. God's willing, not ever. God's willing. Still a bit skeptical, Edelgard took a slow and cautious spoonful and raised it to her mouth. It was Duskur chicken and lentil soup, rich, creamy, both savory and pleasantly sour, and above all, hot. Her lips tingled as though she'd just been kissed. Duskur had many gods, Didu said. We prayed to a pantheon of them, gods and goddesses of fertility and pestilence, of war and peace, of sun and moon, fire and rivers. When we wished prosperity upon our neighbors south of the mountains, we even prayed to the goddess Suthis. He kept eating. Did you wish to talk to me about something? Edelgard asked as she picked at her own food. It was delicious, but eating it was not something to be done quickly. The hot and acidic spices demanded patience. I wished to help you rid yourself of your cold. You still sound congested. Eat. Thank you. You're an amazing cook, Didu, she told him. As always, Didu's cooking left her tongue-tied. Still, she tried not to lower her guard. He was trying to soften her up for something. I learned from my mother. But I was meant to follow my father, the village blacksmith. Didu took another spoonful of his soup and thoughtfully held it in his mouth. It has been a long time. I no longer remember my father's teaching. It is easier for me to cook than to forge steel, so my mother's recipes remain in my mind. They are wonderful recipes, Edelgard said. I'm sure your mother would be proud that something of her lives on within you. Every time I make them, they taste different, he said. One day, they will not be her recipes at all. When Didu ate, he savored his food, as though studying every bite. Edelgard savored her food, too, but only because Didu had made it as hot as she could possibly handle. Each bite made her need to catch her breath. The people of Duskur spoke in their own tongue, he said after a few more bites. Our language was not unlike Albanian or Srengish, but different enough that they were not mutually intelligible. I have not spoken a word of Duskurite in over 5 years. I no longer recall our prayers to the gods, nor the stories our parents told our children, only crude translations into Fodlanish. Even my mother's recipes are fading. They are the only words I clearly remember. But soon I will recite them in your tongue. Nothing of the original will remain. I'm sorry, Edelgard said. Do you know why I am His Majesty's retainer? I assume the men in black assigned you to him. Yes, but that alone would not be enough. The nobles also approve of my position, begrudgingly. I stand by his side as his retainer as proof that men from Duskur can be good subjects of the king. That they can be civilized. You are an olive branch to the people who destroyed your home. Not by choice, I take it? Edelgard asked. It is my choice to serve his majesty, Dida deflected. He fell silent to take a few more carefully studied spoonfuls of his soup. Edelgard took out a handkerchief and blew her nose. Excuse me, she said. Compared to other parts of Fodlan, he eventually said, the steel in Duskur is of low quality. It must be forged and folded hundreds of times to approach the strength of your steel swords and axes. My father showed me the art and patience that went into constructing tools and weapons as beautiful as they were useful. Like our steel, what remains of my people has been beaten and folded again and again into a new shape. A tool unrecognizable from the ore it once was. Edelgard set her bowl down onto her lap. But people are not weapons or tools, she said, wishing that the spicy food in her dripping nose didn't make her sound so stuffy. You can make a person into one as best you can, but there will always be a spark of their humanity within something that yearns to be free, to shape itself according to its own whims, to be loved. No blacksmith's forge can erase that, literal or metaphorical. Like her family, no matter how much she forgot of them, there was always something that remained, no matter how small. Nothing could be erased forever. Dida slowly nodded. Thank you. Continue eating, Your Highness. It will not do to only half cure your cold. Edelgard picked up her bowl and kept eating until there was nothing left but golden broth and a few stray bits of lemongrass. Dida watched her like a mother hawk would watch its chicks. Her head felt clear for the first time in over a week. I have worked hard to keep you alive, he said. But you make it difficult. You involve yourself in too much. If you do not close your eyes and cover your ears to what is going on, I will eventually fail to protect you. This is not a threat, but a warning. The agent designed to replace you is already here, waiting. If you cease to be a threat, I may persuade them to spare you. I can't help but get involved. That is a lie you tell yourself. You can and you know it. It is easy to turn a blind eye. I would know. You have done far too much under mine. Edelgard felt as though he was trying to get under her skin. Dimitri is important to me, and so is the truth. I can't bear to watch him labor under a delusion as long as I have the power to stop it. Why don't you want him to know the truth? The king of delusion. In the wartime propaganda, that was what she had called Dimitri. It was a title that had fit him like a glove. He had seemed to do nothing but seethe about her culpability in the tragedy of Duskur, despite the inconvenient fact that she had been about 12 and convalescing from her torture at the time. Rhea had taken advantage of that delusion to turn his kingdom into her new church, its knights into her crusaders, his throne into her altar, his palace into her cathedral. She had usurped him with his willing and eager participation. He had died a wild animal raging against a fantasy of his brain's own design, encouraged by his allies to destroy himself for their sake without even realizing it. Edelgard liked Dimitri enough now that she didn't want that fate to befall him again. What delusion, Didu asked, his low and deep voice growing colder, is he laboring under? Tell me who you think caused the tragedy of Duskur. Tell me what you intend to tell him. What do you know about it that you think he does not? Edelgard felt sweat on her brow from more than just the spicy peppers in Didu's stew. Her throat tightened, her ribs felt like fingers curling against her heart and lungs. Rodrigue. The men in black, are behind it all. Dida was silent. He picked at his food slowly, carefully, deliberately, finished the last few bites, and then raised the bowl to his lips to drain the leftover broth. Edelgard felt her heart try to squirm up her throat as she waited. He set the bowl down. No, he said with gut-wrenching finality. Then who? The steel in Duskur is of low quality, but it is rich in other minerals. Copper, gems, alum, gold. The head of House Kleiman wished to own the land and become wealthy. Our trade with the people of Faerghus was not enough, so he and a cabal of noblemen engineered the attack on King Lambert and his family, blaming the people of Duskur as a scapegoat. Other noble houses eagerly conspired with him so they could remove the king from power and stop his promised reforms from being put into place. Duskur was purged and became the estate of Viscount Kleiman. The church feigned neutrality, refusing to either praise or condemn the pogroms, but on every level it covertly encouraged them, using the incident as cover for its experiments. The nobility and the clergy erased my people, my gods, my language from the world. All for a few handfuls of metal and stone. Of course, it all came back to the nobles and the church, the twin poisons that had spread through Fodlan unabated for 1,000 years. Edelgard could empathize with the icy notes of cold anger that seeped into Dida's carefully managed monotone. The faint note of disdain for his oppressors she heard in his voice, the nostalgia for all that had been taken from his people and all that had been ripped from his own memories, was all too familiar to her. But there was one glaring lie in his story that she couldn't overlook. "That isn't the whole truth," she said. "It is." Dida stood up. "We are finished. The one laboring under a delusion is you." "You can't lie to me, Didu," Edelgard retorted. She rose to her feet, though he still towered over her. "Kronya told me everything. And for that, she was silenced. As was happy. As you will be, in a few days. You know that it was your own men in black. The men in black are as dangerous allies as they are enemies. If you refuse to turn back, it will put more than just your own life in danger," he said, turning his back to her and walking away. "Recant what you believe. Cease your investigations. Live a simple and easy life. Then, perhaps, you will be spared. This is the most I can do for you now. If you truly care about His Majesty or your mother, you will keep your silence." Dida's words struck Edelgard like a blow to the gut, freezing her for a moment long enough for him to distance himself from her. "Her mother? What about my mother?" she called out after him, hurrying to catch up with his long strides. "Wait. Didu." But the door to the greenhouse slammed shut behind him, and when she caught up to it and opened it again, he was nowhere in sight. She didn't see Dimitri again until breakfast the next morning, when she found him sitting at a table with Bernadetta and Marianne. Didu, of course, was at his side, and his cold and piercing gaze latched onto Edelgard as soon as she came into his orbit. "Bernadetta," Dimitri was saying, "I cannot thank you enough. Ever since Saturday night, my nights have been so restless," but he caught sight of Edelgard and stood up. "Good morning, El. How are you feeling? Please join us," he said, a warm smile on his cold face as he gestured to an empty spot beside him. "Thank you, D," Edelgard said, taking her seat beside him. "And a good morning to you as well. You sound much better. Dida's cure for the common cold is quite effective, is it not?" It had been. Edelgard hadn't so much as sniffled once since yesterday. "It is." "Oh, but I don't mean to interrupt. What were you talking to Bernadetta about?" I am sure it's nothing," Bernadetta stammered. Her cheeks were already red from the cold air outside, but they became even redder. "It is not nothing. I would have lost my mind otherwise," Dimitri said. He reached into his satchel. Last week, Bernadetta made a valiant attempt to teach me crocheting. Please take a look at this." Edelgard watched him pull a misshapen blob of thick red yarn out of his satchel, and as he unraveled it eventually realized that it was a scarf, or at least a valiant attempt at a scarf. The holes between the stitches were wide enough that she could fit her thumb through them. "Oh!" Bernadetta shrank into her seat as though she were trying her hardest to sink beneath the floor. "Why, you made that, Your Highness." "Well, with this curfew, how else can we spend our evenings?" Dimitri handed the scarf to Edelgard. "I made this one for you. I began working on it the night Archbishop Ria came. I was so frustrated and so afraid that night, but making this helped me calm myself." Edelgard took the scarf from him. He seemed completely earnest to her. But was he lying, or had this been the new form of stress release he'd been talking about? If so, then who had killed Cardinal Eilfric? Had someone else worn the Hurricane King's disguise in an attempt to frame Dimitri for yet another heinous crime? That is lovely for a first attempt, D," Marianne said to Dimitri. "Or, I'm sorry, Your Highness." Edelgard did not miss the slip of her tongue. "Poor Hilda." "Oh, well, actually," he said sheepishly, "my first attempt was a hat. I broke 3 sets of crocheting needles and decided I needed to make something simpler." Bernadetta looked as though she'd rather be anywhere else. Gee, good for you," she said to Dmitri, though clearly she was thinking about how poorly the thing he called a scarf reflected on her as a teacher. Go ahead, put it on, he said to Edelgard, who was still holding the scarf in her hands like a dead fish. Do you like it? I do, Edelgard said, wrapping it around her neck. It was soft, warm, and snug at least, inelegant as it was. Thank you, D. I'm flattered. And thank you, Bernadetta, for having the patience to teach him. Dmitri laughed. Yes, Bernadetta, thank you for tolerating my clumsiness. Whenever Mercedes tried to teach me to sew, I kept breaking the needles, and she eventually stopped trying. I had thought I was a hopeless case. You're welcome, Bernadetta squeaked, still unaccustomed to receiving compliments. Oh, and, did you? Yes, Bernadetta. Did you asked? Ah. I'm sorry. I mean, the poor girl caught her breath, nervously kneading the drawstrings of her hood. Sorry. You spooked me. It's just that, you said you knew a few sewing patterns from your home, and I thought maybe we could go through them together? Ah, forget it. Never mind. I know you're busy. Dido glanced at Edelgard, then back at Bernadetta. I am indeed busy, but next week I will not be. Edelgard knew exactly what his glance in her direction had meant. One way or another, before next week, she would no longer be a thorn in his side, either because she had been replaced or because she had surrendered. She had no intention of allowing the former to happen, nor did she plan on doing the latter. She would show Dmitri the truth, no matter what, even if she had to take a strategic loss here. She only needed to know how she could make him believe. After breakfast, the five of them left the dining hall. Marianne broke away from the group to return to the Golden Deer, while the other four headed to the Blue Lion's classroom for Bylitha's morning lecture. She and the others were met with a peculiar sight out on the lawn in front of the classroom. Flane, bundled up in a thick winter coat and hat, was building a snowman out on the lawn with help from Princess Hedwig von Hresvelg, while Seath watched them like a hawk. Dmitri stiffened and tensed at the sight of them, his jaw and fists clenching as though his fingers yearned to wrap themselves around Seath's neck once again. He looked as though he had just smelled something rank, if he could have. Good morning, L. Hedwig called out. L, look at our SS snowman. Flane caught sight of Edelgard and marched up to her, putting her hands on her hips and a pouty frown on her face. You, Lady Edelgard, she said sternly, are late. Weary late. Bernadetta gasped. But I didn't hear the bells toll. You have not been visiting me, Flane scolded Edelgard. I have been waiting. I'm sorry, Flane, Edelgard said, taken aback, but we've all been busy with our studies, and none of us can leave the dormitories after 5 o'clock right now. You are fortunate tomorrow is Saturday, Flane said. I want to spend the entire weekend with you and your friends. We can go ice fishing on the pond. We can go ice skating on the pond. And we can go into town and visit the bakery, and make fish tarts, and she caught sight of the look on Dmitri's face. Oh, hello, Prince Dmitri, she said, offering a polite curtsy. I apologize for getting carried away. Are you well? You seem to be in pain. It is nothing, Flane, just indigestion, he grunted, and Dido led him past her and into the classroom. Nice snowman, Dido said to Hedwig as he passed her by. Hedwig beamed with pride. It was a nice snowman. Picturesque, in fact, with little bits of coal for the eyes, mouth, and nose and spindly sticks for the arms. It looks very good, Hetty, Edelgard said, patting Hedwig on the shoulder. It was still hard for her to wrap her mind around how tall she was for her age. She'd likely be as tall as Hubert in a few years. You and Flane made this. We did indeed. Flane said, taking Hedwig's hand. We are friends now. Oh? Seath has allowed it. Edelgard looked over at Seath, who had yet to take his eye off them. She wondered how long he had gone without blinking, or how much longer he could go. In the distance, the bells tolled 8 o'clock, and a few stragglers milling around on the lawn rushed to their respective classrooms. I'm afraid I can't spend any more time outside right now, she said. I will see you both later today. Try to stay out of trouble. Can I sit in on your class? Hedwig asked. If Professor Byleth allows it. Thank you. I will not be a DD distraction, IIP promise. Come with me, then, Flane, Seath said, striding onto the lawn. I will not have you out here alone. Oh, can't I sit in on the professor's class as well? Flane pleaded. He pondered her request for a moment. I suppose. Edelgard, watch over Flane very carefully and see to it she stays out of trouble. Of course, sir, Edelgard said, and she led Flane and Hedwig into the classroom. Professor, she said, I hope you won't mind if I bring a few guests. Her voice caught in her throat. Like a nightmare made flesh, Thales was standing at the head of the class where Byleth should have stood, wearing his disguise as Rodrigue Frildarius. Lord Frildarius, she said, keeping her voice from cracking. My apologies, sir. You startled me. Where is Professor Byleth? Thales, of course, knew exactly how frightened she was behind the polite facade she kept up. Oh, don't worry about your professor, Lady Edelgard. She's gone off to fetch Felix for me. For whatever reason, he is unusually tardy this morning. I hope it isn't outside of my authority to tell you to take a seat. I am sure she will not be long. Instead of the front where she usually sat, Edelgard took a seat near the back. Hedwig sat beside her and Flane took the empty desk directly behind her. Her mind raced. What was he here to do? Why had the Knights of Ceros released him? A fraught silence filled the classroom. It felt like an eternity before Byleth returned with Felix in tow. As soon as Felix caught sight of Thales, he paused mid-step and took a step back, his brow furrowing and lip curling. Hello, Felix, Thales said. I hear you are not typically this late to class. He was trying to get a cat out of a tree, Byleth said, patting Felix on the shoulder. Felix glanced down at the floor, embarrassed. Ah, a netcood. How commendable. Well, Felix? Aren't you going to say good morning to your father? Thales asked, spreading out his arms. What's good about it, old man? Felix asked. And why did the Knights let you out of your cell? Because, Thales said, walking down the aisle past the rows of students whose heads turned to follow his every move as though entranced, I was investigated and interrogated quite thoroughly over this past week and no evidence of wrongdoing or malfeasance could be found. It is customary for innocent people to be released, in case you were unaware. Byleth kept a protective hand on Felix's shoulder, but he nudged her aside and stepped forward. So much for Knights, then. So, what do you want? An apology, he sneered. A thunderclap tore through the room as Thales struck Felix across the face with enough force to drop him to his knees. You and I, he hissed, need to have a long talk about loyalty, my son. Felix lifted his head. His cheek was bright red where Thales' palm had struck it, and blood dribbled from a split lip down his chin. Oh, so now I'm your son. Before Thales could take a step forward, the tip of Byleth's sword was at his throat. Don't you think that's a little extreme? He asked her, arching his eyebrows as though daring her to stab the blade an inch forward. I won't have you laying hands on my students in my classroom, Byleth said coldly. Edelgard could tell that she was strongly considering slaughtering him right then and there and saving everybody a great deal of trouble, regardless of the heavy consequences of murdering the Lord Regent of the kingdom. If you need to discipline your son, you won't do it in front of his friends. With the side of his finger, Thales nudged the sword away from his neck. I had no idea you were so soft, Professor. Did your father never teach you, spare the rod and spoil the child? My father taught me how to kill a man 10 different ways by the time I was 12, Byleth replied. I see. However, those of noble stock raise their children quite differently. I would say a little public humiliation is exactly what my brat needs. Then find somewhere else to do it. Felix is my student and this is my classroom. Very well. Then I will. I am long overdue to return to Fhirdiad and get on with my work anyway. Thales grabbed Felix by the arm and hauled him to his feet. Come along, boy. The entire classroom stared aghast at the family conflict playing out in front of them. You can't just withdraw a student from my class without permission, Byleth said. I can do as I please, Thales said as Felix squirmed out of his grasp. That includes choosing to remove my son from this academy if I feel its students and faculty have been a bad influence on him. Seath stepped into the classroom. You certainly can, Lord Frildarius, he said, but I must question your decision. So far, I have seen no breach of conduct or objectionable behavior on young Felix's part, save perhaps for his brooding demeanor. He had me put in jail for a week, Thales growled. He suspected you of wrongdoing and alerted the proper authorities. I am hardly surprised by his suspicion, given Lady Cornelia's recent conduct and your close ties to her. At any rate, his behavior is to be commended, not punished. You, of course, are free to go, but I will not see such a bright young student leave this academy without cause. You cannot stop me from withdrawing my own son. No, Seath said, but I expect you to fill out all necessary paperwork before I allow you to. I also would have thought that you would at least stay here long enough to attend your eldest son's funeral service. Thales' scowl transformed into a pleasant, fake smile. Ah, you are right. In my rage, I nearly forgot. He let go of Felix. I shall meet you in your office this Sunday afternoon, Seath. I expect you to have all of the necessary paperwork prepared. Seath nodded. Of course. Now, I would ask you to allow Professor Byleth to teach her class. The students have quite a lot to do. Hiding his rage, but just barely, Thales strode out of the classroom, pausing for just a moment beside Edelgard as though to gloat at her. He reached over, tousled Flane's hair, and went on his way. Seath glared at him all the way out the door. He cleared his throat. I am sorry for that, Professor. Please do continue, he said, and he followed Thales out. Byleth sheathed her sword. Are you all right, Felix? Felix wiped the blood from his lip onto the side of his hand. Fine, Professor, he muttered as he trudged to an empty desk far away from everyone else, turning to hide his face. Hedwig clutched at Edelgard's arm. DDD does this, you usually happen, she stammered. No, Edelgard assured her. No, it doesn't. That was the third time in the same week Seath had swooped in to save Byleth and her students from a catastrophe. Why, Edelgard wondered, did he always seem to be at the right place, at the right time? The lecture went on as normal from there. Byleth was finishing yesterday's analysis of the pivotal battles of the Crescent Moon War with little incident, except that Hedwig, completely enraptured, sometimes leaned too heavily on Edelgard's shoulder and made it harder for her to take notes. But the lecture didn't end normally. Just as Byleth finished speaking, the doors to the classroom swung open yet again and Archbishop Rhea glided into the room, followed by Catherine, decked out in her armor, and Volkhard von Arundel. Volkhard wore a worried furrow on his brow and a disconcerted frown. Professor Byleth, Rhea said. Her presence filled the room, suffocating. I am sorry to bother you at such an inconvenient time, but I have an urgent mission for your class. This will take the place of the monthly field training session you have scheduled with the knights. Byleth eyed her skeptically. Okay, she said. Lord Arundel, if you would, Rhea said. Volkhard took a step forward. There have been reports of unrest in Arundel territory. I have requested that your class accompany myself and the Knights of Syros to keep the peace, he said, shuffling his feet uneasily. He cleared his throat with a phlegmy cough. I thank you and the Archbishop greatly for considering my humble plea. There's little time to delay, Catherine said. Castle Arundel is about 2.5 days' travel away from here. If we move quickly, we'll be back by midweek. Everyone, pack your supplies and ready yourselves for battle. Except Rhea lifted her hand. Byleth Eisner and Edelgard von Hresvelg, you two are not to accompany the Blue Lions on this assignment. Dmitri shot to his feet. What? He snarled. That's absurd. What I think His Highness means to say, Your Holiness, Sylvain said, is that, if we don't go out on a mission with our teacher, then what's the point? The point is assisting the Knights of Syros to spread peace through Fodlan, Rhea said calmly, though Edelgard could see a twitch of her lip that masked her ire. Your teacher has taught you well enough by now, I would hope, that you can take orders from Acting Captain Catherine for one mission. But why, Lady Rhea? Ingrid asked. I don't mean to challenge you, but isn't it our teacher's job to lead us in battle? Unfortunately, your professor has more pressing obligations this weekend. Edelgard raised her hand. She didn't like the sound of Ria's more pressing obligations one bit. Excuse me, Archbishop Ria, she said, but while I cannot speak for my professor, I would at least like to accompany my own class. I am an Arundel on my mother's side, after all, and I would say it is important for me to defend my own home. Ria gave her a beatific smile, though there was no disguising the hunger in her eyes. It is precisely because Arundel is your home, dear Edelgard, that I wish to spare you the sight of the turmoil that has been brought to it. Besides, while Lord Arundel is gone, you will have to look after your younger siblings. She had a point there. Judging by how long it would take to reach Castle Arundel, the Blue Lions would be gone well into next week. Who would watch over Hedwig and Pascal? Geralt would have to leave the monastery in less than a week, and Edelgard was running out of other people she trusted unconditionally. I understand, Lady Ria, she said. Hedwig anxiously clung to her arm. Byleth masked her concern with an impassive frown. Okay, she said. Class, from now until you return, you take orders from Captain Catherine. Show her as much respect as you do me. Acting Captain Catherine, Catherine clarified, as though she were uncomfortable to have had Geralt's former title offered to her. She saluted. Thank you, Professor. I'll guard your students with my life. Ria left, but Volkhard remained behind. He approached Edelgard and crouched down beside her desk. He said in a low voice, I'm sorry. I requested the Black Eagles and was going to ask you to accompany them as an adjutant, but Lady Ria overrode me. Take care and do not worry about home. I have the utmost faith in Ria's decisions. He took her in his arms. I love you, El. Take care, Uncle, Edelgard said, worrying for a completely different reason. BBBCC careful, Hedwig stammered. The classroom emptied out. Byleth started erasing the blackboard. This is not how morning lectures normally go, Edelgard assured Hedwig as the girl whimpered into her shoulder. I am sorry, Flane said, patting Hedwig on the shoulder. This is terrible news to receive. Dimitri and Dida remained behind after the rest of the students had left. You'd better get going, Byleth said to them. I don't like this, Dimitri said, shaking his head. All the knitting in the world will not stop me from worrying. Please be careful, Professor. I don't want to lose you two. Dida put his hand on his shoulder and subtly gestured to Hedwig and Flane. To your pressing obligations. Promise me you and Elle will be safe. Byleth clasped his hand in hers. Trust me. We'll be fine. Dimitri took a deep breath before removing his hand from hers and then, with a fragile set to his jaw, headed out of the classroom with Dida as his ever-present shadow. He mustered a weak smile to Edelgard on the way out. I shall probably have another scarf ready for you by the time I return, he said to her, his grin unable to hide the pain in his eyes. You and your siblings look after the professor, okay? Edelgard nodded. Don't be so dramatic, Dee. We'll be fine, she said, masking her own worry. She studied Dida's face as he followed Dimitri out. Briefly, her eye met his, and she wondered how much of a setback this unexpected turn of events was to his plans, and for whom it would bode ill. She put her arms around Hedwig, threaded her fingers through her hair, and held her close, as much for her own sake as for her youngest sister's. Chapter 29, The Face Revealed. That night, Edelgard had the dream again. A different bed this time, no, not a bed at all, but a seat in a carriage in motion, wrapped in a blanket to ward off the cold. The carriage continued onward through the night, the clip-clopping of the horses' hooves outside muffled and faint, the rocking of the carriage as steady and soft as a heartbeat. An arm hung across her shoulders with a comforting weight and warmth. The windows were closed and the blinds drawn, but she could see faint silhouettes surrounding her. Not frightening shadowy figures like the ones who came to her in her nightmares, no, these were different, she felt comfortable and safe with them. Like there was nothing in the world that could hurt her. In the waking world, of course, there were plenty of things that could hurt her, one of those things, unfortunately, being the monastery's resident beast. As a low growl and a vengeful hiss cut through the winter air, Edelgard stumbled down the guard tower's staircase, slipping and falling backward as a set of claws as sharp as knives cut through the air where she'd been standing only a moment ago. With a sharp cry, she hit the stairs and tumbled head over heels. The world spun around her in a whirl of stone bricks and wood panels for a few seconds that seemed to last forever before she found herself lying face down in the snow. Edelgard! Byleth cried out, rushing to her side before Hubert could and helping her up. Are you all right? Have you been wounded, Lady Edelgard? Hubert asked. Edelgard spat a strand of her own hair out of her mouth and wiped the snow clinging to her face onto her sleeve. Only my pride, she said, her elbows, knees, and head already throbbing and sore. You can't get to her either, huh? Geralt noted, crossing his arms as he stared up at Happy's impromptu lair in the tower abutting the monastery wall. What the fuck are we going to do, then? How long has she been like this? Edelgard asked him. All morning. Won't even come down to eat, he said, eyeing the bloody carcass of a goat that had been laid just to the side of the door. If Edelgard had fallen a few inches to the left she would have landed right on top of it. I think she might be sick, Leonie said, rubbing her thumbs on the hem of the oversized cloak draped over her shoulders. Over the past few days, Geralt had been slowly introducing her to Happy so that she could look after her after he left the monastery, mainly by letting her borrow old cloaks and gloves of his so that she could have his scent. Things had been going well, apparently, until today. Alois strode across the field toward them. What's going on here? He asked, raising his eyebrows. Is everything all right with your pet project? I wish, Geralt grumbled. He sighed. She's sick, or angry, or something. Won't even eat. So you're saying it's more like a pet peeve? Not now, Alois. Alois frowned and furrowed his brow, realizing that his joke had been in poor taste. Right. Sorry, Geralt. And you, Lady Edelgard, are you okay? Edelgard pressed a lump of cold snow to one of the more painful aches. I'll live. As long as she didn't hurt you. You know we can't keep Happy if she hurts someone, Capt. Sorry. Geralt. I understand, Alois, Geralt said. Honestly, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but if Seath finds out about this, I'm worried it won't matter if she hurts someone. What if she doesn't leave? Byleth asked him. He didn't answer. I can take care of her, Leonie insisted. We have no choice but to keep her here, Edelgard replied. Locked within her mind is everything we need to know about Cornelia. Rodrigue Hanneman thinks he can find a way to change her back by the end of the term. That isn't an opportunity we can afford to lose. I know, Lady Edelgard, but try telling Seath that. All right. Geralt sighed. She'll leave the monastery with me, Alois. Promise. If Happy is sick, Hubert said, then I do not know what option we would have but to send for Professor Manuela. If she can treat sick and wounded horses and wyverns, then a beast would hopefully not be beyond her capabilities. But how could Manuela get close enough, Byleth pointed out, if she won't even let Edelgard near? Leonie stroked her chin thoughtfully, the same way Geralt would stroke his scruffy beard. She took after him far too much. Marianne's great with animals, she said. Raphael told me she can talk to birds. Anybody can talk to birds, Hubert pointed out. She understands them when they talk back. Or so Rafe said. Without the slightest hesitation and without waiting to be given any permission, she rushed off to find Marianne. It didn't take long for her to come back, though with the gray sky and uniform cloud coverage blotting out the sun overhead, it was hard to tell how long it took. Trailing behind Leonie, Marianne trudged through the snow, glum and withdrawn, her head bowed and eyes downcast. She seemed to shrink in the presence of the Knights of Syros. She smoothed out her skirt and thumbed the edges of a very familiar-looking fur-lined winter cloak Edelgard eventually recognized as one of Dimitri's. Hello. I'm sorry, but Leonie says you have a monster. Her voice was so timid and mousy that Edelgard expected Happy to come bounding right out of the tower and chase it away. She's in the tower, Geralt said. We think she might be sick or hurt, but none of us can get close enough to. He looked Marianne up and down, seemingly disappointed. Fuck. What am I even doing, he muttered. If Marianne could have shrank by a foot or more, she would have. I'm sorry. I don't think there's anything I can do. No, I think you can help, Edelgard said, pulling herself up to her feet. Her brain pounded against the inside of her skull. Marianne, from what I hear from Dimitri, you have a real gift for calming savage beasts. A pink tinge spread across Marianne's cheeks. That's just what he calls himself, she mumbled. You just need to have some confidence in yourself, Leonie said, clapping her on the back. Come on. No one's better with animals than you. I'm sure I'll just make things worse, Marianne said to her, shaking her head. Look. Happy is a magnificent and graceful creature that used to be a person, she replied sternly, and if you can't help us, the Knights of Syros are gonna kill her. You're our only hope. Marianne turned pale. You used to be a person, she repeated. What Leonie means, Edelgard said, taking care to speak far less brashly and more diplomatically than Leonie, is that you have a special gift here that nobody else has. No one else here can understand Happy's mind better than you can. Marianne lifted her head and looked to the top of the tower. She used to be a person. With a deep, nervous breath and a heavy sigh, she approached the tower and began climbing the stairs. As she slipped out of sight, Byleth clenched her fists and closed her eyes, her breath pouring slowly and rhythmically from her mouth as she prepared, just in case, to call upon her power and turn back time. Everyone waited with bated breath. Eventually, Marianne climbed the stairs back down and emerged from the shadows. Half a dozen kittens, she said. Geralt let out a relieved sigh, his shoulders slumping as he relaxed. Edelgard could feel his relief. If Happy had been ill or badly wounded. Marianne's words finally registered in her brain. Kittens? Wait, he said. What the fuck? She's only been a cat for 2 weeks, how can she have kittens? You're right, it's impossible, Leonie said. I mean, if she were that pregnant, it'd have been obvious. How would that even work? I don't think they're hers, Marianne explained, her voice nearly lost in the furor. I think their real mother must have died. A grin lit up Alois's face. That's miraculous, he chortled. The stairs winding up the inside of the tower creaked and groaned as a bulky mass of scarlet fur squeezed down the narrow staircase. Happy poked her head out, her pointed ears snapping forward, and crept over the threshold, cautiously approaching the goat carcass Geralt had left for her. After giving it a cautious sniff, she clamped her jaw around one of its legs and started dragging it up the stairs, leaving a bloody smear in its wake as she returned to her brooding. So, Leonie said, Marianne, how old did those kittens look? It's about 3 weeks before the mother usually starts letting them leave the nest, right? They looked about 3 weeks old, Marianne said, but it'll be another 3 or 5 weeks before they're ready to be separated. Well, Geralt said, wiping his brow and regaining his composure, I guess that means she can't leave till then. Can't just leave those babies to fend for themselves. Alois sighed. Goddess, I need a drink. I think we both need a drink, Geralt said. That is, if you don't mind hanging out with a disgraced ex-knight. Geralt. My friend, it'll always be my pleasure to drink with you. Alois assured him with a hearty slap on the back. Oh, but, you'll have to pay your own tab now, though, he added, won't you? Geralt's face went pale. Edelgard recalled that from what Byleth had once told her, he had a 4-figure unpaid bar tab in just about every major tavern from Fodlan's Fangs to Fodlan's Throat. He had likely racked up a similar debt in the local tavern in the town outside the monastery that he'd been meaning to pay off with next month's stipend from the Knights of Syros, which he was no longer going to receive. Drinks are on me, Byleth announced. You sure you know what you're asking for, kid? Alois asked. This guy drinks like a fish? A simple, nostalgic smile crossed her face. I know. He's my dad. Well, don't say I didn't warn you. Let's go. The adults set off to slake their thirst, leaving the students behind outside the guard tower. Thank you, Marianne, Edelgard said. Marianne smiled faintly. Thank you, Your Highness. I am simply glad I could be of use. Leonie laughed. With a skill like yours, how could you not be of use? Just think of all the things you can do with it. A sheepish blush crossed Marianne's cheeks. With her pale complexion and steel blue hair framing her face, the way her cheeks lit up called to mind a flame melting a beautiful ice sculpture away from the inside. It wasn't hard to imagine how Dmitri could fall for a face like that. Oh, goddess, Dmitri of all people was caught up in a love triangle. Marianne inched a bit closer to Edelgard. Your Highness, she said, lowering her voice from its normal breathy near whisper to a sound that nearly got lost in the clouds of her breath, so, it is true. Her soft, doe-like brown eyes flitted toward the guard tower where Happy defended her adopted brood. I heard a rumor that Lady Cornelia turned her daughter into. Edelgard nodded. It's true. You could say that she's the victim of a curse. But, as Hanuman says, a curse is only a curse if it can be broken. I'm confident that anybody who becomes a monster can be changed back, no matter how great an effort it takes. I admire your optimism, Marianne said, her fingers fumbling nervously with the clasps of her cloak. Hey, Marianne, Leonie said, isn't that one of Prince Dimitri's cloaks? Marianne's ears turned as red as the rest of her face. I have to go, she stammered, turning tail and hurrying back to the academy grounds like a spooked deer bounding away into the woods. Edelgard spent the rest of the day trying to keep herself busy and, more importantly, out of sight. Did his tense meeting with her the other day still hung heavily in her mind? What was he plotting? What ulterior motives dwelled beneath his quiet and stony facade? When he said that his men in black were as dangerous allies as enemies, what did he mean? A part of her wanted to hope that he meant it the same way she once had, that he meant to turn on and dispose of them as soon as he'd gotten what he wanted from them, but the rest of her, of course, was too cautious to hope. And what about the other agent in the monastery? Did he really have the authority to convince them to spare her, and if he did, then could he exercise it this far away from the monastery? And most baffling of all, what had he meant about her mother? The way Dmitri had spoken of his captivity, she'd thought Anselma had died in the same dungeon. But was it possible those who slither had kept her alive, or was Dida just trying to unnerve her? And on top of that, Thales walked the monastery a free man, Claude was suspicious, and Edelgard found herself and Byleth isolated, separated from the rest of the Blue Lions by Rhea's machinations so that they would be easy prey for the Immaculate One's talons. And on top of all that, she had Pascal and Hedwig to look after. Her two youngest siblings were the only other Hresvelgs remaining at the monastery, too young to leave on their own. They had retainers of their own to keep them out of trouble. Of course Pascal had Armin, whom Edelgard believed was Hubert's second or third cousin. Hedwig had Kasia, who was apparently Hubert's younger sister, hence the pains he took to avoid her. Sometimes Edelgard wondered what had happened to all of these extraneous Vestra children she'd never heard of in her world, and concluded that those who hadn't been discarded by those who slither after the insurrection had probably been disposed of in Hubert's purge of House Vestra, but they were practically children themselves, both just barely younger than the average student, and to say the least, Edelgard didn't trust them, not as a matter of loyalty but of competence. Edelgard took her siblings to lunch, intent on keeping them close by her side. But in the dining hall, she met someone who had other ideas. Constance caught her just before she could step into line. Oh, Edelgard, darling, there you are, she called out with a foxish smile. I have been looking all over for you. I'm sorry to make myself scarce, Edelgard replied frostily, but unfortunately, I've been busy. And I have a few chores to get done this afternoon. Constance kept talking as though she'd never said anything. I have such great plans for this weekend. We simply must, in the common parlance, hang out. First, might I recommend going on a luxurious jaunt? Constance, shut up, Edelgard barked, at her wit's end. Constance shut up. But, unfortunately, not for long. Ah, she said, squinting. I see how it is. You have been avoiding me, on purpose. That is not what I mean at all, Edelgard protested. Elle wouldn't do that, Pascal added. She's nice. Hedwig tried to stammer out something in Edelgard's defense as well, but Constance drowned her out. No, I see, I understand perfectly, Constance said. You will not admit it, but you look down on me for being the daughter of a fallen house. The failure of my father and mother and uncles and aunts and cousins and brothers and sisters to defend Adrestius sure clings to me like an unwelcome stench. Not in the slightest, Constance, Edelgard retorted. I simply mean that you can be a little. Say no more, Edelgard. I know it is hard to imagine that I can measure up to a Hresvelg, even though Prince Burkhard had asked for my hand in consortship. But, Constance's violet iris-colored eyes darted across the room. Aha! I shall prove to you the strength of House Novelli and my commitment to restoring our grand reputation. Before Edelgard could protest, Constance stormed off and came to a stop in front of Caspar, Dorothea, and Petra, who were all having lunch together. Edelgard left the line and hurried toward them, and her siblings followed behind her like ducklings. Petra looked up at Constance. Hello, Constance. Are you wanting to talk to me? Hello, Petra, Hedwig stammered, waving. Petra looked away from Constance with a bright smile on her face. Hello, Hedwig. Would you be liking to join me for the hunting today? Petra McNeary, Princess of Brigid, Constance announced, slamming her hand on the table hard enough to send ripples through everyone's soup. I, Constance von Novelli, do hereby challenge you to a duel. Caspar and Dorothea were dumbfounded. If you are wanting a friendly competition, Petra said, then I would be liking that greatly. No, this is not about friendship, but about honor. My father and many brave men from House Novelli met their end at the hands of your father and his soldiers, and I must cleanse the stain upon their souls. Caspar, normally one to leap up in excitement at the prospect of a good fight, looked queasy. Edelgard knew, and had no reason to suspect that it wasn't the case in this world, that in the Brigid war Count Berglis himself had slain Petra's father, and his guilt still weighed heavily on his mind. Petra looked down and then back up at Constance. You are wanting to be revenge killing me? She asked, arching her eyebrows. This is ridiculous, Edelgard said, grabbing Constance by the wrist. Constance, you don't need to prove yourself to me by picking fights with people. Hedwig grabbed Constance by the other wrist. Please don't be revenge killing Petra, she wailed. If this is all because you feel slighted by me, Edelgard said, then consider my schedule cleared for the rest of the day. Constance relented and stepped away. Very well. You shall not feel the sting of defeat today, Princess Petra. Dorothea rolled her eyes. Nobles, she scoffed under her breath. I beg your pardon. Constance snapped. Nothing, she said, no doubt remembering the last time she'd insulted a noble with a stick up her ass. After lunch, Constance all but dragged Edelgard to the stables, where among the Pegasi a black steed with a mane like curtains of sable and immaculately groomed wings waited. Do you like to fly, Edelgard? Oh, pardon me, but may I call you El? It seems that is your preferred nickname. Perhaps in the future, Edelgard said. She could hear her own heartbeat. Constance hadn't even given her time to find Hubert. She was completely alone, and if Constance was really so much of a formidable spellcaster, she might as well have been completely defenseless. I understand. We need to spend more together before I am worthy. Constance fitted her black Pegasus with an ornate scarlet and gold saddle and bridle. This is Diamos. I have had him since he was a foal. No Pegasus in all the land delivers a smoother ride than he, although I do suggest you still hold tight. I would not want you to fall from such a great height. I want to fly. Hedwig all but shouted, shaking her fists excitedly. Miss CC Constance, C can I may I please? Oh, of course. Diamos is perfectly capable of carrying 3 people. Of course, it is up to your older sister. Constance gave Edelgard a haughty grin, a fox licking its chops in anticipation of the rabbit it had cornered. Edelgard considered running for it. But if she kept avoiding Constance like this, she'd probably earn a stern talking to from Ferdinand. He'd already had a few choice words for her over the past few days about how she was making Constance feel unwelcome at Garreg Mach. Besides, Hedwig looked as though she was about to explode. What about you? Constance asked Pascal. You are small for your age. Certainly you would fit as well. And no, it'd be cramped, Pascal protested, shaking his head. His curly hair bounced. I'm not good with heights anyway, Lady Constance. But thank you for the offer. I'll just watch you, from down here. Very well. Some other time, perhaps. Now, Lady Edelgard, Lady Hedwig, come along. We shall sally forth. Constance, Edelgard, and Hedwig mounted Deimos. Edelgard swallowed a growing lump in her throat as she curled her arms around Constance's waist, and Hedwig did the same to her. She was giving Constance the perfect opportunity to dispose of her. A Pegasus could soar miles away to some remote and inaccessible part of the mountains in an hour, where nobody would find her corpse. And she'd dragged poor Hedwig into it as well. Actually, she said, like Pascal, I might be just a little squeamish about great heights. You will not be, Constance said. Deimos and I will see to that. She led her mount out of the stables, and then with a mighty flap of his wings, they took to the sky. Pascal remained behind, flanked by his and Hedwig's retainers so that at least he would be safe. Heights did not actually bother Edelgard at all. Depths did. But this was a special circumstance. She tried to keep herself calm. Constance couldn't kill and replace her yet. She'd given her too few opportunities to observe her. This was just a ploy to learn more about her, observing her mannerisms, her body language, the way she spoke, ferreting out important details about her past. The monastery grew smaller and smaller down below, a frost-coated jewel nestled among the mountains. The ceiling of the drab cloud coverage felt closer and closer as the monastery drifted farther and farther away, and the people milling about its snowy lawns dwindled to pinpricks. The cobalt peaks of the Okamo Mountains spread across the horizon to the northeast, past the fog-filled ravine that split the monastery from the cathedral. To the north was the sealed forest, stretching from Gareg Moxwall to the northern peaks of the mountain range. To the west was the town, and further west was the forested wilderness that stretched down the slope of the mountains all the way to Remire, or what had once been Remire. Hedwig tightened her grip on Edelgard and buried her face in her hair. Weary SSS so high up, she stammered, her teeth chattering. IICC can't look. She pulled away. Oh okay. I can look FF for a little BB bit. Is it not beautiful? Constance asked, easing Deimos into widening spirals and bringing them higher with every slow, powerful flap of his wings. Ah, to see the monastery from this height brings back such memories. The three of them circled the monastery until the clouds began to break and the sun, still high in the sky but dipping lower, peeked through the gaps to shine its light upon the mountains. The cold seeped into Edelgard's bones. There was no sound but the howling of the north wind high above the monastery and the deep, steady flaps of Deimos' wings. The entire time, Constance made surprisingly few attempts at small talk, leaving Edelgard perplexed. Were they only here to admire the scenery? Was this some plot to make her lower her guard? Well, Edelgard, Hedwig, are we bonding yet? Constance finally asked, breaking a long silence. I can't feel my nose, Edelgard said. Nor can I, she said. Ah, well. Was this not lovely? We have shared a spiritual moment here, my soon-to-be sisters. She directed Deimos into a slow and gentle descent, guiding him back to the stables. The monastery rose up to meet them until the Pegasus hooves met solid ground. Hedwig nodded. Thank you SSS so much, see Coco. Constance raised her eyebrows. Coco. An incoherent stream of apologetic babble escaped Hedwig's lips. You'll have to excuse her, Constance, Edelgard said. Hetty has difficulty speaking sometimes, especially when she's nearly frozen solid, so she tends to give people nicknames that are easier for her to say. Ah, I understand. But I would prefer you to use my full name when you can. Now, where shall the three of us fly tomorrow? Have you ever plunged straight down into that ravine? No, Edelgard said, and I don't think I'd like to. Oh, please. I would pull up just before we hit the river. Constance grinned. I wish to go on so many more adventures with you too. After all, are we not all family? I suppose, Edelgard said as she rubbed the feeling back into her hands. It would take a while before her nose and her ears became less numb. Hedwig clung to her as though she'd float away if she didn't. Now, if you'll excuse me, I do have some chores to do. Of course, of course. Constance patted her on the head as though she were a puppy. Darling Elle, dear, and sweet Hetty, I would never distract you from your duties. Run along. I shall see you at dinner. Edelgard did not quite run along, but she did make a hasty retreat from Constance. She was shivering, and it wasn't just the cold that sent a chill up her spine. There was an icy dread running through her veins that even Hedwig, still clinging to her, couldn't melt. "So, how was the ride?" Pascal asked them. "Cold," Edelgard said. "I'm sorry," Hedwig mumbled into her shoulder. "I didn't mean to offend CC Coco Secon's SS." Edelgard lifted a hand to her head and stroked the silken braids that held her hair back. "Don't worry, Hetty. You did nothing wrong, and she understands that." I did. I sounded stupid, and disrespectful, and if I just knew how to shut up. You didn't sound stupid or disrespectful. If anybody takes issue with your manner of speaking, that's entirely their fault. I just wish it was easier to stop talking, Hedwig moaned. Why is it so hard for me to speak, and so hard for me to be silent? Did Lady Constance get mad at you for your stutter? Pascal asked her, taking her by the hand. I'm sorry, Hetty. That's not okay. Constance hadn't exactly gotten mad at Hedwig, but Edelgard could tell that much like Bernadetta, enough people had in the past that Hedwig had gotten used to simply assuming it. Hedwig sniffled and nodded, letting go of Pascal to wipe away the tears leaking from her eyes. Should CC cut my tongue out. Don't say that, Edelgard told her. Whatever anyone else thinks, Hetty, I could listen to you speak all day. What less could she say to her sister? Besides, Constance was simply caught off guard. You didn't offend her at all. Hedwig hugged her tightly enough to nearly break her spine. She sobbed. Edelgard. Hedwig. Flane's voice rang out through the hall as she hurried across the floor to meet them. What a pleasure to see you here, Hedwig, is something wrong? A concerned frown crossed her face. What is the matter? Someone didn't appreciate her nicknames, Pascal said. How rude of them. Hedwig, your nicknames are delightful. Hedwig pulled away from Edelgard just enough to reveal a sliver of her face. Why you think so? She released Edelgard only to embrace Flane with all her might. Flane's face turned red. Edelgard caught her breath. Hetty, I have a few chores to do before it gets dark out. Can I trust you and Pascal to keep Flane out of trouble? Hey. Flane gasped. I do not get into trouble. Hedwig nodded, mustering a weak smile. Edelgard hurried to attend to her tasks, granting herself an afternoon of monotony that did nothing to stop her mind from turning toward her troubles. By the time she was finished, the sun hung low in the sky and it was time for dinner. As she headed to the dining hall, another dreadful chill ran through her blood and up her spine. Thales's presence filled the great hall from its floor to its high vaulted ceiling like a suffocating miasma. She paused and surveyed the room, spying him near the entrance to the courtyard with Seath. The two of them were striding down the hall side by side, though both seemed eager to part ways. Thales had to walk slowly as Seath hobbled along with his cane, and it was obvious from his scowl that the slow pace he'd been forced into was not helping his mood. I would advise, Seath, that you stop getting in my way, Thales was saying, no doubt still irked by Seath's intervention yesterday morning. I am doing no such thing, Lord Frildarius, Seath answered. Rather, I would say that you are interfering in my duties. Do not accuse me of meddling. Then perhaps stop doing so. Here, the Church of Ceros is the highest authority. Seath's eyes met Edelgard's. So did Thales. Edelgard felt the stinging cold that still lingered from her jaunt with Constance worm its way deeper into her, burning into her bones, stabbing an icy needle into her eye. And with that, Seath said, I bid you good day, sir. Thales scowled. This shall not be the last you hear of me, he snarled under his breath, and he stormed off. Edelgard narrowly sidestepped him before he could ram his shoulder into hers in a petulant show of force, making him stumble for a step or two. He walked it off, but Edelgard felt slightly more at ease to have caused him some minor embarrassment. Hello, Edelgard, Seath said, drawing nearer to her. Please pardon Lord Frildarius. He is merely upset that I postponed his son's funeral service until after the rest of the Blue Lion's return. I am beginning to see why young Felix is so sullen in his presence. He is simply impossible. By the way, he added, I have something to ask of you. All week, Flame has been begging me to allow her to have a sleepover. I am normally against such things, especially given the current situation, but as I recall, I did allow her one with you and your friends in Arianrod. If you both abide strictly by the curfew, can I trust you to look after her for the night? Edelgard was dumbstruck by his offer. You want Flame to stay in my room tonight, she repeated, just to make sure she hadn't temporarily gone mad and started having auditory hallucinations. She has been so lonely, he said, and you have been so busy. With things as they are, you have few opportunities to spend time with one another, and so I will allow it. If you swear on your life that you will look after her, of course. I suppose it's fine with me, she said. Seath smiled. You have my thanks, Edelgard, he said, resting a gentle hand on her shoulder. I cannot tell you how much this means to my dear sister. I am so very excited, Edelgard, Flame said as she laid out her bedroll on the rug in Edelgard's room. The sky was growing dark beyond the window. She had already changed into a nightgown and let her emerald green hair down. Even if it is only the two of us, this is still only the second time I have ever slept over with somebody. What shall we do first to pass the time? Do you know card games? Big Brother frowns on them, but what he does not know will not hurt him. The smile on her face was simple and gleeful, almost too innocent given all of the pain she had recently endured. There was a knock on Edelgard's bedroom door. It's me, Hedwig. See, can I? Edelgard had opened the door already before Hedwig could finish. Hetty. Hedwig wrapped her up in her arms. Flame TT told me, that you two were CC, can I come, too? Hetty. That would be wonderful. Flame exclaimed. The more is indeed the merrier. As long as all three of us can fit comfortably in here. Hedwig's retainer Kasia, who had stood silently at her side until now, opened her mouth. Lady Hedwig, perhaps. Why, you can come TT too, Ka. Hedwig said, taking her by the arm and pulling her in. That, would not be proper, milady, Kasia said with a humble bow. Besides, 4 is a crowd. If you insist, I will spend the night down the hall with my older brother. So she was Hubert's little sister. The resemblance was obvious now, the same green eyes so pale they were nearly yellow, and the same hair as black as a rook's feathers. She left and shut the door behind her, leaving Edelgard with her sister and Flame. Oh. Hetty, do you have something to sleep on? Flame asked. Hedwig gasped. I forgot. Sorry, I didn't, I got CC carried away. Since she looked close to tears, Edelgard put an arm over her shoulders. Don't worry, Hetty. You can take the bed, I'll deal with the floor. I might have a spare nightgown you can borrow, too. Flame giggled. It is so convenient that you two are both the same size. Hetty, how tall do you think you will be when you grow up? As tall as Hubert, perhaps. Mortified, Hedwig blushed. I'm afraid so, she mumbled, cringing. That is amazing. Flame seemed to have stars in her eyes. Perhaps one day you will be as tall as my grandmother. I never met her, but it is said she was at least 7 feet tall and the most beautiful woman in all of Fodlan. The three of them settled in as the sky outside darkened to a pitch black. Edelgard feared she was not a very skilled host. In all honesty, too, she would rather have just gone straight to sleep, or at least tried to. But fortunately for her, Flame managed to be the life of the party, keeping her and Hedwig busy with endless questions. Edelgard began to worry, as the night wore on, that this was a mistake. What if she had a night terror while she slept? What if it woke Flame, or worse, Hedwig? Oh, there is one question that has been on my mind all this past week, Flame said. This was, assuming Edelgard hadn't lost count, the 23rd question she had asked tonight. Edelgard, your professor looks different. With her hair and eyes, pardon me, she said with a nervous laugh, but she looks like she could be my older sister. It quite suits her, don't you think? Edelgard found herself mumbling, I suppose. Do you think SHCMMM might be, might be related to you? Hedwig asked Flame, fumbling excitedly with the glasses perched on her nose. "I cannot help but wonder," Flayn said. "But Edelgard, please tell me, how did she come to look like that? Did she simply change one day? How did your fellow students react?" Edelgard recalled the battle against Solon, Dimitri's apocalyptic fury, and the loss of a close friend as though it were yesterday. "It wasn't a pleasant story," she said, irked by Flayn's attitude. "We fought a terrible battle in the sealed forest against a powerful enemy. She saved us, but lost something important in the process. That hair and those eyes came at a terrible cost." The excited smile on Flayn's face vanished, giving way to a sobered frown. I did not know. I am sorry. I can hear the pain in your voice." She bowed her head. "Please, forget that I asked." Someone knocked on the door. Before Edelgard could get it, Hedwig sprinted past her and picked up a little envelope that had been slipped under the door. "It's FF for you," she stammered, handing the envelope to her. Edelgard took it. It had her name on it in Hilda's handwriting, which did in fact make it for her. She opened the envelope and removed a scrap of paper. "I tried the neck trick on Constance before dinner. It didn't work. It isn't her." Edelgard's mouth went dry. If she'd felt tired before, she was wide awake now, and would probably remain awake all night. Is it a LL love letter?" Hedwig asked. Flayn gasped. Stars twinkled in her eyes, her exuberant mood returned in full force. "Is Hilda in love with you, Edelgard?" "Yes, that's exactly what it is," Edelgard said, slipping the note back into the envelope and the envelope into her desk. She'd burn it when the other two were asleep, if Flayn ever went to sleep. Flayn. It had to be her. If Constance wasn't here to replace her, if Constance had simply been Constance the entire time, then either Seath or Flayn had to be the one, and Edelgard couldn't fathom Seath of all people hiding another one of Kronya's ilk under his skin. He hadn't been clinging to her like glue, anyway. It was impossible, but it would explain why Flayn had been so eager to spend time with her and why she'd spent the whole evening trying to learn more about her. Flayn was the imposter. Edelgard fought hard to resist that conclusion. How could she even know the letter was from Hilda at all? She knew Claude could imitate her handwriting perfectly, or at least future Claude could, and it would hardly be the first time he'd misled her. But the thought kept coming to her. If there was even the slimmest chance it could be true, she would need to take it seriously. "Let's go to bed," she said. Do you love her be back, L?" Hedwig blurted out. "Yes," Edelgard answered without thinking. "Hetty, Flayn, to bed. Are you sure you can sleep on the F floor?" Hedwig asked. "Yes, I'll be fine," Edelgard said. She caught Flayn's eye and hastily looked away. Actually, though, if she stuck close to Hedwig, perhaps Flayn wouldn't be able to dispose of her tonight. "Will you be fine alone, though?" Hedwig looked irked by the implication. I'm not a child," she stammered, her face flushing scarlet. I am too old to sleep with you." "Don't worry," Edelgard assured her. "You're never too old to share a bed with your older sister. Besides, if it embarrasses you, nothing that happens here has to leave this room." "That is correct," Flayn chimed in. "Nothing has to leave this room." After a little more cajoling, Hedwig joined Edelgard on the bed, which Edelgard immediately realized presented a unique dilemma. Aside from Claude, who had somehow managed to procure a much larger bed than anybody else, each student had a bed wide enough for one. To further complicate things, while Edelgard herself slept on her back with her arms at her sides, Hedwig preferred to sprawl, dangling arms and legs akimbo. Her overgrown body was like a spiderweb of two long limbs. Edelgard also discovered that night that Hedwig snored. She supposed she didn't mind. It wasn't as though she could fall asleep herself anyway. She simply lay there, thoughts ranging from worried to terrified racing around in her head, while Hedwig draped herself on top of her and snored in her ear. Lost in her thoughts, she waited. It was an ugly thought, but Hedwig would make a fine human shield tonight if Flayn had been plotting to kill and replace her, although the depravity of those who slither couldn't be underestimated. If Flayn really was hiding a wicked face beneath her mask, there was a good chance that she could easily drive a dagger through both Hedwig's heart and Edelgard's without hesitation. Eventually, somehow, Edelgard did fall asleep, though likely well after midnight. She had that dream again. The same soothing, comforting dream as last night. She was in the gently rocking carriage, warm, safe, surrounded by friends. This time, she felt a familiar chest and a familiar heartbeat pressed against her ear, and could hear someone she knew faintly mumbling in her sleep nearby. In the dream, she slept well. She woke up in the middle of the night, or perhaps very early in the morning, though, to the sound of a frightened young girl crying out for her father. It was Flayn. Edelgard suspected it was a trap. But Hedwig, roused from her restful sleep, had no reason to suspect such a thing. Flayn, she mumbled, blearily pulling herself up out of bed and letting the sheets slough off of her shoulders. Is that why you? Go back to bed, Hetty, Edelgard mumbled, sluggishly reaching for her arm to try and hold her back, but Hedwig was too nimble and scampered quickly to the floor. Flayn. Is something wrong? Hetty? Oh, is it morning already? It's so dark out. Why you were crying? Was I? I suppose. I was having a nightmare. How embarrassing. But do not worry. I feel much better now. It's so cold and hard on the floor, come up with us on the bed. Oh, no, I could not, that bed is far too small for all three of us. Hedwig Edelgard sat up, trying to shake off the last traces of her drowsiness. It was still dark, aside from a slight violet hue at the horizon beyond the window that heralded the rising sun. Hedwig, don't bring Flayn onto the bed. Hedwig brought Flayn onto the bed, sandwiching her between herself and Edelgard. Isn't this better? I suppose it is much softer and warmer, Flayn said. Her silhouette shifted a little in the dark and an orb of soft white light coalesced in her palm, lighting up the room. The cold light etched worried lines of shadow onto her soft, young face. I am sorry to have awoken you. I suppose I have ruined our wonderful little slumber party. And no. It's fine. We had fun, right, L. Hedwig asked. It was fun, Edelgard mumbled, hardly thinking about the words coming out of her mouth. She was too busy studying Flayn's face. She'd never experienced an agent of those who slither replacing someone whose face she remembered so clearly. She'd been too young when Thales had replaced Uncle Volkhard, and her memories from that period of her life were a blur. Was it really possible that there could be not so much as a single pore on her skin out of place? She looked exactly like the same Flayn who had once crawled into her tent to ward off her nightmares. May I confess something to you too? Flayn asked. When my big brother and I were running, we got separated. It was at Magdrid Way. I was lost in the forest. For 2 days. On my own. The last time I had been separated from my brother for so long was when the death night she swallowed a visible lump in her throat. Hedwig hugged her. It was just a nightmare, she said. It's okay. Mr. Seath he's just on the other SS side of the Monas SSG Gareg Mach. When I found my way back to the road, Flayn said, I was considering going on ahead without him. Without my big brother. Without Seath. I almost gave up on him when he would never give up on me. She began to sob. Do something. Hedwig whispered, distressed. Edelgard had no choice but to do something. She gently rested her hand on Flayn's back. There's nothing shameful in wanting to survive. It all worked out in the end, didn't it? She asked. You and Seath found each other again. Now you are both here, and you are both safe and sound. That is all that matters. Flayn took her arm and pressed herself against her. Oh. Edelgard, she choked back her tears. I am a bad sister, am I not? If he had not found me before I left, I would have left him behind. Her maudlin display of emotion was almost enough to make Edelgard angry, at the very least, on behalf of the real Flayn, who was most likely dead or at the very least undergoing the most ghastly torture imaginable, and on behalf of Seath, and on behalf of Hedwig, but there was nothing she could do but to play the part of a caring friend. Why Yuri not a bad sister, Hedwig stammered, clinging to her in a tight and possessive embrace. You're a good person. You're KK kind to everyone, why you don't make fun of people for how they TT talk? Flame continued to weep for a while until her tears had run their course. You are too kind, she said, both of you. You are better friends than I deserve. So are you, Hedwig said, yawning. She laid down and sprawled herself across the bed. Within minutes, she was snoring again. Edelgard found herself envying her for how easily she could fall asleep. Flame sniffled and wiped away the last of her crocodile tears. You have an amazing family, Edelgard. Do you remember, at Arianrod, when we met your brother Burkhard? He was so kind. And I said to you that I would have liked to have a brother like him, but I do not even deserve the brother I have. She rested her head on Edelgard's shoulder. By the way, I am still afraid of falling asleep, and awaking to find myself alone. Do you still have your nightmares, Edelgard? Edelgard was nonplussed. Flame was an imposter. How could she remember a conversation the two of them had had alone, in the middle of the night, over 3 months ago? I have not had time to ask you about it, since we have not been alone, Flame said, but you. You are the other world's Edelgard still, are you not? The one who lost her family and fought a war. That, too, was something that an imposter could not have possibly known, not unless those who slither had some magic or technology that allowed them to rip the memories out of their captives' heads, which would have made them far more dangerous than they had demonstrated. Could it be that Flame wasn't the imposter? But that would just leave Seath as the only remaining suspect, and how could that be possible? Edelgard let her hand slip onto Flame's neck. Flame. I have been studying a way to help people relax using natural pressure points on their bodies. Do you mind if I try it on you? I might not get it right. Not at all, Edelgard. She found the right point on the back of her neck and pressed hard against it. The fact that Flame allowed her to do this at all should have been proof enough that she wasn't the imposter, but Edelgard had to make sure. She had to be completely certain. Nothing happened. I do not think it worked, Flame said, wincing. Do you need more practice? It's fine. Edelgard let out a relieved sigh, the terrible burden of her crushing paranoia lifting itself from her mind. Flame was simply Flame, a girl who sometimes cried out for her father in the middle of the night. And, yes. It's still me. I haven't made it home yet. You must feel awful. I've been able to visit there, every once in a while, but nothing permanent. It's better than nothing, though. That is good. You deserve to find your way home as well. Flame snuggled closer to her, extinguishing the light she had held in her hand and letting the darkness of the far too early morning flood the room. While you are here, though, thank you for being my friend. Flame returned to sleep, but Edelgard could not. Her mind turned now to Seath. The idea that he could be the imposter, the agent of those who slither sent to take her identity and remove the thorn in their side once and for all, made far too little sense. But he had been behaving suspiciously, too, always in the right place at the right time, and not quite himself. Edelgard held Flame close now, her heart brimming with sympathy. The first time she had seen her uncle shed his face and reveal the corpse-pale monster hiding underneath had been in itself nearly as painful as the torture she had undergone. No betrayal had ever hurt so much as the day the last of her innocence had been snuffed out. If Seath had been replaced, then Flame had lost the closest and most beloved person in her life. She just didn't know it yet, and Edelgard dreaded the day when she would. That morning, Hedwig and Pascal returned to the oversight of their retainers and Flame to her brother. At the dining hall, Edelgard revealed her findings to Hubert, Byleth, Hilda, and Geralt over breakfast, the 5 of them conversing over their meals in furtive whispers. Seath. Hubert repeated, aghast. But, how can that be? He has been a bit weird, Hilda noted, setting her elbow on the table and propping her cheek up in her hand. Like, a little, too nice? I mean, he let Flame spend a night out with friends. But I'd figured that was just from the trauma. It can change people in unpredictable ways. His demeanor has been softer, Hubert said, but that alone should disqualify him. We have not met a single one of these fiends capable of behaving with an ounce of decency. Besides, Byleth said, Seath is too tall. Everyone looked at her, bemused. I mean, if he's an imposter, he's too big to take Edelgard's place. That's a good point, Geralt said, but then again, Kronia didn't exactly have the same body type as Glenn. This is preposterous, Hubert said. Hilda, you must have pressed on the wrong part of Constance's neck. We have already established that Lady Rhea knows Seath and Flayn well enough that neither of them could possibly escape her detection. Hilda rolled her eyes. I don't cut corners when my life is at stake, Hubert. If Seath was replaced, then those who slither had the perfect opportunity to do so, Edelgard said. Flayn told me that she and him were separated from each other for about 2 days. Enough time to replace him with a double. I still think it is absurd, Hubert said. I'm with Hubert. Something's up with him, but if he was one of the creeps, he wouldn't be working so hard to keep Rhea out of our hair, Geralt said. Maybe he's getting instructions from, Byleth's green eyes flitted back and forth conspiratorially under knitted eyebrows. Future Seath. Edelgard hadn't intended to laugh, and had no idea why she found that funny at all in the first place, but she had. With everything that is going on, and as strange as things are becoming, you might not be wrong. I say we continue to operate under the assumption that Constance is the impostor, Hubert said to her. I trust that you have adequately assessed Flayn, and as for Seath, well, we have established that it is not possible. Hey, Hilda said, wrinkling her nose. Ignoring her, he picked at his food and went on. Ferdinand told me she didn't intend to stay more than a week at first, but hasn't yet talked about leaving. I suspect that the day she leaves Garreg Mach will be the day she intends to steal your identity. Byleth nodded. That makes sense to me. The conversation came to an abrupt halt as Archbishop Rhea entered the dining hall. Her shimmering white silk gown, midnight blue vestments, and ornate headdress that crested her waterfall of luminous mint green hair made her look out of place everywhere in the monastery save for her audience hall and the cathedral. Edelgard watched Rhea draw nearer, as though gliding across the floor. Every head turned in her direction. It was rare for her to be seen in the dining hall, mingling with the lesser folks. Byleth, Edelgard, my children, Rhea said, her voice soft and breathy, a sad smile brushing across her face. The smile faded. Geralt. Rhea, Geralt said as noncommittally as possible, though Edelgard could see the tiniest hint of a vein throbbing on his temple. We have had far too little time to, as the commoners say, catch up, Rhea said to Edelgard and Byleth. I do apologize for being so forceful last weekend. I have longed for ages to meet someone like the two of you. I would love to have tea with the two of you after Cardinal Aelfric's funeral service. In fact, speaking of the service, I would like to ask if either of you would like to say a few words on his behalf. Geralt's brow furrowed, and Edelgard recalled that he had mentioned Aelfric's name to her once before. Geralt, Rhea said to him. I do recall that you and Aelfric were rivals for my dear Citri's affections. I hope you will let bygones be bygones today when we commend his soul to the goddess. He rolled his eyes. I'm sorry, Byleth said, but I didn't know Aelfric at all. I don't think Edelgard did, either. My professor is right, unfortunately, Edelgard said, trying to sound sad about it. Surely there must be someone here who knew Aelfric well and can speak to the kind of man he was. It is not a matter of you two knowing him, Rhea said, her smile returning. It is a matter of the blessings and endowments you have both been given by the goddess. To have you preside over the funeral is more than Aelfric could have ever dreamed of. I recall his excitement when he told me what had happened to you, Byleth. He was a man of great faith. I'm sorry, Archbishop, Edelgard said, but in spite of our endowments, we aren't people of the cloth. Neither of us have ever presided over a funeral before. Rhea slowly nodded. I understand. You will only need to read from a few morning scriptures. You may leave his eulogy to me. Byleth looked to Geralt. Dunno if we can make it, he said. It is a Sunday, and none of you are busy. Of course, though, some of you may have social obligations far more important than honoring the life of one of the church's most dedicated philanthropists. Rhea's voice, though calm and soft, oozed passive-aggressive sarcasm. Aelfric was one of the most devout men I have ever known. He truly loved the goddess, and all that came forth from her bosom, all of creation. Lady Rhea. Seath's voice rang out through the dining hall as he entered and honed in on the archbishop. His cane tapped on the floor with every careful step he took. There you are. I have something to discuss with you before the funeral. There he was again, distracting Rhea, as though he had charged himself with the task of keeping her away from Byleth and Edelgard. Rhea nodded. Very well, Seath, she said. She looked to Byleth and reached out to her, fingering a lock of her mint green hair as though appraising the texture of fine Almiran silk. Geralt glared daggers at her. Please make your decision as soon as possible. The service is in an hour. And Edelgard. Edelgard stiffened. Yes, Lady Rhea. What has happened to your eye, my child? She lifted a hand to the patch covering her eye. Oh. It's nothing. Something has been irritating it, so the patch is to stop me from rubbing. A warm hand clamped around her wrist and pulled her hand away from the eye patch. Let me see. Lady Rhea, Seath protested. Byleth stood up. Hey, Geralt said testily, rising to his feet beside her. Edelgard tried to wrench herself free of Rhea's grip as soft fingertips glided over her cheekbone and peeled away the patch. They pressed firmly against her eye, warmth bleeding through her eyelids as she squeezed them shut. An almost intoxicating tingling rushed through her body, flooding her mind. Of all things, she suddenly felt tired, but not just that, she felt willing to fall asleep right then and there. Rhea, please, Seath said. Rhea released Edelgard. Do you feel better now, my child? She asked her. Edelgard caught her breath. She felt Hubert's hand fall to her shoulder, steadying her. The world was spread out before her to her left and to her right. She'd kept the eye patch on long enough to grow used to her reduced field of vision. Rhea, I am afraid this cannot wait any longer, Seath said sternly. May we speak privately in my office? Yes, certainly, Seath, Rhea said. She left with him, leaving Edelgard alone and reeling. Are you okay? Byleth asked Edelgard as she regained her composure. Realizing that every single person in the dining hall was staring at her, Edelgard nodded and put her eye patch back on, as sheepishly and shamefully as one might cover an unfortunate tear in one's clothing. Hubert looked shocked, red-faced, as though he'd just bore witness to an intimate act. Excuse me, Lady Edelgard. Next, it was Lawrence's turn to interrupt, with Ferdinand at his side. Were you and Professor Byleth truly speaking with Archbishop Rhea just then? He asked. And a very good morning to you, too, Lawrence, Hubert said, regaining his composure. That is incredible, Ferdinand said, awestruck. What were you talking about? Nothing, Hilda said. Please. You cannot have been speaking to the Archbishop about nothing, Lawrence said. And the way she reached out to you. They were talking about Nunya, Geralt said. Lawrence's brow furrowed. I beg your pardon? What is Nunya? Nunya business, you little twerp. His face turned beet red. Why, I never. Capped Mr. Geralt, sir. Is that an appropriate way to speak to anybody, let alone a noble scion? Hilda chuckled. Oh, come on, Lawrence, it was funny. Lawrence grimaced. It was uncouth, Hilda. You'll have to forgive my father, Byleth said. He's never been couth in his life. It seems the Archbishop was asking something of you, Ferdinand said. I'm sorry, Edelgard, I don't mean to pry, but I cannot help but be incredibly curious about these intimate moments you share with her. It's just that if Lady Rhea sees the goddess within someone, Edelgard replied, she will go to any length to draw it out. That afternoon, after Aelfric's funeral service, Rhea unfortunately found herself occupied with church affairs, or so Seath claimed, which granted Edelgard some more time to spend with Hedwig, Pascal, and Flayn. The five of them spent what felt like hours in town, browsing the storefronts, enjoying the idyllic sight of the town glazed by a thick blanket of midwinter snow. The Pegasus moon, the most bitter and mercifully the shortest month of the year, was only a few days away. Soon the worst of the winter's most miserable winds would come, and the worst of the winter's most miserable snows, and the worst of its most miserable cold. In so many words, Edelgard was glad she had some excuse to put the weight of the world aside and enjoy at least an hour or two of the last few remotely pleasant days of winter while she could. She, Hedwig, Pascal, and Flayn returned to the monastery laden with bags of sweets and treats and souvenirs, their cheeks red. Edelgard was afforded so few opportunities to live this kind of life, and if it wasn't for her younger siblings demanding it, she would have let this opportunity pass her by as well, simply out of habit. The happiness she felt seemed in the moment like the eye of a hurricane, a deceptive moment of blissful calm surrounded by a whirling maelstrom. Soon, the eye would pass, and the winds would return and bring with them devastation. And as she'd expected, as soon as Hedwig, Pascal, and Flame had left her side, Edelgard felt her troubles re-emerge from the depths of her mind, stronger than before. Passing by Gilbert and Shamir in the Great Hall did not exactly help. It seemed Shamir had returned from her hunt for Cornelia while Edelgard had been in town, and from the sour frown pulled tightly across her normally inexpressive face, it was plain to see that the hunt had not yielded good results. "I am glad you returned safe and sound," she heard Gilbert say to Shamir as she subtly sidled behind one of the great stone pillars lining the hall and inched toward them. "And with your faculties intact. I heard from Lady Catherine what Cornelia is capable of and prayed that the goddess would protect you from meeting such a fate. I fear this news bodes ill, though. House Rusalka will not." Gilbert stopped, as though he'd caught sight of something distracting. Edelgard pressed herself against the pillar, flattening her profile as much as possible. "Perhaps this is better discussed in private. Shouldn't we go straight to Captain Geralt with this?" Shamir asked him. He coughed and cleared his throat awkwardly. "I am sorry, but you have missed an eventful week. I shall explain later." Gilbert and Shamir hurried down the hall, the tapping of their boots against the floor echoing sharply and fading away. It wouldn't be easy for Edelgard to find out what Gilbert had been about to say with Geralt expelled from the Knights and due to leave the monastery in just a few days. Her most reliable connection to the Knights' intelligence and operations had been severed. Cornelia was up to something, and Edelgard had as of yet no way to learn what it was. The next stage of the machinations of those who slither in the dark. Did it have anything to do with the second research facility mentioned in Dida's intercepted communiques? Whatever it was, unless she could glean the information out of someone soon, it would blindside her just as it had so many of their other wicked plots. She would have to speak to Hubert about it right away. He was perhaps the only one in the monastery crafty enough, at least in Potentia, to uncover that information save for Claude von Regen. Claude von Regen, who, as it turned out, was the next worrying sight her eyes met. She found him while cutting through the courtyard on the way back to the dormitories, or, to be more accurate, he found her. "You've been having time squad meetings without me," he said to her, almost as if he were pouting. Edelgard crossed her arms. "Until we can better trust you, Claude, as far as I'm concerned there is no time squad." Claude laid a hand on his chest, his mouth agape in a shocked and hurt "Oh. Edelgard, that hurts. And do you know how much it hurts to know that you've been working with Dida this whole time?" Edelgard asked. "You figured it out, huh?" "I can't say there are many other options for who your confidential source is. At this rate, it's either Dida or Thales himself." "Touché. But, of course, I might be concealing the identity of another Noise that none of you know about yet. Start being honest, Claude. There is no future Claude, is there? You made that story up to avoid outing Dida as your secret source." Claude smirked. "Well, I can't really say I don't have a future, can I? I want to know why it's so important to Dida that all of our attempts to tell Dimitri the truth must fail. Why have you been sabotaging us for him? Why are you helping those who slither in the dark? Hilda tells me you helped them, too. It was a partnership of convenience, and I couldn't wait to be rid of them. But you had to wait, didn't you? You had to let them stick around for a lot longer than you'd have liked, if you wanted to achieve your goals. Is that what the two of you are doing?" Edelgard asked, rankled. "The same thing I did. And would that upset you? Have I stumbled upon some little bit of self-loathing you've kept hidden, princess?" "Self-loathing? Don't be absurd. What they're doing in this world is far more dangerous than what they did in mine. If I was playing with fire, you're daring yourself to stick your hand into an inferno. Dida's told you to back off, hasn't he?" Claude asked her. "If I were you, I'd listen to him. Your first priority should be getting home, not appointing yourself the savior of two worlds." "Excuse me. Look, I didn't bring you and Hilda together and start up Time Squad so you could play some key role in the liberation of Fodlan. The original mission of Time Squad of investigating Solon and figuring out what the Noais were doing, was to get you two back to your own world. If I made some progress in my mission along the way with your help, well, that was just an added perk. But things have changed. His jade-green eyes were as cold as ice, his glare unusually stern. The look on his face made him look harder, older, more weary of the world, as though he'd suddenly aged 5 years. You're the kind of person who thinks she's the only one who can solve everyone else's problems, aren't you? No wonder they called you a tyrant back in your world. But if you keep that attitude up here, you're going to die, and you'll never see your wife again. Is that what you want, Edelgard? Edelgard grabbed him by the collar. She was very good at suppressing the urge to punch people in the face, which she was grateful for because otherwise Claude would be half buried in a snowdrift with blood gushing from his nose right now. Don't you dare speak to me as though I were a child. No matter what Hilda might have told you, you have no idea the hardships I've gone through, the sacrifices I've made, the lengths I've gone, the blood these hands have been stained with. Do you think you can put an end to those who slither in the dark by yourself? Even I wasn't so foolish. Of course not. Claude ripped himself free of her grasp, shrugging out of his cloak and slipping away to leave her clutching an empty black shroud. It'd just be a shame if someone as interesting as you died again. A phantom pain pierced Edelgard's eye. What? She hissed, throwing the cloak aside and chasing after him. But Claude was swifter than her, as he always was. The most of him she could catch was a fistful of his raven's wing black hair that slipped through her fingers like flowing water. Claude. She gritted her teeth and held back a silent curse. She was at her wit's end. She had to find Hubert. Where had he gotten to? Her search led her through the dormitories until Ferdinand told her he thought he'd seen him returning to the cathedral sometime after Aelfric's funeral. Edelgard never would have expected that herself, still too used to the Hubert she knew best, and hurried across the bridge that crossed the vast ravine separating the cathedral from the rest of Garreg Mach. Fog swirled like a sea of clouds beneath the sturdy stone bridge as the sun, a weak pinprick leaking through the clouds, began to sink lower and lower toward the horizon, lengthening faint shadows. As Ferdinand had expected, Edelgard found Hubert in the cathedral. The dying daylight bleeding through the windows fell upon him, rendering him a blotch of shadow on the tile floor as he knelt before the altar of Saint Syros. Hubert, she called out, keeping her voice low. As she neared him, she could see that he was shivering. And not from the cold. Is something wrong? She asked, resting a hand on his shoulder. Lady Edelgard, he rasped, his voice faltering. He shook his head. No, no. It is nothing for you to concern yourself with, Your Highness. To say something was bothering him would have been an understatement. His tone was so quiet, so fragile, that he seemed close to tears. Edelgard had to remind herself that this man was not the Hubert she knew, the blood-stained shadow that slithered in her wake to lessen the blood that stained her hands, but rather one who'd had an altogether easier life in just about every way, albeit perhaps significantly more frustrating. What are you praying about? She asked. At the very least, she knew that digging to the root of Hubert's distress would be as difficult in this world as in her own. He had never thought it was appropriate for her to concern herself with his problems, no matter how she pried. I am praying for your health and safety, of course, he said. Edelgard knew it was a half-truth at best. You're distraught. Should I not be? Are you that worried about me? She asked him. Hubert was silent for a while. Lady Edelgard, he rasped after a long pause, what is my other self like? Edelgard was taken aback. Well, he has a sinister demeanor and revels in his villainous affectations, but beneath that, those close to him find him to be surprisingly caring, and proud to be utterly devoted to those he cares about. He can be ruthless, underhanded, even cruel sometimes, but only in service of what he believes in. And what does he believe in? Me. Hubert let out a sigh and shook his head. I still remember, when this madness first started and you began behaving strangely, as I recall, you accused me of being an atheist. I take it my counterpart. After what happened to me as a child, Edelgard said, he couldn't see any sense in trusting the goddess Grace. I didn't return to him safe and sound in my world, as your Edelgard did to you. I returned to him broken and alone, and for years after that we had no one else, neither human nor divine, aside from each other. What happened to you? The same thing that happened to Dmitri. Hubert remained silent a while longer, absorbing what she'd told him, and then stood up, pulling his dark cloak tightly over his shoulders. He couldn't meet her eyes, hanging his head low so that his gaze remained fixed on the ornate tiles lining the floor. Lady Edelgard. I was not praying for your health and safety, he admitted. I was hoping for an answer from the goddess. To what? To you, he said, gritting his teeth and clenching his jaw as though holding back a sob. I was praying that you would return to your world and return the Lady Edelgard I knew to this one. I thought I could serve you as I served her, but you are. He looked away, still averting his eyes as though ashamed. Hubert. I have had enough of you. I have had enough of your plots, and your plans, and sneaking and skulking around. I have had enough of constantly worrying what horrible events you will find yourself and myself dragged into next. I have had enough of what you have said of beasts within the church and devils without. I miss when Ferdinand and I had to drag you out of bed for our morning lectures or nag you about doing your class work. I miss when the most pressing concern on my mind was making sure you did not embarrass yourself, not this. He held out his arms. You, with all your dangerous ambitions, are exhausting, Lady Edelgard. And I cannot stand it. Edelgard was taken aback. If there was one flaw her world's Hubert possessed, it was that he was always reluctant to speak his mind to her. Though he was perfectly capable of and willing to take things into his own hands and defy her orders if she directed him in a way he disapproved of, he would keep any complaints and disagreements to himself, even if she wanted to hear them. This world's Hubert, though, had finally reached his limit. I cannot even have my faith anymore. After breakfast, when Lady Rhea touched you, I was horrified. All through Cardinal Aelfric's service, I could not stop feeling sick, knowing that she looks at you the way a hungry dog stares at a piece of meat just out of its grasp. Hubert's eyes were watery, brimming with tears. I have been begging the goddess to take it all back, to take you back, to erase what you have planted in my mind, to let me feel safe again. I feel as though you are trying to mold me into the Hubert you know, and while I am sure you have the highest opinion of him, I do not think I want to be him. The sight of her retainer struggling to keep from weeping was so bizarre to Edelgard that for a moment she had no idea what to do. By the time she had the presence of mind to take out a handkerchief to offer him, he had started trembling anew and the tears he'd struggled so hard to keep back had begun rolling down his cheeks. Hubert, Edelgard said, reaching up to offer him the handkerchief, nothing is more important to me than returning to my own world. But to do that, I need you. If my ambitions are dangerous, it is only because our enemies have made them so. They must be defeated. And I trust you to help me. He dried his eyes. Lady Edelgard, is my Edelgard making as much of a mess of your life as you are of hers? She's trying her best not to, she answered. And you could not extend to her the same courtesy, he snapped, wrinkling his nose and brow in disgust. He stormed off, and Edelgard found herself rooted to the floor in shock, staring at his back as he left her. Finding herself dazed and disgusted at both herself and Hubert, Edelgard chose to skip dinner and instead used the last of the daylight to cram in some last-minute studying of the magical tomes in the library. As much as she found it difficult to focus, she pushed herself to take diligent notes and work slowly and carefully through her equations. Mathematics was the underpinning of the seals that governed most black magic and dark magic spells, and one could not conjure so much as a spark without developing a firm understanding of those equations. The trigonometry she'd had to immerse herself in to learn fire magic paled in comparison to the calculus governing dark magic, and she wondered how her world's Hubert had mastered it. If only he or Lysithea were here, they could probably tutor her easily. Unfortunately, she couldn't have the luxury of being alone in the library, and more unfortunately, the other student getting in some last-minute research was Arcturus von Ordelia. As he finished his studies and put away his books, he glanced over her shoulder. "Try to be more careful with your pen, princess," he sneered before striding away. Edelgard looked down and realized for the first time that blotches of black dye had stained her fingertips, leaving black fingerprints with all their whorls and ridges imprinted on the pages of both her notebook and the tome she'd been studying. She told herself that at least with the day over, it couldn't get any worse. As though to disagree with her, though, her stomach whined pitifully. A few days later, the Guardian Moon came to an end. Edelgard was glad she and Byleth had managed to avoid Rhea through the weekend, though they had Seath to thank for that. However, he was managing to constantly keep her busy at just the right moment. Suspicious as it was, she had to be grateful. Still, though, with the rest of her classmates yet to return and Hubert still upset with her, she felt especially naked. A few days' worth of diligent study in the hours of daylight felt strange with Byleth and Edelgard as the only Blue Lions remaining on the academy grounds. Edelgard found herself thinking of her classmates often and her uncle. By the end of the month, they all should have been well on their way back from Arundel territory, but what stories would they bring with them? Would her uncle Vokhard be okay? How badly was Dimitri chafing under the command of a Knight of Siros, and Thunder Catherine no less? Would the unrest in the land have cost the lives of innocents? Had it been a part of Dida's plot to begin with, and had he been forced to crush one of his own guerrilla cells to keep up appearances? But the last day of the Guardian Moon brought a more important worry to the forefront of her mind, Geralt's last day at Garreg Mach. The sky was grey that day, pale like corpse skin, and the wind felt colder than usual. That morning, when Byleth would normally be teaching her morning lecture to the Blue Lions, she, Edelgard, Leonie, and Geralt met outside Happy Scarred Tower to say farewell. Geralt hadn't come to the monastery with much more than what could fit in his horse's saddlebags, and he left with just as much. As much as he hadn't been enthusiastic about being press-ganged back into service, the prospect of being forced to leave Garreg Mach again seemed to weigh heavily on him. He seemed worn down, forlorn, and everything about him seemed to be wilting. "Well," he said, surveying the plains of snow and watching Happy chaperone a cluster of tiny kittens struggling to navigate the snowdrifts on their unsteady legs. Since he didn't exactly have many obligations, he spent most of his day watching her. "This is it, I guess. Isn't there anything else you can do, Captain?" Leonie asked. "I'm sure there's an inn in town you can stay at for at least a few weeks. I'll chip in if it'll help, and I'm sure plenty of the knights would." "Money's tight, kid," he grunted with a non-committal shrug. "Don't worry. I'm meeting with the rest of the Blade Breakers near where Remire used to be. From there, it's back to the good old days of mercenary work. Got a feeling there's gonna be a lot of it soon." He looked to Byleth, his face softening. "You, kiddo, I hope you can keep your distance between yourself and Rhea. Good luck with the teaching thing, you're a natural at it." "I'm quitting after my students graduate," Byleth said to him. Geralt looked taken aback, but only for a moment. "Well, it's probably for the best." "Shame. You have a real knack for it." He put his arms around her and pressed her to his chest. "So, what will you be doing after you quit?" "I'll find you," she said matter-of-factly. "We'll find you," Leonie corrected. "Sorry, Captain, but I'm not done being your apprentice just yet. And don't you dare tell me otherwise." He let out a self-effacing laugh. "All right. If you really can't find anything better to do when you're done here, go ahead and try to find me. But if you take care of Happy and get her changed back, you bring her with me." "Of course," Byleth said. "As long as Edelgard doesn't have any objections." "She can go where she pleases," Edelgard said, keeping an eye on Happy and her adopted litter. She couldn't quite say for sure, but Happy seemed to be enjoying herself. The kittens were a handful of grey Burgleys Shorthairs and orange Regan Tabbies, and like all orange cats, the Tabbies seemed to be especially stupid as they fumbled around. "But I think she'd be fine going with you. And, if you keep her alive," Geralt told Leonie, "then consider yourself no longer my apprentice. Everyone's gotta grow up sometime, kid, and I'm running out of things to teach you." A smile crossed Leonie's face. "I'll be the judge of that. And I just told you not to dare tell me otherwise. As for you," Geralt took Edelgard aside, far enough away from the others that they couldn't be heard if they whispered. "Keep Byleth safe, okay?" "That is a given, Dad," she said to him. "Do you honestly think I wouldn't?" He grinned. "Yeah, you're right. And look after yourself, too. You've still got to get back to your own world. Tell your world's Byleth all the stuff I couldn't tell her, okay?" "Of course. Like that she chose a damn good woman to marry." Edelgard nearly choked on her spit. Geralt slapped her on the back. But really I hope I'm not the only one a little creeped out that Ria's still interested in you, considering you didn't go all green. I got a feeling that whatever she's had planned for my girl, she's got something even weirder planned for you. Edelgard shuddered, recalling with unease how eager Ria always was to lay hands on her. I know how you feel. Between her and those who slither, we're certainly caught between a rock and a hard place. Well, when you leap out of this frying pan, just make sure you don't find yourself in the fire. Geralt watched Happy pick up all 6 kittens by the scruffs of their necks at once and carry them closer to the entrance to the tower. And when you finally get a chance to see your wife again, tell her I'm sorry I didn't tell her I loved her enough. Because I probably didn't. I probably don't in this world either. Edelgard glanced over at Byleth. You can fix that right now. Geralt glanced at Byleth, then back at Happy. I don't think you understand men, your highness. Perhaps not, Edelgard countered, but I understand emotional constipation well enough. He let out a sharp laugh. Got me there. Hey, Happy, he called out. Happy turned her head and looked straight at him, but like most cats, did nothing else in response. I'm leaving. Wanna say goodbye? Happy, like most cats, either ignored him or pretended to ignore him. Well, that's that, then, he said. I'd better go before the knights find me and I end up having to personally say goodbye to half the fucking monastery. He went to Byleth and whispered something in her ear, his face turning red. She hugged him and his face turned redder. Geralt left, but before he could get far, Happy decided that she did, in fact, want to say goodbye, and decided she would do so by catching up to him and flopping down onto the snow in front of him. Her size made her quite an effective roadblock. As Geralt obliged Happy's unspoken request and took some time to vigorously scratch her ears, Edelgard drew a bit closer to Byleth, wondering if it would be appropriate to take her hand. In her own world, she wouldn't have given such a thing a second thought, but this world and its people filled her with doubts, more so now that even Hubert had begun losing patience with her. Byleth took her hand anyway, gave it a firm squeeze, and then went off after Geralt to see him away. Edelgard stood by, holding the hand Byleth had taken as though it were a rare and fragile ornament. On her way back from the lawn that stretched from the monastery's walls to the academy grounds, she found Thales loitering near the dormitories, just outside a cluster of students. Though she changed her course to steer clear of him, he approached her. "Good morning, Lady Edelgard," he said. "I thought you would be busy studying this morning, not cavorting with the monastery cats. I didn't think they had such big ones here." His gaze was fixed on Happy, whose scarlet fur stood out like a blood stain against the snow. He put his hand on her shoulder. Edelgard gritted her teeth, but her body had frozen. "She looks happy, doesn't she, dear Elle?" he asked with a mocking sneer. "I suppose you and your friends must be working quite hard to find a way to reverse what that horrible witch Cornelia did to her. But I don't think you'll have much luck." Edelgard felt his hand travel to her neck, his touch colder than the snow and the wind. He wouldn't do anything not with so many people nearby, but it was clear he knew how easily he could kill her. He let go of her and stepped back. A beast like that, going as it pleases, endangering the students, could get into so much trouble. You should take care somebody doesn't make a winter cloak out of her. "Excuse me. Unfortunately, I have to speak with Seath about something." "Do take care." "Is he still bothering you?" Edelgard asked. Whatever Seath was doing, if it kept both Ria and Thales away from her, she was grateful. "Yes, but he won't be for long." With a sweep of his fur-lined cloak, Thales turned his back on her and departed. As it turned out, it was Constance's last day as well. Hubert's theory from Sunday morning that her departure would give her the cover to take on her new identity weighed heavily on Edelgard's mind. Watching Constance fly off on Deimos and vanish into the grey sky, rather than bring any sense of relief, only strengthened the intensity of Edelgard's dread. Perhaps she'd lain low enough over the past few days that she wouldn't be replaced. But why would those who slither in the dark give up so easily? "You were far too standoffish with her, Edelgard," Ferdinand chastised her as Deimos vanished into a black speck against the grey sky and disappeared. "You need to be more sociable. You were once so good at that. By the way," he added, crossing his arms, "do you know what has gotten over Hubert? He has been in a sour mood for days. I procured for him a bag of his favorite coffee beans and he is still brooding. Have the two of you had some sort of disagreement? I wouldn't call it a disagreement, Edelgard told him, shifting her feet uncomfortably. He is simply under a lot of stress. Perhaps he just needs some time to himself. Normally, she would be worried to not have him by her side when danger lurked close by, but this world's Hubert had shown to her quite plainly how ill-equipped he was to handle his counterpart's job, especially if he was still sulking. I see. Ferdinand nodded. I admit I am at a loss. Usually, he confides in me, but as of late he has been insisting on carrying many secret burdens by himself, no matter how much I pry. I'll talk to him, Edelgard assured him. Do you know where he is? Out riding, I would think. As you ought to be, if you are serious about passing the Valkyrie exam. Noted, she said. On her way to see Hubert and talk some sense into him, she understood his plight perfectly well, but he couldn't simply abandon his duties, especially now Edelgard crossed the Great Hall and found another arrival at the monastery awaiting her. Count Sigmund Ulrich Galatea had come to Garreg Mach, clad in dour black clothing that clung to his gaunt frame and with little more than 2 bags of clothes accompanying him. The thinning blonde hair that sat in wisps upon his head was withered like dying flowers, and his green eyes were downcast and dark as looming rain clouds. His expression brightened just a little at the sight of Edelgard at the gate. Lady Edelgard von Hresvelg, Your Highness, he said, his voice creaking like a door hinge in desperate need of oiling. A pleasure to meet you again, though these circumstances are far from pleasurable. Still, he mustered a little half-smile that tugged on only one corner of his mouth. Would you happen to know where my daughter is? And His Majesty? Unfortunately, Edelgard told him, the rest of the Blue Lions are away. I take it you're here for Glenn's funeral service. It's been postponed until the class returns. I think they should be back tomorrow. He nodded sadly. Understandable. I take it Lord Frildarius is here as well. She was well aware that telling him no wouldn't technically count as a lie. Yes, she said. And in quite poor spirits, I'm afraid. It is hard to bury 2 sons, he said. To bury the same son twice. I cannot imagine. I had hoped to ask him why he insisted that His Majesty's coronation be kept a secret, but perhaps I should not bother him with such topics now. It seems these are dark times for all of us. I heard you recently lost your father as well. Edelgard nodded. Unfortunately, yes. He passed away last month. Due to the turmoil that has gripped the capital, we have yet to even hold his funeral. Count Galatea gave her a sad, sympathetic smile. My apologies. He let out a sigh. My sons tell me you danced with my daughter at the winter ball, he said, forcing his smile to grow warmer as part of his awkward attempt to lighten the mood. I had not thought she would even attend. Though she should by all rights be a proper woman now, forcing her into a dress is still almost impossible. I only wish I could have seen her in it. Just thinking about the ball and how she'd behaved in front of Ingrid still made Edelgard feel ashamed. It was a lovely dress, she lied to him, since he seemed so fragile and fraught right now that pointing out what he was wrong about might shatter him like a delicate glass vase. Fortunately, Alois arrived to save Edelgard from making any more small talk with Ingrid's father. Count Galatea. Welcome to Garreg Mach, he said, giving him a firm handshake. We've been expecting you. Why don't I take your bags for you? We've got a room prepared for you. Sorry, it's in the monks' quarters, so it might not be what you're accustomed to. It is fine. One does not come to Garreg Mach expecting the finest of bedding. He followed Alois away. Byleth returned through the front gate soon after Count Galatea had come through. Dad's gone, she told Edelgard, her tone flat and dour, her eyes dull and downcast. I'm sorry, Edelgard said, resisting the urge to pull her into an embrace. You'll make do without him, though. Just trust me. Byleth nodded. I know. I just hope he doesn't worry. Of course he'll worry, Edelgard told her. But it is up to us to show him that his fears are unfounded. A faint smile crossed Byleth's face. You must be bored without the rest of our class. Are you in the mood for some sparring later today, Professor? That seemed to excite her a little. Of course. The two of them walked together through the monastery. A maelstrom of worries clung to Edelgard's mind and her eye throbbed under its patch, twinging with its usual phantom pain, but at least with her professor at her side she felt safe. Speaking of worries, Edelgard said, "Professor, I could use your advice. Hubert's had enough of me, I fear I've pushed him too hard to be more like his counterpart in my world. Between him, Dida's warnings, and now Claude. I want to return home more than anything, and yet." Hubert's parting words from their conversation at the cathedral rang in her ears. "I've made quite a mess of the other Edelgard's life, haven't I? It seems that every action I've been taking drives me deeper into an inescapable morass, one she will be set to inherit, if I'm not killed first." She pressed her hands tightly together to keep them warm, nervously kneading them. "In my world, I subjected my friends to the same fate, binding them to a goal that even I often thought seemed impossible and would likely end in death for all of us. But they chose that path. I told them I would walk a path of thorns and leave a trail of blood and gave them every chance to step aside or even oppose me if they wished." "Professor, do I have the right," she asked, staring down at unblemished and unscarred hands, "to walk that path in this body?" Byleth thought for a moment. "Well," she said to her, "what else can you do? That's what I'm wondering. Those who slither in the dark have us surrounded. They have knives to our throats and the throats of our friends, myself twice over." Edelgard reflected on Dida's parting words. "Perhaps even my mother. My teacher, in another life, you gave me the courage to choose a path that forced many unwilling people to suffer and die, so that I could create a world in which no one else would have to suffer as they did. But now I find myself hesitating yet again. My counterpart has spent these past 4 months tormenting herself on my behalf, forcing herself to live my life and take on my incredible burdens in my stead when she could easily cast them all aside, but I haven't preserved her life in return. Do you think she'd have wanted you to have done nothing?" Byleth asked. She reached out, brushed aside a lock of Edelgard's hair, and traced her eye patch with her fingertips. It didn't feel the way it had when Rhea had done it. It was a touch that was not only gentle but kind and empathetic, with a welcome warmth. Not intrusion, but outreach. "We have to save Dimitri," she said, and that was it. There was no other possible answer. If she couldn't save Dimitri from his own delusions, then who else could? The tapping of a cane followed them. "Professor Byleth, Lady Edelgard." Seath's voice reached their ears ahead of them. Byleth politely came to a halt and allowed him to catch up with her. "May I speak to you in private?" "About what?" Byleth asked. "Something important," Seath said. His single green eye was hard and cold, set in his stern face like a gemstone. "I do not wish to speak of it out here. We must talk in my office." There was something unnerving about the urgency in his voice. "Is everything all right?" Byleth asked. "Is it about Flayn?" "It is about Lady Rhea. Please. I am very busy and I confess I have little time to spare." He turned around and walked off, expecting them to follow. "I have been meaning to speak to you for days, but grossly underestimated how much paperwork had accumulated in my absence, as well as how much supervision Rhea has required from me." Byleth and Edelgard followed him, though Edelgard found herself oddly hesitant. Seath was behaving too oddly. For so many reasons, it was still improbable, bordering on ridiculous, that he of all people could have been the agent sent by those who slither. If he was, then wouldn't he have assassinated Archbishop Rhea already? But Edelgard could not help but allow that paranoid fantasy to stake its claim on her mind. Byleth drew her aside. "Don't worry," she whispered. "This past week, I've been practicing using Suthi's power while everyone was sleeping. I think I've got it. If anything goes wrong, I'll turn back time. I can do it now, I'm sure of it." "I believe in you, Professor," Edelgard said. They followed Seath across the monastery grounds, through the great hall, up the stairs to the faculty offices and studies. Every tap of Seath's cane on the floor, sharp and resonant, sounded like the ticking of a clock. The three of them reached Seath's study. "Please, sit down," he said, gesturing to the chairs in front of his desk as he shut the door behind them. Behind the tapping of his cane, Edelgard heard the sharp click of a lock sliding into place. Sparks of flame coalesced in her hand almost as though by instinct. Byleth was tense, every muscle under her skin like a coiled spring. Edelgard stared at the back of Sitha's neck. If she tackled him to the floor and jabbed him in the right place, she would be able to drop his disguise and reveal himself. If she was mistaken, which she hoped she was, Byleth could turn back time. An unfamiliar smirk tugged at the corner of Sitha's mouth for a split second as he turned to face them. He took a deep breath. Professor Byleth, Lady Edelgard. Pan the Tactician sends his regards. Chapter 30, Jumais Vu. The look on Sitha's face, the smirk tugging at the corner of his lips and twisting the faded scars on his face, the gleam in his eye, did not suit him in the slightest. It was unnerving. Edelgard felt as though she and Byleth had suddenly stepped into the presence of a stranger. Dread curdled in her stomach and icy fingers seized her heart. Edelgard was certain of it. She and Byleth had stepped into a locked room with a member of those who slither in the dark. Professor Byleth, Lady Edelgard, Sitha said, taking a deep breath. Pan the Tactician sends his regards. His words hung in the air. You knew Pan the Tactician? Byleth asked, her brow furrowing in befuddlement. Professor, Edelgard hissed. She held out her palm, gathering sparks to form an orb of roiling fire. You, she said to Sitha, unlock the door and let us out or I'll. Sitha held up his hands, palms facing outward. Calm yourself, Edelgard. I mean you no harm. Now, to answer your question, Professor, yes, I did know Pan the Tactician. Though I knew him first as Ashubert, and then as Pan, and later as Leon Duran. Edelgard didn't let up. Unlock that door or I will step over your charred corpse and take the keys myself. You're not Sitha. You're one of them. Out of the corner of her eye she could see Byleth's hand curling around the hilt of her dagger. Yes, Sitha said. It's true that I'm not Sitha. But I'm not your enemy. Actually, we've met before, in. Byleth grabbed one of the chairs and swung it at him. The chair's wooden legs shattered against his body, and in a flurry of wood and splinters he fell to the floor. She tossed the broken chair aside, grabbed him, and hauled him onto the desk, wiping away its cluttered piles of books and papers onto the floor. Help me hold him down, she grunted to Edelgard. Edelgard took him by the arms and pinned him against the desk as Byleth took her dagger and held it to his throat. Back of the neck, Byleth said. A good feint, Sitha said, but unnecessary. I'm not here to. Back of the neck, she repeated, and Edelgard let go of one of his arms to press her thumb as deeply as she could into the base of his neck. No need to manhandle me, the impostor said. I'm not interested in harming either of you. He looked up at Edelgard, furrowing his brow. What are you doing? Nonplussed why, she thought, wasn't it working, she stepped back. Removing your disguise. Only amateurs keep the physical disengage in the vertebra prominus. That's where Kronya had it, Byleth mumbled. As I said. Mine, in case you must know, is directly behind my left earlobe. Go ahead. Try it. With a skeptical frown Edelgard slipped her hand into his hair, felt around for his ear, and pressed down on the spot behind it. Sitha vanished. The man who replaced him was just a bit taller but slighter and slimmer. His skin had a corpse-like grey pallor to it and his ashen face, hard-edged and androgynous, was framed by a strong jaw and sharp nose. His hair, ice blonde with an oddly opalescent sheen to it, fell from his scalp in a curtain of long, spidery wisps. His visible eye was pure white, pupil and iris both blending into the sclera with only faint grey demarcation lines to separate them, but was piercing nonetheless. Sharp black geometric tattoos, all lines and angles, ran down his brow, bisecting his eyes and rolling down his cheeks. One of his hands was metal, steel plates shaped in the image of a human hand bound to a mass of tiny bits of machinery more intricate than the most precise clockwork. Like Sitha's hand, it was missing 2 fingers. Byleth stared down at him, eyes wide, jaw slack with horror. I'm sure you don't recognize me, he said, his bluish lips curling in a wry smile. His true voice was deeper than Sitha's, a resonant and sonorous drawl, and he spoke without Sitha's clipped and formal tones. His voice was vaguely familiar, though Edelgard couldn't place it. After all, from my perspective, it's been 400 years or so, I think. I don't look the same as I did during the temporal resonance cascade. The jargon sounded familiar to Edelgard, though she couldn't understand heads or tails of it. Remire, he added, noting her and Byleth's blank stares. I helped your friend Ash. Please tell me you know what I'm talking about. I know you humans have better memories than this, it was only a few months ago from your perspectives. You were the mage who fell into the vortex with him, Edelgard realized. Deep down, she was filled with a tangled mess of revulsion and something that almost felt like equal parts relief and worry, but she forced herself to remain calm. There we go. He smiled. Why don't we put the knives away and properly introduce ourselves? You two need none, but my name is Vul. Byleth furrowed her brow and narrowed her eyes. Did you kill Seath? What? Let me explain. You killed Seath. Wait. The blade dug into his throat. You killed Seath. Edelgard grabbed Byleth by the wrist and wrenched the dagger away from Vul. Professor, she said, wait. We should hear him out at least. Vul wiped away a thin and shallow line of oozing black blood from his throat. Thank you, Edelgard. What have you done with Seath? She asked him. She still couldn't believe that the person she had thought was Seath actually was an imposter. It had been such an easy scenario to dismiss. For starters, how had Rhea failed to detect him? But the evidence was staring her in the face with a cold, empty white eye. Vul sat up, bracing his arms against the table. Seath's clothes hung on him due to his slighter and thinner physique. He was just a bit taller than Seath, and if he had been able to disguise himself down to the last detail, then he could probably disguise himself as anybody. Was he the one Thales had sent to replace her? Seath, he said, clearing his throat, is probably alive. Probably. Byleth repeated, arching her eyebrows. Her tone was cold and sharp, and Edelgard could see by the harsh glint of her emerald eyes that she still desperately wanted to put her dagger to his throat. I couldn't bring myself to see him terminated. Just after I'd fine-tuned my disguise and before I set out from our encampment, I made sure to provide him with an opportunity to escape. Whether he took that opportunity is up to him. Seeing the way she was still glaring at him, he added, perhaps I should start at the beginning. She wore a tight-lipped scowl, but said nothing in response. He slid off of the desk and sat down in his chair. Excuse me, he said, and with a flash of violet sparks his disguise returned. I would tell you to take a seat, he said in Seath's voice, but since you've ruined one of my chairs, Professor, one of you will have to stand. As soon as he donned the disguise, his manner of speaking changed completely, not just his voice less casual, sterner. He sounded exactly like Seath. Byleth nudged Edelgard toward the remaining chair, and she sat down. Her legs felt weak, as though she'd just ran a lap around the monastery's walls. When you last saw me, I was one of Solin's mages, Vul said. More specifically, I was a temporal mechanics engineer for Operation Antediluvium. That was before Ash and I were taken to the year 735. We did not exactly arrive unscathed, as I recall. You've seen the results of our failed experiments in Xanadu. He rubbed his arm gingerly. I lost my arm and part of my leg. Ash got a haircut. He always was the lucky one. Though just minutes prior, we'd been enemies, and I admit I didn't have the highest opinion of you primitive savages. He insisted on helping me. That sounds like Ash, Byleth admitted, her tone softening just a bit. Edelgard had to admit herself, if anybody could befriend one of those who slither, it would be him. But why didn't he mention you in any of his letters? She asked him. He would not have mentioned me by name, he replied. Not by this name, anyway. Perhaps, though, he mentioned the godfather to two of his children. He cocked his head. No? Ah, well, nevertheless, as I came to know him. I will admit that you people grew on me. He took a deep breath. Now, after centuries of planning, I have come here to offer you my help. I thought you were sent here to replace me, Edelgard said. Something about this didn't seem right to her. If Ash had been willing to warn Dimitri about Solon and Thales, then why hadn't he mentioned Vul in his letters to her or Byleth? I could replace you, he told her. It would be easy. I have studied you very carefully, and while it might sound immodest of me, there is not a single infiltrator in all of Agartha keener than I. But they didn't want to waste the best on the likes of you, no offense. The greatest test of my skill would be to replicate Seath so perfectly that even Archbishop Rhea herself wouldn't be able to tell, and so far, I seem to be passing that test. But I digress. My stated purpose here, as far as Thales is concerned, is to spy on Rhea. Flayn, Byleth said. She laid a hand protectively on Edelgard's shoulder. Is Flayn an imposter, too? She asked, very obviously struggling to keep the hand she'd put on Edelgard's shoulder from curling into talons. Edelgard felt a leaden lump settle in her gut. Now that she knew that not all of those who slither could be revealed through the neck trick, everything she thought she knew had been called into question. Flayn, Constance, Claude. Any of them could still be one of them. I had a partner who meant to replace Flayn, and then later Edelgard, Vul explained. However, since Flayn managed to evade capture, I had to go out alone. I suppose the other one must have decided on a backup plan and taken a different form by now, but she has not met with me yet. I do not know if she has even arrived here. Edelgard felt a relieved sigh leave her body, though she didn't feel much relieved. Every time one worry was removed from her mind, it seemed two more would take its place. I am doing a good job, am I not? Vul asked. I have studied Seath for months, not just while he and Flayn hid at the Rhodos coast, but also while he still worked here. It was very difficult to pull off, especially the steps I needed to take to avoid running into my past self. A crooked smile flickered on his face. I must admit, it is rather fun to antagonize Thales and get away with it, all in the name of committing to my character. You could be doing better, Byleth said tersely. You're too familiar with other people. And you're too lenient with Flayn. Vul chuckled. I suppose so. But after everything she has suffered, can you blame me for wanting her to have fun and spend time with her friends? You say that like you care about her, she said to him. With a wounded frown on his face, he placed a hand tenderly over his heart. I am supposed to be Seath, he said, and Seath loves his dear Flayn. To play the part perfectly, should I not love her as well? Or at the very least, care for her as though I did? Byleth's gaze drifted to the floor. You don't sound like any of the other infiltrators we've met, she said. Units whose jobs require them to take the identities of surface dwellers typically do a terrible job. Vul leaned forward. Do you know why? It is because they have no respect for the people they replace. They see you all as beasts, hairless apes, degenerate and de-evolved humans. To understand their masks would require them to look past years or even centuries of propaganda and conditioning. Their pride simply will not allow them to hide their contempt, even for a second. Solon was the closest to understanding this, but even he felt as though his disguise was akin to covering himself in mud. He could not wait to be rid of it. And as for you? Edelgard asked. As you could imagine, 400 years ago I could not go to the monastery looking like my true self any more than I could today, but Ash insisted that he drag me along and bring me to a physician on account of my amputations. I had to disguise myself very quickly and live as a surface-dwelling human for quite a long time. Eventually, I started to enjoy it. Vul leaned back in his chair and crossed one leg casually over the other, and then, wincing in pain, thought better of it and uncrossed his legs. Pretend to be something long enough and it leaves a permanent mark on you. I may have been created in a laboratory, flesh grown around an artificial core, but after a few years among your kind, I began to feel human. Edelgard knew a thing or two about pretending, to say the least. For a long time, she had thought that the face she'd shown to her classmates and her professor had been a mask the Flame Emperor wore. When she had started growing fond of her classmates, and especially her professor, she had started to wonder which was the mask and which was the face. She still couldn't fully disentangle those thoughts, but what she knew for sure was that she hadn't felt human the day she had first set foot in Garreg Mach, but the day she had left it, she finally had. She nodded. I understand, Vul, she said to him. Allow me to apologize on behalf of both myself and my professor for assaulting you. She still didn't trust him, but a diplomatic apology at the very least seemed appropriate. All water underneath the bridge, he replied. I am thankful we are so close to the infirmary. I shall tell Professor Manuela that I simply tripped over the chair and accidentally broke it. It was an old chair, anyway. So, Vul, Edelgard said, crossing her arms. How do you intend to help us? I can help you stop Thales' plan Operation Antediluvium. He produced a device from his desk and quickly glanced at it before slipping it back into the drawer. Edelgard thought she caught a glimpse of a clock face, but smaller than any one she'd ever seen. Speaking of, there's going to be another Dirac tidal surge any minute now, you should brace yourselves. What? Edelgard asked before a wave of skull-splitting pain tore through her brain like an axe lodged in her skull. For a moment, Seith's office flickered and vanished. She saw a flash of the Imperial Palace's garden before finding herself lying in a heap on the floor, her head throbbing. Byleth had fallen as well, her teeth gritted in pain and her hands clasped to her brow. Vul rose from his desk and approached them. That. It's the result of an attempt to transport matter backward in time. He offered a hand to Edelgard and helped her back to her chair, then turned his attention to Byleth and offered to help her to her feet. She declined. Byleth rubbed her brow. Why is time travel so important to him, she asked. There was a great war over 2,000 years ago that saw the final clash between the people of Agartha and the Fell Star. We unleashed the greatest and most terrible weapons we could devise upon the world in our pursuit of victory at any cost. Imagine a miasma that causes you to vomit up your own lungs, or an invisible wave of energy that cooks you from the inside out. Imagine a fire so hot that it turns the desert sands to glass. All these weapons and more were lost when the Fell Star swept the world clean and Agartha was driven underground. The javelins of light, Edelgard muttered, recalling the destruction of Arianrod in her world. Vul raised an eyebrow. The what? Ah. You mean the orbital kinetic bombardment system? Yes, that is a surviving holdover from the war, but it is greatly diminished. In its present form, it is nothing compared to the weapons that were lost in the flood. Operation Antediluvian is concerned with retrieving those weapons from the past just before the Fell Star destroyed them and unleashing them upon the present. Edelgard finished his thoughts. And you've grown too fond of this world to let that happen, haven't you, Vul? I have grown fond of its people. A smile crossed his face, though it was short-lived. All Agarthans are fond of this world. Even replicants such as myself long for the light of the sun, the smell of flowers, and the songs of birds. They don't care how many of you they would have to kill to have it all for themselves. And the very act of attempting to reach the antediluvian period itself, even if it fails, could on its own do worse to all of us than simply kill you. Edelgard crossed her arms. She would like to believe Vul, for the same reason she'd hoped that Kronia could have decided to rebel against those who slither, but she couldn't let her hope mislead her. 400 years, and you have been waiting all this time to meet us instead of working to stop them. There is only so much a single replicant can do against all of Agartha, he answered. It was difficult enough infiltrating their ranks as it was. Inventing a false identity out of whole cloth, fabricating the necessary identification, and making it believable precluded any attempts at sabotage. It was more important that I survived to the present day and devised a way to meet you than undermine their operations. Besides, he added with a hapless shrug, when Ash and I were in the past, the future had already been written. If we had strayed too far off course from the history we both knew, such as, say, destroying those who slither prematurely, we could have caused a time paradox. This world could have been split in two, or destroyed altogether. Living in the past while knowing the future is like a choreographed dance, one step out of line and you ruin it. He looked to Byleth. Professor, you have the powers of the Fell Star. You must know, intuitively, that what I speak is the truth. With a frown creasing her face and brow, Byleth scratched her chin thoughtfully. Edelgard had never wished harder that Suthies could materialize at her side and lecture the two of them. She opened her mouth, paused, and then closed it. There was a knock at the door. Seith, sir, are you occupied at the moment? I have urgent business with you. Edelgard couldn't place the man's voice, muffled by the door. Allow me a moment, please, Cardinal Rowan, Vul called out. I am finishing up with Professor Eisner. He turned his attention to his desk. We will have to continue this conversation when I am less busy. I understand that I have given you too little reason to trust me, he said to Edelgard and Byleth, his voice low, so, as a sign of good faith, take these. He took out a leather-bound notebook and put his quill pen to his inkpot and then to a fresh page, scribbling lines of tight script madly across it. I cannot wait for the day Lady Rhea allows you to invent fountain pens, at the very least, he grumbled in a very unseath-like manner. He tore the page out from the notebook and handed it to Byleth, along with a small leather drawstring pouch. This is a schedule for further Operation Antediluvian test runs for the next week. At least the next tidal surges will not catch you unaware now. Byleth took the page and the pouch from him and looked down at it, studying it with a furrowed brow. "You're busy," she commented. "They are. I wash my hands of this monstrosity." Voul went to the door, unlocked it, and opened it to let Cardinal Rowan in. "Good afternoon, Cardinal. What do you wish to ask of me?" he asked as he ushered Byleth and Edelgard out of the room. Edelgard and Byleth left Seath's office and headed downstairs in a daze, the contents of their meeting with Voul slowly sinking in with each step they took, like a meal made from dubious ingredients settling in their stomachs. At the foot of the stairs, as her boot met the floor, Byleth shuddered. "Seath might be dead," she murmured, so softly and so quietly it was as though she hadn't wanted to say it. "He might be dead," Edelgard said, "but he might also be alive." Might is a challenging word. One never knows what to expect from it, my teacher. Might was the word that kept her going for 5 years when her Byleth had gone missing. Might had been what kept her pushing forward in the service of an impossible dream. Might was a word that carried with it infinite potentials not just of disappointment but of hope. And she had learned to have some faith, at least, in hope. Just because hope can mislead you, doesn't mean you can't allow it to guide you. Byleth took the little pouch Voul had given her and opened it, dropping a small copper amulet out of it into her open palm. She stared at it, aghast. "Professor, what is?" Edelgard peered at it and felt the breath leave her body. She recognized that amulet, though the one she'd seen had not been so dull, dark, or tarnished. Underneath the pale green patina clinging to the copper medallion was the image of Saint Mikul. This was the amulet Ash had always worn around his neck to ward off ghosts and evil spirits. "I gave Ash this," Byleth whispered, because Mercedes' ghost stories had been bothering him so much. Her fingers curled around it. "He had it on him when he fell." "Then Voul did know him," Edelgard concluded, still uneasy. But had he known him as a friend and been given that amulet as a sign of trust, or had he been an enemy, and had he looted it from Ash's grave in order to deceive them? The two of them continued onward, through the hall and into the courtyard. The blistering cold wind that had kicked up while they'd been meeting with Voul met them with the force of a hammer. "Do you trust Voul?" Byleth asked her, her voice just barely louder than the wind as she braced herself and hugged her cloak tighter around her shoulders. Edelgard did the same. "At the very least, I'd like to think Ash can vouch for his character," Edelgard replied to Byleth. "He seems sincere, but then again, he also seems to be as good of an actor as he claims. If he's here to help us, as he says, then we'd be fools to reject him after all the setbacks we've suffered. But there's no telling what other agenda he might be hiding or where his true allegiances might lie. After all, he and Ash may have been friends once, but Ash had also been dead for nearly 400 years, and there was no telling what Voul had been up to in those centuries between now and then. I don't think we should treat him as an enemy," she concluded, "but we should be cautious. See what more he can give us before we make any judgments. If we can trust him, then we could have him tell Dimitri the truth about Rodrigue without implicating ourselves." She trailed off, as Byleth didn't seem to be listening to her. Byleth nodded absent-mindedly, her mind elsewhere, her expression strained. "You're still worried about Seath," Edelgard noted. She nodded. Edelgard took her by the hand. "Have faith, Professor. You taught me that once." She herself, though, couldn't feel that faith. If Voul was indeed the master infiltrator he claimed to be, then it was inconceivable that he would have willingly allowed Seath to escape with his life, risking him returning to Garreg Mach and blowing his cover. The bells rang in the hour. "I have a class to teach," Byleth said, pulling away from her. "I have a class to attend," Edelgard said, and as the two of them went their separate ways, she looked up at the window to Seath's office. A part of her wondered what Suthies would think of Voul, and what advice she would have to offer the two of them if she could still speak to them. The rest of the Blue Lions returned to Garreg Mach the next day. Byleth and Edelgard met them at the marketplace in front of the gate, both glad to see them again but apprehensive as to what state they would be in. The grim look on Dimitri's face, though, vanished as soon as he caught sight of the two of them, and though just a moment ago he and his fellow classmates had been trudging along, weary and worn, he quickly dismounted from his wyvern and ran up to meet them. "Professor L," he cried out. "I have worried about you day and night. I am so glad to see you two again. You missed us that much?" Byleth asked with a slight smile brightening her worried face. "I hope you got along with Catherine while I was gone." Dimitri's brow wrinkled for a moment as he cast a backward glance over his shoulder toward Catherine and the rest of the class. The knights Catherine had brought with her surrounded them. "I vastly prefer your leadership, my teacher," he said. "My teacher?" Had he picked that up, Edelgard wondered, from her? "Professor, you look sad," he added, carefully curling his hand around hers as though it were a delicate glass ornament. "Ah. Captain Geralt your father Geralt was to leave yesterday, was he not?" Though that was one of many sad things weighing on Byleth's mind, she nodded. "I am sorry, Professor. You two have never quite been apart until now, have you?" "I must admit I was quite envious. No, forgive me, that is not the proper word. I wish I could have what you have with him. For ripping the two of you apart like that, I swear I shall make Lady Rhea." The rest of the class and Catherine caught up to him, though Bernadetta scurried past all of them and made a beeline for the dormitories, as she usually did. The students were all dirty and tired and probably hungry as well, but none of them looked injured. Whatever fighting they'd done had probably been a rout. Didu had a very poorly knitted cap upon his head, crocheted from a fat skein of violet yarn so inexpertly that it looked as though a strong breeze would unravel it. So did Bernadetta. Dimitri had been very anxious indeed. "Professor." Catherine gave Byleth a curt nod. "You've trained your kids well. They put up a good fight." She clapped her hand heartily on Dimitri's shoulder and flashed him a teasing smile. "Though I've got to tell you, your white lion of Fhirdiad is more like a stray cat sometimes. He's got no master but himself." Byleth turned a stern glare on Dimitri. "You were insubordinate." Pale roses blossomed on his cheeks. Once or twice, I suppose, I did as I thought you would have told me, instead of following Catherine's orders." "I'm flattered," she said to him. "But Catherine's an experienced knight. When she's in charge, you need to respect her leadership." Dimitri hung his head. "Yes, Professor." "Can you really blame him, though?" Sylvain asked. "Princes aren't exactly used to taking orders." "Neither are boars," Felix grumbled. "That is true," Catherine admitted to Sylvain, shooting a dirty look at Felix. "Now, when you're king," she said, tooling Dimitri's hair, "you'll be the one calling all the shots. But until then, you'll have to sit tight and do what the adults tell you. Don't beat yourself up about it, I was a real hellion once, too." Edelgard could have sworn she saw a knowing smirk on Didu's face, if only for a second. Dimitri looked as though he was trying his absolute best not to scowl. "How about we catch up over some food instead of standing out here in the cold?" Raphael piped up. "Ingrid and I could eat a horse each." "You've earned a hot meal," Byleth said. "Good work out there, all of you. I just wish I could have seen it for myself. Go return your equipment to the armory, stable the horses, and meet us in the dining hall." The class dispersed, except for Catherine and Vokhard. "Thank you for looking after my students, Captain," Byleth told Catherine. Catherine stiffened, evidently unused to hearing that title applied to her and struggling to fully accept its weight. "I'm glad they weren't too difficult." Catherine laughed. "Compared to the Black Eagles or the Golden Deer. Aside from a few of the boys, you've probably got the most disciplined and mature class this year. Anyway, I'd like to join you for dinner, but I should probably catch up on business." Byleth nodded. "I understand. I heard Shamir returned from her mission last weekend." "She did? All right. I'll see you around, Professor." Catherine left, hurrying into the hall with a complement of knights following behind her, their armor clanking with every step. Only Vokhard was left with Byleth and Edelgard. The three of them made their way through the gate and into the main hall. As they walked, Vokhard wrapped his arms around Edelgard. My dear," he said, holding her close. "I have missed you. How are Pascal and Hedwig faring?" "Well enough," she said to him, returning the embrace. "Though I can't spend much time with them during the week, so they're a bit bored. How is home? Was it serious? Thankfully, things were not so bad as I had feared. There was a riot in town outside Castle Arundel, but a little saber rattling was enough to subdue them, no need for any serious show of force. A few bruised skulls and broken windows were the only casualties. There was a riot? Byleth asked. You said there's unrest in other parts of the Empire, Edelgard said. Is this all connected to the succession crisis? She wondered if did his guerrilla cells had anything to do with it. Had his men started the riots? Volkhard nodded. A sizable portion of the townspeople were asking that I throw my support behind Prince Anselm. There were brawls in the street between supporters of both princes. He let out a frustrated sigh. I cannot understand how they became so passionate about the subject. We nobles argue and fight about such things so that the commoners need not concern themselves with them. That was it? Byleth asked. Would that it had been. Unfortunately, the day we arrived, brigands came from the Bryanak Plateau seeking to loot the town as well. I suspect they may have come from Gaspard or Roe territory and crossed the river into the Empire. The Blue Lions and Catherine's Knights were a great help in fending them off. Now if you'll excuse me, I must see if any news has come for me while I was away. Volkhard patted Edelgard on the shoulder. Take care, my dear. He peeled away from Edelgard and Byleth, heading off in the direction of the rookery. Later that day, the Blue Lions met in the dining hall as the setting sun drew close to the horizon. Though the cold didn't make it feel like winter was anywhere close to ending, the days had been steadily getting longer and longer for over a month now. But the sun still set early now, too early for most students' liking, as much as the faculty might have enjoyed the peace and quiet of the curfew. You'd better hope they find the real Hurricane King soon, Felix said to Sylvain. I haven't seen you on a date in months so, wait, the curfew's only been on for 2 weeks. He was in an even sourer mood than usual. Edelgard supposed that while losing Glenn may have had something to do with it, he was likely still sore over the way Thales had treated him in front of the rest of the class. He was prideful in his own way. Somebody's cranky. You need a nap or something, Felix. Sylvain shot back. It'd be nice if this curfew lasts forever, honestly. No more finding you bleeding out in the training hall at midnight because you were dueling your shadow by candlelight. That was one time, Felix grumbled. They had been snapping at each other all through dinner. They were still snapping at each other. Every childish barb, just loud enough to be heard over the din of a dozen other chattering students filling the hall, coming from their mouths made Edelgard's head ache. Byleth was distant enough that she didn't seem to notice, or have the energy to intervene. Geralt's departure, combined with her worry about Seath and the question of Voul's trustworthiness, must have been weighing too heavily on her for her to be her normally attentive self. Did I miss something? Edelgard whispered to Ignatz. Ignatz nervously adjusted his glasses. Had a bit of a fight on the way back from the castle. They're still having a fight. Edelgard couldn't help but notice that Ingrid wasn't doing her usual job of breaking up their little spats. Normally, she would be glad to see that, since she thought Ingrid spent far too much time putting up with their immature attitudes, but much like her professor, Ingrid wore a distant expression on her face as she picked at the bowl of stew she was staring glumly down at. She might not have even been aware of their fighting at all. Edelgard leaned closer to her. Ingrid. Is something on your mind? Ingrid snapped to attention as though she'd just been rudely awakened from a nap. Oh, Edelgard. My apologies. My mind hasn't been in the right place recently. I couldn't help but feel guilty about Glenn. That I had to be out there instead of at his service. The service was postponed, Edelgard said. Lady Rhea didn't feel it was right to have it while you and Felix were away. Oh. Ingrid smiled, but didn't look any happier. That's a relief. Maybe after the service, she trailed off. Well, he's with the goddess now. I hope he stays at peace this time. She put a hand to her mouth, her voice cracking. No, that's a horrible thing to say, with a shake of her head, she set down her fork and stood up. I've had enough. That phrase piqued Raphael's attention. Huh? Ingrid, you haven't even finished your first bowl. You gotta be hungry. Felix and Sylvain stopped bickering. Edelgard hardly noticed at first until the rest of the dining hall went quiet along with them. Archbishop Rhea was back in the dining hall. "Is that the Archbishop?" Annette asked, her mouth agape, rubbing her eyes in disbelief. "Lady Rhea," Ignatz gasped, trembling. "What's she doing here?" "Even archbishops gotta eat, right?" Raphael said. "Maybe she heard how good the stew was tonight." Dmitri glared sourly at Rhea as she drifted closer to the Blue Lion's table. If looks could kill, at the very least, he may have wounded her. Before she could come close enough to notice, Didier put a hand to his jaw and deftly turned his head so that he was no longer looking at her. Rhea loomed over the students with a beatific smile and hunger in her eyes. "Hello, my children." Hello, Your Holiness," Ignatz squeaked, averting his eyes. "I know," she said, "that Glenfril Darius was very close to all of you, some more than others." Her gaze rested heavily on Ingrid, then on Felix. "There will be a funeral service tomorrow morning in the cathedral at 9. Morning classes and drills are cancelled, and those of you who need it may take the rest of the day as well." There was a gleam in her eye, as though the final stages of a devious plot were unfolding before her. "And Professor Byleth, Lady Edelgard, I think it would mean so much to everyone if you were to preside with me over the service." Of course. Of course, that was what Rhea wanted. Dmitri clenched his jaw so tightly that Edelgard was shocked his teeth didn't shatter. Ingrid looked expectantly to Edelgard, then to Byleth, as Rhea laid a hand on her shoulder. "Miss Ingrid Galatea, you would appreciate such a gesture, would you not?" Rhea asked her. It would," Ingrid bowed her head. "I suppose it would certainly be an honor." "Neither of us have ever presided over a funeral," Edelgard said, loath to repeat the same conversation from Saturday. Rhea was being especially crafty here, springing this on her and Byleth in front of their class. This time, her entreaty was backed by social pressure. She looked to Ingrid. My professor and I wouldn't want to disgrace Glen's memory if we fail to perform the rites properly." "That is no issue," Rhea assured her. "You will need only to follow my lead and read from the scriptures I provide." She turned to Byleth. "Professor, you are blessed with the power of the goddess. Please consider gracing us with your presence." Byleth looked into her stew. "I'm not sure," she said. Then, lifting her head, her eyes met Ingrid's. "But, for my students, I guess." Edelgard felt a hand fall on her shoulder. Unfortunately, as her gaze traveled up its sleeve, she found that it belonged to Ferdinand von Aegir. "Lady Rhea, excuse me," Ferdinand said, "but did I just hear you correctly? Are you asking Edelgard and Professor Byleth to join you in tomorrow's service?" Rhea nodded in a way that strongly suggested she was pretending to be surprised by his appearance. Edelgard felt sick to her stomach and wondered if she had planned this. What an honor! Of course, Edelgard would be glad to participate. Edelgard glared at him. "Ferdinand," she hissed. "Thank you for the opportunity, Your Holiness," Ferdinand continued with a deep, polite bow. "And thank you, my child," Rhea responded. "Professor Byleth, Lady Edelgard. I will collect you tomorrow morning and prepare you for the rites." Before any further objections could be raised, she turned her back on them and left. "This is so exciting," Ferdinand said, practically giddy. "Edelgard, all of these opportunities to distinguish yourself continue to fall right into your lap. You just might be the luckiest woman in all of Fodlan." He patted her on the shoulder. "And that makes me the luckiest man in all of Fodlan." "If Lady Edelgard does not wish to perform the service," Dmitri growled at him, standing up to loom over him, "then she should not be forced to. What manner of man are you to presume you can speak for her?" Ferdinand was taken aback. Well, I can make my own decisions, Ferdinand," Edelgard said to him frostily. "Though it seems Lady Rhea thinks otherwise." "I did not mean to offend you," he said, his ego deflated. "Simply, who in their right mind would forego an opportunity to participate with the Archbishop herself in one of the holiest of rites? You and your professor shall be helping her commend Glen's soul to the goddess." "Well, then," she snarled, shoving his hand aside and storming off, "perhaps I am not in my right mind." She stormed out of the dining hall, fuming. Part of her frustration was performative, but most of it wasn't. She was so sick and tired of being tossed around like a ship in a storm by the whims of the waves and wind, thrown from one unwanted situation to another at the behest of others, penned in on all sides. Edelgard, wait. Ingrid caught up to her. Edelgard. Are you all right? Edelgard took a deep breath. I am under a great deal of stress right now. If you don't mind, I think I will retire early. Ingrid glanced at the dying rays of sunlight barely spilling over the monastery's ramparts. You might as well, I suppose, she said. I didn't think you would blow up like that. I'm sorry. It's just that, look, I didn't expect Lady Rhea to bring it up so suddenly, either, but I think I really would appreciate it if you and Professor Byleth did this for me. Oh. A bitter laugh escaped Edelgard's lips. Now you stand up for what you want. Ingrid's lip curled. Oh, so you want me to stand up for what I want, as long as it's what you want, too? Okay, fine, if you don't want to do it, then don't. Just do whatever you want. It's just that after over half a week of putting up with Felix and Sylvain being utter asses and Dimitri being weird, I'd hoped I could still count on you to be the mature one. She let out a frustrated sigh. Okay, you were right. You're not in your right mind. Whatever's going on with you, I hope some sleep helps. With a huff, she made for the dormitories. Edelgard hadn't expected Ingrid's words to hurt so much, but in her frustration she herself hadn't noticed how hurtful her own attitude had been to her. Despite everything, Ingrid still had strong feelings for Glenn and had wanted her friend and her teacher to play a role in the funeral. Perhaps she was just overreacting to the whole situation. There wasn't anything Rhea could do to her and Byleth at the ceremony in full view of everybody else, was there? At worst, she might try to have them over for tea time afterward, and Vul in his disguise would probably head that off just as he had before. She wasn't able to catch up with Ingrid before Dimitri and Dida reached her. Dimitri said, taking her by the arms. He opened his mouth, but whatever words he'd been planning on saying died on the tip of his tongue. I am afraid. Please do not let that witch harm you, or do anything unnatural to you. If she tries to take you. I merely overreacted, she admitted to him. Don't worry. It's just a funeral service. I've just been under a lot of pressure these past few days. I see. You must have been so worried about your home. The worried and frightful look wrenching his face gave way to a faint smile. I met a few of your cousins at Castle Arundel. They were quite happy to hear that you were doing well. Oh, Edelgard said flatly. She couldn't quite remember any of her cousins on her mother's side. Thales had probably kept them away from her, or possibly even disposed of them. I am sorry about the Empire. About everything. He let out a sigh, his breath billowing in white clouds from his mouth, and let his hand crawl into her hair like a tiny animal seeking warmth. I cannot help but feel as though this is all my fault. Edelgard took him by the wrist, feeling his pulse racing under her fingertips. It's okay, she said, feeling Dida's eyes on her. Let's go inside before someone takes issue with us being out after curfew. The last light slipped under the monastery's walls and the day came to an end. The night was tranquil, though Edelgard's sleep was anything but. As she laid awake in bed, her thoughts swirling within her mind, the slow and steady footsteps of the unfortunate knight tasked with watching over the hall and making sure the students remained in their room matched the tempo of her heartbeat. The last time she had felt like this, so lost and so alone and so overwhelmed, surrounded on so many sides by potential enemies with so few allies she could put her trust in, had been the night before the Flame Emperor's attack on the Holy Tomb. This time, she didn't even have Hubert. She laid awake and wondered if Byleth would be practicing with Suthi's powers tonight. Perhaps then she could get some rest. A blood-curdling shout pierced the air, sharp even though the walls had muffled it. It was a man's voice. No, more specifically, Dimitri's voice. Edelgard threw herself out of bed as, down the hall, a door slammed open so violently that it might have flown off its hinges. Hey, the knight on patrol called out. Your Highness, what are why? His outcry was replaced by a sharp gurgle as something hit him in the throat. Edelgard threw open her door. Dimitri. Dimitri hurried past her like a man possessed, trampling down the hall like an entire herd of stampeding beasts. The knight who'd previously been keeping watch sat on the floor in a crumpled heap, gingerly rubbing his throat. He was lucky he hadn't been killed, if Dmitri was as out of his wits as his behavior implied. Still in her pajamas, Edelgard threw on her cloak, slipped on a pair of shoes, and hurried after Dmitri, following him down the stairs and outside onto the lawn. The cold night air pierced her thin clothing like a flurry of freshly sharpened knives. She conjured a flame to provide some light and warmth and continued on in pursuit of Dmitri. The snow stung and burned her feet and nipped at her ankles as the hard, dry snow on the lawn crackled and crunched under her shoes. She found Dmitri standing aimlessly on the lawn, wearing nothing but a pair of shorts and a tunic that clung to his skin, soaked through. He looked around aimlessly, like a child who had gotten lost in a crowded market and was trying to find his mother. "Dmitri," she called out, closing in on him. She wondered if he'd had a waking nightmare. Or perhaps he'd been sleepwalking. "Your Highness," Dido called out from across the lawn. He moved quickly in spite of his size and stature, and the snow hardly crunched under his feet. Dmitri looked back and forth between them. Dido. His breath condensed in the night air, the clouds pouring from his mouth as ghostly white as his hair and as pallid as his glistening, sweat-soaked skin. "Dmitri, what's wrong?" Edelgard asked him. She took his hand. His skin was feverishly warm and clammy. "You'll catch pneumonia if you stay out here," she told him. "Are you hurt, Your Majesty?" Dido asked him, looking him over with a quick glance. Dmitri's chest heaved. He was panting for breath, each heavy exhalation pouring from his mouth like cold dragon fire. I saw him. I swear I saw him out here." "Who did you see?" Dido asked him. "Was it your father?" Edelgard asked. "Dmitri, the only ghosts are in your head. You had a nightmare, nothing more." "It wasn't him." He shook his head. No, it was real. He was here. Yuri was here. I know he was." Yuri. Edelgard's brow furrowed. She'd only heard that name a few times, mostly when Dmitri was asleep and having a nightmare. From what she recalled, he had been one of the children imprisoned by those who slither in the dark after the tragedy of Duskur, the equivalent to Dmitri of the family Edelgard had lost. "Yuri is dead, Your Majesty," Dido said, resting a hand on his shoulder. "Lady Edelgard is correct. You saw one of your phantoms again." No. Dmitri shook his head and brushed Dido's hand away, his sweat-soaked hair flopping in the wake of his head as the moisture in it began to crystallize. No. He was here." He stomped his foot on the snow almost petulantly. "I saw him from my window, right under my room, here. Here in this very spot. He was as real as either of you. You must believe me." Edelgard wondered, could he have actually seen something? What did he look like, Dido gave her a sharp, disapproving look. "Like me," Dmitri said. His hair was white and shone like polished silver. "It was a trick of the light," Dido insisted. "You mistook the snow for his hair. That is all. Please, let me escort you back to your room. It is cold, and you must be well rested for the funeral." "He was here," Dmitri repeated, dazed. "I swear he was no ghost, no spirit, no phantom. I saw his flesh and blood. He survived, and we must find him." "Nobody else survived the experiments," Dido said. "He must have," Dmitri said. "He did not look like my father or Glenn. He was not pale or emaciated, and I saw no blood. He was alive, healthy." Perhaps, Edelgard thought, he had caught sight of Vul. But why would Vul be out and about without his disguise, even in the middle of the night? It must have been a hallucination. She raised a hand to his pallid, clammy cheek. Listen. Dido is right, Yuri is dead. You saw a phantom, nothing more. It was probably a trick of the moonlight. But I saw him with my own eyes, The eyes are easily fooled. A little thing affects them. A slight disorder of the stomach makes them cheats. Perhaps there was an underdone potato in your stew, or a bit of undigested beef that hasn't settled properly." Dmitri was silent for a while. "I could have sworn. And what if he could have lived? Him, or Emil, or any of the other dozen children down there. His voice cracked. You saw Yuri alive because you feel guilty that he died and you lived. But you don't have to feel ashamed to have survived that hell. It was not by any act of selfishness that you lived, nor was it by any fault of their own that they died. Dmitri shook his head. You don't understand, El. You can't. You weren't there. You cannot know the depths to which I sunk. I can understand, Edelgard told him, raising her hand higher to run her fingers through the snowdrifts of his hair. Feathery frost was already beginning to gather on his silvery locks, and she could feel the same cold worming its way into her fingers, stabbing at her knuckles. I can understand, more than you know. I can tell you and tell you and tell you, but I tell you, those horrors were beyond your imagination. El, you have grown up with everything. Someone who was fortunate enough like you to have everything, can never understand those of us who had everything taken away. That's not true, D. Nothing is beyond my imagination. Shuddering, he threw his arms around her and held her close. He was like a solid block of ice, the patina of sweat gluing his underclothes to his skin was close to freezing. She started to shiver. Please don't let Ria hurt you, he whimpered. Please don't let her take you away, or the professor. Hey. You three. The knight from upstairs came tramping down the steps and onto the lawn, gingerly rubbing his throat. Get back inside, he shouted out, his voice hoarse, before you get in trouble. Didya took Dmitri by the arm and began to drag both him and Edelgard back to the dormitories. Sorry, Dmitri mumbled as he passed by the knight he'd accidentally wounded. Water under the bridge, Your Highness, he squeaked, coughing. Edelgard squeezed Dmitri's hand. Please, D, don't worry about me, she said. It's just a funerary service tomorrow. Nothing can go wrong. I cannot believe you are doing this, he muttered. Edelgard couldn't believe she was doing this. On the morning of Glenn's funeral, she and Byleth stood in the sacristy at the back of the cathedral and stared at the reflection of themselves and each other in a floor-length mirror amid the drawers and shelves of ceremonial objects and garments. The Church of Syros built beautiful works of architecture, but they did not in the least bit design fashionable clothes by any stretch of the imagination. Edelgard had only seen Byleth wear the robes she now wore once before, and only once, and had never thought she would see that particular shade of embarrassed crimson that lit up her cheeks again. Ria had dressed Byleth in a white silk robe and a golden sash embroidered with intricate and ornate patterns. Lustrous chains of gold medallions, sewn into the sash, spilled over her shoulder like a dragon's scales. The golden sash met a golden cowl that spread over her shoulders and a high collar that reached up to the tips of her ear on one side and hung to the left on the other. A scintillating velvet cape, royal purple, billowed down her back. It was the gaudiest, tackiest, most hideous outfit Edelgard had ever seen. And she was wearing the exact same thing. Once Ria had finished fussing with all the ornaments and diadems and so on and had left the room, Edelgard and Byleth looked at themselves, then at each other. Edelgard could see in her reflection that her face was as red as a tomato all the way to the tips of her ears. For a moment, they were both struck dumb. We look like idiots, Byleth finally said. They both burst out laughing. This is what Ria wanted for us all along, she gasped, catching her breath as Edelgard tried desperately not to choke to death. To dress us up in silly outfits. No wonder she wanted my father out of the monastery. Edelgard fell to her knees, dizzy and lightheaded from how hard she was laughing. Tears spilled from her eyes. She coughed and tried desperately to calm herself down as her shoulders shook and chest heaved. She hadn't laughed so hard in months. Her ribs ached. Her lungs burned. At last, she managed to take an entire breath without expelling it in a fit of laughter. Byleth helped her to her feet. Edelgard looked up at her smiling face and was bowled over by her beauty. No matter how silly her outfit looked, she had the face of an angel, and the splash of pink color across her cheeks and the crinkles in the corners of her eyes from laughing too hard only made her more beautiful. Edelgard reached up and laid her hands on Byleth's cheeks, her fingertips brushing aside the silky hair that framed her face. The way her heart skipped a beat, the dryness of her mouth, the tightness of her chest, the dizzying lightness of her head, gazing upon Byleth was akin to a religious experience. Her lips parting, half out of awe, half out of yearning. Byleth slowly reached up, curled her hands around Edelgard's wrists, and pulled her hands off of her face. Instantly remembering where she was and who she was, Edelgard slipped her hands free and stepped back. She folded her arms over her chest and tucked her hands under her armpits, as though they might try to act of their own accord if she didn't try harder to stop them. Now her clothes were the least embarrassing thing about her current situation. Sorry, Professor, she said, forcing herself to say Professor. So, did I have to wear this in your world, too? Byleth asked her, tapping on one of the medallions and listening to it jangle among its peers. Yes, Edelgard said, sniffling, and wiping a tear from her eye. Only once, though. After the war started, you threw it onto a bonfire and burned it. I'd like to do that again right now, Byleth said. Edelgard snorted and burst out laughing again. If only Suthies could be here with them to laugh at these ridiculous clothes with them. The door to the sacristy opened and Seetha's face appeared in the gap. Or rather, Vuul's disguise. I was expecting to find a pair of humans here, not a pack of hyenas, he said as he stepped into the room and shut the door behind him. I am sorry I could not stop Lady Rhea from dragging you into this. What in blazes are you two wearing? Ceremonial robes for those closest to the goddess, Byleth muttered, bowing her head in shame. At least it is only a funeral service, Vuul said. Whatever Rhea might wish to do with you afterward, though, at the very least, I think I can take a break from Seetha's duties long enough to drag the two of you off to safety. Why are you so keen on keeping Rhea away from us? Edelgard asked him. That was one thing that, while she was thankful, she didn't understand, and that gap in her knowledge kept her ill at ease. For starters, it is a part of the role I am playing, he answered. When I was here in the guise of a monk spying on Seath, before he and Flame left the monastery, I learned that he was quite frustrated by the secrets she was keeping about your professor and her unsettling interest in her. I see that thanks to your little stunt, Edelgard, you have become an object of interest to her as well. As long as I am Seath, I ought to behave like him, and that means reining in Lady Rhea's impulses. Byleth thought for a moment. But if your job is information gathering about Rhea, aren't you curious about what she wants? Of course I am. But if what she wants is harmful or destructive, Vuul took a deep breath and ran the remaining fingers of his left hand over his collar. I could not tell Ash everything about the future, lest his heroic attitude compel him to put a new tier in the tapestry of time. But as a compromise, I could offer him a few details about the far future, since he would never live to see it. When he learned of the Agarthans and their plans, he made me swear to look after his classmates and his teacher. That includes protecting you both from the likes of Thales, and from Rhea. But you're supposed to find out things about Rhea, Byleth said. She had the look on her face she always had when she was coming up with a plan. Vuul, if we find out what Rhea wants from us and tell you, can we count on you to help us expose Thales to Dimitri? That would be more than a fair trade, Vuul said. Thales returns to Fhirdiad this afternoon, after the funeral. He can do many things, but he cannot control the kingdom as much as he needs to from Gareg Mach. Once he has left the monastery, it will be harder for him to keep Dimitri under his thumb, and he knows it. A smile crossed his face. That is why he is glad I am here. His brow furrowed. But, he added, how will you find out what Rhea wants? Byleth smiled. With the power of the goddess. Vuul blinked. May I have a less cryptic answer, he asked. She thought for a moment. No, she said. With a heavy sigh, Vuul continued. Very well. Simply let me know if there is anything. The door creaked open, forcing him to stop in mid-sentence. He whirled around as Flame poked her head through the gap between the door and the wall. Edelgard, Professor, how are you faring? Oh, big brother. Hello, she stammered, a guilty, nervous half-smile creeping across her face. I did not expect you to be here with them. I am sorry if I am interrupting. No, by all means, Flame, come in, Vuul said, pulling her inside. The hand that gripped her by the arm was soft and gentle, and his tone had become much softer as well. Still, Edelgard felt her stomach churn with revulsion. She was all too accustomed to those who slither, or the Agarthans, or whatever they called themselves, pretending to be family members, and even though Vul seemed to be in a lie, the sight of him carrying on with his deception made her sick. And to Flayn, of all people. After what she had endured in the dungeons, Edelgard had been damaged goods, full of sick and ugly thoughts on the day that Thales had shown her his true face, and she had felt for years afterward that she had deserved that pain. But Flayn was good, pure in her naivete, and did not deserve to be the victim of such deception. Flayn's nervous caught in the act smile turned into a genuine grin when she saw Edelgard and Byleth. "Ah! You two look so wonderful in those vestments." She clasped her hands together, beaming. "I know that this is a funeral, and that is terrible, but I cannot help but be excited for you. Do you not agree, Seath?" Vul glanced at Edelgard and Byleth uncomfortably. It was evident that he did indeed not agree. "I fear I do not have you girls' eye for fashion," he answered diplomatically. "If you think the vestments are beautiful, I shall take your word for it." As his gaze settled back upon Flayn, his mouth pulled itself into a warm smile that, if Edelgard hadn't known any better, would have come across as entirely earnest. "There is still some time before the service. Have you had breakfast yet?" Flayn nodded emphatically. Too emphatically. "Of course, brother. A healthy breakfast." "Most certainly, yes," she said, her smile growing strained. She was a horrible liar. What if, Edelgard wondered, Vul had been lying about the second infiltrator? Perhaps Flayn was still an impostor, still working with him, and her lack of aptitude for lying was meant to lower her guard. A healthy breakfast and not, for example, a pastry and a mug of hot chocolate shared between yourself and a certain Hedwig von Hresvelg. Flayn gasped. "How did I mean, big brother, most certainly not. I ate a normal healthy breakfast for a girl of my age, I assure you." "Flayn," Vul said sternly. She bowed her head. "I did not have breakfast. I did share hot chocolate with Hedwig. She insisted, and that little girl is just so sweet that I could not resist." "But how could you tell?" Vul tapped on his eye patch. "Even -1 eye, I can still see twice as much as most normal people. Remember that, Flayn." He reached out and lifted Flayn up by her armpits. When her feet left the floor, Edelgard was filled with an overwhelming urge to stop him, but controlled herself as he took Flayn and pulled her into his embrace. "Ah! Be big brother." "This is not necessary," she squeaked. A nervous giggle escaped her lips. "Your beard is so bristly now, it tickles." "Before the service begins, you and I shall have a proper breakfast," he told her sternly. "Oh, okay, but please do put me down. I do not wish for the other students to see you carrying me like a child," she said, though the way she wrapped her arms around his torso in return belied her complaints. "You were so kind as to carry me, my sister." "I must return the favor," he insisted. He glanced at Edelgard and Byleth. "Good luck with the service. I am certain you shall perform admirably." "Good luck." Flayn chimed in, waving goodbye. He and Flayn left the room. "Poor Flayn," Byleth mumbled. Edelgard had to agree. Vul was certainly treating her well, unlike Thales, but if the truth was ever revealed to her, it would be just as devastating. If Seath was indeed still alive and out there, then the truth would be revealed soon, too, and likely at the worst possible moment. "O Goddess, hear my prayer. Please receive this beloved person. When the cold rain washes the body, when the bird and wolf announce the dawn, receive them into your blue blood. Receive them into a twinkling star." Most of the scriptures Edelgard and Byleth had to read for the service were mercifully short, and all in the same vein. The service, however, dragged on. Each short reading was bookended by what felt like hours of proceedings. Standing at the pulpit in all her regalia and more, Rhea read parables and psalms from the Revelation of Syros, the choir sang hymns from the loft, the attending students, faculty, and guests were led in prayer. At least it was, at its worst, boring. Though Edelgard had to admit, knowing the funeral was a sham made the misty eyes she spotted amid the attendees sting like shallow cuts on sensitive skin. When the service came to an end, Edelgard and Byleth found themselves surrounded by the Blue Lions and more before they could slip back into the sacristy and change, much to the amusement of the students. Professor, Dmitri said, frowning as he stared at them. "I am glad that the service went well." He couldn't take his eyes off Byleth's clothes, equal parts disgusted and horrified. Ingrid was aghast at the sight of the two of them. She put a hand to her mouth and audibly suppressed an undignified snort of laughter, in spite of the teary red rimming her eyes and the glistening stains on her cheeks. Edelgard, I'm so sorry, she croaked. Thank you so much for doing this for me, but if I had known Lady Rhea would make you wear that, I wouldn't have snapped at you last night. If I'd known, Edelgard replied, I'd have snapped back even harder. Although I'm glad I brought some levity to this day, if not on purpose. At least seeing a smile on Ingrid's face made her feel better. Well, I think it looks, Ignatz removed his glasses and rubbed them on the hem of his jacket before putting them back on, as though a few specks of dirt removed from the lenses would alter the look of the outfits enough to give him a second opinion. It's not that bad. Yeah, Raphael said. I think it looks nice. It's interesting, Annette said. Well, you two beauties look beautiful in anything, Sylvain said. Still, though, hoof. Why is it so asymmetrical? Bernadetta asked. I don't understand, Dorothea said, furrowing her brow in confusion and disbelief. The bishops and priests get such pretty robes. Where in the goddess name did those come from? Edie, poor dear, I almost feel sorry for you. Oh, do be quiet, Dorothea, Ferdinand said to her. It is a fine and magnificent outfit. Every single article of clothing and its placement has a specific symbolic meaning. Okay, Ferdy, she shot back, so is there a deep, meaningful symbolic reason why everything's on the left side? There is, actually, Lorenz said. Allow me to explain exactly why. Claude cut him off. Because no one in their right mind would wear it, he piped up, prompting at the very least an amused chuckle from almost everybody else except for Ferdinand and Lorenz. Hilda stared at Edelgard and Byleth, jaw agape, completely and utterly silent. Hilda? Are you all right? Claude asked, nudging her in the side. She focused her gaze solely on Edelgard. I think, she said, her voice quavering, I've just seen something so funny, I might never laugh again. Then I suppose something good came out of this outfit, Edelgard told her, aware that her cutting remark probably didn't sound so cutting when she was dressed in such embarrassing attire. Still, though, she raised a round of laughter from the students. The bells rang in the hour 12 o'clock noon. The ceremony had taken just under 3 hours, not including the hour it had taken for Rhea to dress Edelgard and Byleth up like a pair of dolls. Byleth took Edelgard by the arm and pulled her aside. There's going to be another tidal surge at a few minutes past noon, she whispered in her ear. Edelgard nodded. It was good that, thanks to Vul, she and Byleth had some means of predicting those events now. They acted like barriers to Suthi's power, apparently, try as she might, Byleth couldn't turn time back past one of those points. They were like scars in the skin of time, chasms which even the goddess power could not leap over. Knowing when to expect them meant that at least Byleth could plan to use her power with some degree of confidence. It was also good to know the times of the tidal surges, too, because Edelgard now knew that they affected Thales, too. Perhaps that was why she could see him hurrying down the nave toward the cathedral's enormous oaken doors, rudely brushing off every single visitor who took note of his status and tried to strike up a conversation with him. When's the one after that? She whispered to Byleth. A little over an hour. So they had an hour after the surge to find out what Rhea meant to do to them. As long as Byleth turned back time before the next surge hit them, they could uncover whatever information they wanted from even the most dangerous sources. Edelgard could have salivated at the possibilities this presented them. Volkhard fought his way through the crowd, Hedwig and Pascal at his sides. Dear, you were splendid up there. You bring such gravitas to the scriptures. And your outfit, he added with a twinkle in his lilac eyes, serves you well. Perhaps it does, Edelgard said, but I prefer something a little less ostentatious. It really makes Miss Eisner look like Lady Rhea, doesn't it? Pascal asked. It looks like SSSSSHSH bad, Hedwig said. I know, Byleth said. Lady Rhea's outfit is prettier. Volkhard chuckled. If you are as close to the goddess as it seems, perhaps you will be the next archbishop someday, Professor Eisner. As though she had been summoned, Rhea broke away from the priests she had been talking to and came to Byleth and Edelgard's sides. Perhaps she will be, Lord Arundel. The will of the goddess is always in motion. Even one such as myself cannot always discern it. She smiled. I hope all is well among your subjects. Yes, thankfully. Volkhard dropped to one knee and bowed to her. Archbishop Rhea, you have my deepest gratitude for granting me the support of the Blue Lions and the Knights of Syros. If only everybody in the Empire was as pious as you, Rhea told him. I do hope you would not mind if I borrowed your niece for a private lunch. I would be honored, Lady Rhea, as I am certain she would be. The one thing Edelgard might have hated the most about not having the power and authority she had in her world was how often people saw fit to put words in her mouth. Perhaps we can change out of these outfits first, she suggested. I would hate to spill tea on these fine silks, Lady Rhea. Do not worry about that, my child, Rhea said, patting her on the cheek. Come along now, both of you. Byleth frowned. Edelgard knew what worried her. The tidal surge was minutes away, but if Rhea took them away before then, they wouldn't be able to reverse time far enough to bring themselves completely out of her clutches. Excuse me, Lady Rhea, Vul said, bringing himself to her side. I do believe Lady Edelgard has a point. A stain from even the finest tea is still a stain, and need I remind you how important these vestments are? Please allow them to change. Rhea sighed. Oh, I suppose, Seath. I do hope you bring the two of them back to me when they are done, though. Vul brought Edelgard and Byleth back to the sacristy, where their normal clothes awaited them. He slipped his miniature clock out from his sleeve and consulted it. Less than a minute before the next surge, he warned them. Edelgard at least managed to get the ridiculous cape and cowl off of herself before the surge hit her. The skull-splitting headache, the world flickering in and out, it was painful, but she was almost getting used to it. Being able to expect it, surprisingly, helped quite a lot. When she and Byleth had recovered, they finished changing and met with Rhea. It was time now to probe the depths of her secrets, and find out what she had been doing in the Holy Tomb during those weeks she had been absent from the monastery. Edelgard pretended to be surprised when Rhea brought her and Byleth to the entrance to the Holy Tomb. The secret space underneath the monastery was reachable only by a platform that descended a hidden shaft. While Edelgard had read about the moving platforms used in mines, which operated by a system of pulleys, the stone platform that Rhea led the two of them onto had no visible mechanisms by which it could lower or raise itself. It simply did so, unnervingly quietly. As soon as the three of them had stepped into the center of the platform, there was a jolt, a feeling as though Edelgard's stomach was falling less rapidly than the rest of hers, and an unnerving sense of stillness. The walls of the shaft soon gave way from human-hewn stone to an unnaturally smooth jade, untouched by any human tools, that seemed to glow with its own eerie light. The platform descended deep, deeper than the catacombs, deeper even than abyss, to the floor of a vast cavern nearly the size of the entire monastery itself. There were no lanterns, torches, or chandeliers to light the way. Instead, the floor itself, smooth as marble and possessing a dusky jade sheen, glowed with its own light, as did the distant walls and the ceiling high above. Massive organic shapes made from the same smooth, cold stone or perhaps some eldritch sort of metal lined the walls, gaps in their carapaces filled with machinery as intricate as clockwork, and nestled near them like the foothills of a mountain range were rows of dust-covered golems. And in the center of the cavern, in a recessed area of the vast stone floor, stood what could only be described as a shrine lined with pillars and towering stone reliquaries. The aisle that ran from the platform to the other side of the shrine between the rows of reliquaries terminated at a stone staircase leading to a massive jade throne. Byleth gasped. Edelgard had to admit, though she'd seen it once before, she'd only seen it once before. Despite knowing the monastery inside and out, she had never been able to figure out how to access this place again. The first time, it had only been because Rhea had brought her here with the rest of the class, and her soldiers had only been able to follow her because Rhea had not sent the platform back up. Are you surprised, Edelgard, Professor? Rhea asked. This is the Holy Tomb. Only a handful of people are blessed to see such a sight in every generation. You two are the first of yours. To think there was such a vast space beneath the monastery all this time, Edelgard commented. It's hard to imagine that any of these enormous contraptions are of this world. Are they, Lady Rhea? Please, simply Rhea will do. Rhea led her and Byleth off the platform. Professor, what do you think? Byleth looked around. It's big, she said. This is where the goddess Sothis, creator of the world and everything in it, was laid to rest, along with her children, Rhea said. Her footsteps, joined by Edelgard's and Byleth's, echoed in the cavernous tomb. What are those big things in the distance? Byleth asked. Their purpose has long since been forgotten, I'm afraid, Rhea said. At any rate, they belonged to Sothis and her kin, and therefore are holy to us. If the goddess was laid to rest here, Byleth asked, does that mean she died? She is sleeping, Rhea answered. Is she in one of these reliquaries? No. These are. Rhea paused and stopped walking so suddenly that Byleth nearly tackled her to the floor. These are her family. Her most beloved are gathered here in this shrine. Edelgard's eyes traveled to the throne. And that, is that where Sothis once sat? Yes, Rhea said. You're our creator. Do either of you recognize it? I do, Byleth said. Rhea smiled. Edelgard did as well. Yes, Rhea. Rhea's smile grew wider, showing a hint of teeth. Of course. Edelgard, you must have seen it in your visions. The throne upon Sothis sat when she remade the world. After the flood? Byleth asked. Rhea's eyes widened. Edelgard could have sworn that for a second she saw slitted, reptilian pupils. Her smile vanished. What did you hear about a flood? She asked sharply. I thought I read it in a book somewhere, Byleth answered, shrugging. Surely none of the books in our library, Rhea huffed. She sighed. I am sorry, my child. I meant nothing of it, think nothing of it. Simply. Byleth, I am so terribly sorry for the startling lack of religious literacy your father engendered within you. She looked toward the throne. Now. I have waited so long for this day. So long. I would like for you to both sit upon this throne and allow the wisdom of the goddess to come to you in its full form. But first. Edelgard half expected Metode to leap out of the shadows with his trademark weaselly sneer and proclaim that the holy tomb now belonged to the Adrestian army. I sense the goddess dwelling within both of you, Rhea said. I feel her warmth, her kindness, in my soul, when I am near you. Yet one of you, and only one of you, has taken on her appearance. Byleth inched closer to Edelgard and linked arms with her. Edelgard had never been so glad to hold her hand. Is that a problem? No, of course not. Rhea smiled again. Of course not. She took Byleth and Edelgard not to the throne but instead to one of the reliquaries. She pressed her hand gently to a panel on the stone monument's facade and the panel slid away. When Edelgard's army had seized the reliquary's contents, they had used a far less elegant method, to reveal within its depths a trove of sparkling crest stones, all gleaming a bloody red with their own light, heaped amid bones that did not look even remotely human. Rhea selected one of the dozens of crest stones, one that at first glance seemed oddly lumpy and misshapen before Edelgard realized that bits of it had been chiseled off little by little over the course of years, or possibly centuries. Rhea held it gently, carefully, reverently, attenuating her smile. She whispered a name that Edelgard couldn't discern. Come along with me, she said, and she led Edelgard and Byleth onward to a small stone platform in the center of the shrine. Rhea brought them to a stone table and pulled out from under it a chisel, a dagger, and a goblet, all ornate and gilded with gleaming gold. Byleth squeezed Edelgard's hand. Edelgard squeezed back. The sight of the dagger made her heart skip a beat. As if sensing their discomfort, Rhea offered them both a warm and comforting smile. Oh, do not worry, you two. These objects are strictly ceremonial. Edelgard wondered how long she'd been down here. She desperately wanted Byleth to turn back time and carry them both away from this place, away from Rhea, but they hadn't learned enough yet. Rhea placed the diminished crest stone on the table, took the ornamental chisel, and held it to the stone. Oh, my brother, she whispered, her voice wavering, forgive me for what I must do. Forgive me, my brother, for I do this in Mother's name. Sothis, forgive me, for I do as I must. She brought the chisel down on the stone, sending another fissure into its broken surface with a thunderous crack that echoed through the vast cavern. Byleth winced and laid a hand over her heart, as if the stone within had let out a painful cry out of sympathy for its brother. "My brother, forgive me. My mother, forgive me. I do this for all of you." Rhea brought the chisel down again, until she had sheared off a blood-red sliver of the stone. She took it and held it between her forefinger and her thumb, gazing at it with misty eyes and appraising it as a jeweler would a diamond. She set it down, then took the dagger and held her other wrist over the goblet. The dagger's gold-etched blade rested on the pale white inside of her wrist, bisecting blue veins. "Rhea," Byleth said, "what are you?" "And forgive me, mother, for the blood I offer willingly," Rhea intoned, slitting her wrist with one fluid flick of the dagger's blade. "You said these were ceremonial." "They are," Rhea said, calm as calm could be as a stream of blood, black against the dusky green light, trickled into the goblet. She set the dagger down and pressed her finger to the gash running across her wrist. A golden glow pulsed beneath her fingertip and the wound sealed itself shut. "Please, my children, accept my sincerest apology for this. I did not mean to frighten you. This is a ritual that is performed only for the cardinals of the Church of Syros. You are actually quite privileged to see it. It took me weeks to devise the modifications to them this situation would require." She took the sliver of stone and the goblet of blood and turned to face Edelgard. "Do you feel it, my child? Here, do you feel the presence of your family?" she asked with a hungry smile. Byleth grabbed Edelgard roughly by the arm and pulled her back. "What do you want to do with her, Rhea?" "Oh, Byleth, darling, do not speak to me like that," Rhea said. "You sound like your father. I mean her no harm. In fact, what I have to offer you, Edelgard, my dear child, descendant of my dear Wilhelm, is something truly incredible. The goddess Suthes dwells within you, just as it dwells within your professor. I can feel it within you. When I lay my hand upon your skin, I feel her song humming beneath it. The light of your eyes and your smile dances as she once did. You and Byleth, together, embody her in all her power and wisdom. And yet, I see her mark on only one of you." She held out the goblet and the sliver of stone. "Partake of your son's body, O mother, and of your daughter's blood, and you and your professor together shall embody the goddess Holy, a dyad of divine power. This world shall be yours to rule, and under your benevolence it will become what it never could have been under this flawed servant's stewardship." Tears leaked from her eyes and rolled down her cheeks. The green light that filled the holy tomb lent an unnatural, sickly hue to her pale skin. "She's not eating or drinking that," Byleth blurted out. Rhea frowned. "Professor, that is not your choice to make. Edelgard, I offer you power beyond your wildest imagination. You will be blessed with the goddess nature, as your professor was, and both of you will receive upon the spirit dais a new revelation from the goddess. You, the ninth daughter of Emperor Ionius IX, bereft of inheritance, shall gain authority beyond your brother's wildest dreams. All shall bow before you and bask in your radiance." Edelgard was paralyzed. The thought of herself being transformed as Byleth had been, of losing the color of her hair and eyes in this world just as she had in her own, of condemning a body that did not even belong to her to meet a fate it didn't deserve, struck her with a terror she had not felt since the day the knives had first bitten into her skin. At last, she managed to shake her head. "No," she croaked. "No." Rhea slowly lifted her head, staring down her nose at Edelgard. Her lips curled in a frown. "Edelgard, that is not your choice to make, either." Mist swirled around the three of them, coalescing into a horde of ghostly soldiers. Mist formed wispy armor, gossamer flesh clinging to ivory bones. Two of them grabbed Byleth and tore her away from Edelgard, two more grabbed Edelgard and did the same. "Edelgard!" Byleth shouted, struggling to break free of her captors. She squeezed her eyes shut. "No. Stop, Rhea. Stop. Byleth!" Edelgard screamed out, shuddering and racked with spasms as terror froze the blood in her veins. The scream scraped the inside of her throat raw. Another ghostly hand, cold, clammy, took her by the hair and wrenched her head back as Rhea approached her. She clamped her mouth shut, only for another phantom soldier's hand to pinch her nose and clamp her nostrils shut, forcing her to breathe. As her mouth gaped open, A fourth hand hooked its fingers over her teeth and wrenched it farther open, and Rhea laid the sliver of the crest stone on her tongue and tipped the goblet over. The scream that tore itself from Edelgard's mouth was filled with a primal fear, a fear that went deeper than any shred of dignity or self-control she possessed. She was 11 again, in the dungeon again, beneath the surface of the earth again, surrounded by men as pale as corpses and at the whims of their twisted rituals, alone, and helpless. The blood hit her tongue, overwhelming her with its scalding heat and overwhelming coppery taste and smell, and washed the stone down her throat, smothering her outcries. She choked and sputtered as Rhea tipped the goblet farther, spilling the last bits of her blood. The world froze. Blinding white fire took everything away, the phantoms, Professor Byleth, Archbishop Rhea, the holy tomb, the blood, the pain, the screams all vanished in time's inferno. Dorothea was braiding the other Edelgard's hair in the mirror when Edelgard found herself back in her own world, dazed, hollow, shaken. She felt all but catatonic as she watched her friend's lovely and nimble fingers cross one strand of her silvery hair over another to form long and intricate plaits. "I think they'll love your new look, Edie," Dorothea said with a flirtatious smile and a flutter of her eyelashes. "Are you sure you're ready for this speech?" "I think I really am." The other Edelgard nodded. "Now that I've gotten used to it, my nerves aren't so bad. Actually, I think I have a knack for it now." "You do have a flair for the dramatic. You should have heard the temper tantrum I threw when Father told me I had to marry Ferdinand." Gerlinde said it was more moving than any aria she had ever heard. "Ferdy's a sweet guy, but I'd have reacted the same way if I'd been forced to marry him." Dorothea giggled. "Our Edie was quite the drama queen, too. Oh, I've told you about the Flame Emperor, right? She missed her calling on the stage, that's for sure. Honestly, I don't know how we didn't end up being friends in your world." She thought for a moment. "On the other hand, it's not that surprising." Edelgard only half listened to them chat. It all faded away to incoherent murmuring. Part of her was still there in the holy tomb, being transformed against her will, having her body violently torn away from her and with it her freedom and her very selfhood. The world around her felt like the flat, painted wood scenery of a stage production, as though a careless gesture would knock it all down, the people merely actors reciting their lines. She felt the other Edelgard rest a hand upon her breast as though she'd just felt her heartbeat come to a stop, breathe heavily as though she'd ran as far as she could run as quickly as she could, struggle for breath as the world closed in on her. She felt her lingering panic and pain seep into her, bleeding from one mind to another and through that, into the body. "Edie? Edie, what's the matter?" Dorothea asked. She sounded as though she were speaking to her from underwater. "Is it your nerves? How about we do a few more of those breathing exercises?" Edelgard rose from her seat, wrapped her arms around Dorothea as tightly as she could, and buried her face in her chest to muffle the loud and piteous wail that wrenched itself from her throat. She couldn't remember what else she did in her world, who else she saw. She was hardly even aware when the other world ripped her mind back out of her body until she found herself lying in the infirmary alone. Shivering, with trembling hands, she took a lock of her hair and lifted it, holding it over her eye. It was brown. A cracked, hoarse sigh of relief burst out of her and she sank into the cot beneath her as though it were the softest bed in the whole imperial palace. It was as though everything Rhea had done to her had been nothing but a dream. It might as well have been, the holy tomb, with its eerie green light and eldritch atmosphere, a liminal dark reflection of Garreg Mach, was itself a realm of nightmares brought into the world. And she felt now just as she did after her most horrible nightmares. Reality had to slowly work its way into her, driving away the fright lingering from those horrible visions of her slumbering subconscious like sunlight driving away fog. The door to the infirmary creaked as it slowly swung open, and an indistinct figure slipped in. His footsteps padded gently across the floor as he crept forth. "Oh. Lady Edelgard. Is really only you in here?" That voice. "Count Galatea?" Edelgard lifted her head, still groggy. Before she knew it, Ingrid's father was looming over her, a fragile smile cracking his thin face. "Oh, please, Your Highness, do not get up on my account. I've only come to see you off. I am to return to Galatea County, now that the funeral service is over. I simply wanted to thank you personally for what you did this morning." Edelgard mustered a smile. "You're welcome. I'm glad to see that you and Ingrid are such great friends, he said, reaching into his cloak. Unfortunately, it's a bit of a pain for me, since I can't stand that prissy little bitch. Edelgard saw the glint of a dagger's steel blade as it slid out from under his cloak. A wicked smile crossed Count Galatia's face. Before she could even scream, let alone fight back, the dagger's blade was kissing her throat, pressing against it hard enough to draw a bead of blood from her skin. Don't worry, Edelgard. No one will miss you. No one will even know you're gone. His eyes widened, nearly popping from their sockets, his jaw hung slack, his hand sprung open and the dagger clattered to the floor with a deafening crash. A very soft and surprised grunt escaped his mouth. He slowly turned his head, his eyes rolling to the side as he glanced at the shadow over his shoulder. Vul, he gasped, nearly inaudible. Why? His body underwent a stark and sudden transformation, and where Count Galatia had once stood now was a short woman with deathly pale skin crisscrossed with sharp and angular tattoos and a curtain of sea blue hair. Sitha's voice answered. It is nothing personal, Vipar. Unfortunately for you, I made a promise to an old friend. But Thales will never know. A knife silently slid out of the Agarthan replicant's back and she fell to the ground, dead. Vul knelt beside her and ripped a black stone from her chest. It and the rest of Vipar's body crumbled to a pile of black ash and wisps of smoke. Check the description for the links to the author.